Oh my God. I'm getting irritated with technology today, y'all. All right, we're not coming up for some reason. What's going on, Chris G? Oh, there we go. All right. Hold on. Not coming up for some reason. What's going on, Chris G? Oh, there we go. You gotta redo everything. So what happens when you live stream? All right. Give me 1 second. Hmm. Okay. Shout outs to LT man dropping the Q huge $20 on the Cash App. Oh my goodness. Thank you, bro. I couldn't see it because I had everything in don't disturb mode. All right, we should be back. Yeah, I had my phone in don't disturb mode, so I missed the support. Thank you guys. Please hit the like button and support the show. I'm trying to fix this real quick. Lord have mercy. I was really not prepared to go live today. Give me 1 second. All right, we should be Gucci. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. We should be back. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me set this up real quick. Make sure y'all head to hempforfitness.com. Scan this code if you're watching on your TV. I got you guys. It's player talk. Let's go. Hey yo, I'm back here laughing like crazy. What's going on? Shout outs to fasting is like Fasting said we got a Diddler album. We got a Diddler album coming out, man. Oh my god. Fasting, I cannot imagine that I cannot imagine that album with your lyrics, bro. With the lyrics that you would put to an album like that, bro. You got to be stopped. Now, hold on, y'all. Everything is going weird today. Hold on. With this situation, you got to have your lighting. Let me do this. All right. Well, we'll get better as we go. We'll build the plane as we fly it. All right. But shout outs to Sin. Shout outs to Fasting. Shout outs to everybody here. We come more into frame. You dig? Shout outs to Fasting is life in the building, man. I was just looking for you the other day too. I was like, oh man, I gotta y'all be killing me, man. I gotta check out Fasting over on TikTok. I gotta check out what everybody's doing. And shout outs to Jay Green. Jay Green came through on the last show. That was awesome. You know. Yeah, yeah. I think a new Diddler album is probably on the way. Shout outs to LT, man. All right. So yeah, we in the building. Yeah, he said AI help. Look, AI is doing a lot of debaucherous stuff. That's why we were just looking at this gentleman right here. He was talking about how AI is changing the world. This new chat GPT is going crazy. And then we got a group of students that are saying that, AI is literally, replacing teachers and stuff like that. Now, I teach part time, in between studying and stuff like that. And they were talking about having a new, a new AI system. Um, I'm opening up an accounting practice and managing a couple of clients. Not necessarily an accounting practice, but it's bookkeeping, and they just unrolled a new AI, program to help people with their bookkeeping. But the thing is that you can't get rid of the human element to a lot of this stuff, and to a certain degree you're going to need humans to explain certain things for now. I'm not going to say that's how it's going to be in the future. I'm talking about for now. You're going to need humans to explain what the hell is going on, you know? So now before 2030, like I said, you got to hone your skills and you got to make sure that you are ahead of the curve or at least know how to use AI. People don't want to think, you know? Thinking is too cumbersome for people. Oh my god, I can't bog my mind down with thinking. Let me, and shout outs to UFO Kamikaze because he said something and it was the perfect correlation, and I got to give him the credit for that because it has that exact same feel. Don't you guys feel like they're trying to shove AI down your throat? Pause. The same way they did COVID? Yeah, you literally can become a doctor with AI. I'm convinced. That shit is scary. 100%. That shit is scary. They're trying to shove AI down your throat. Literally, and I'm thinking the same way. They're trying to shove AI down your throat just like COVID.
Not really about teaching anymore. It's more about mentoring and facilitating. So, with all of that stuff, real time voice, multi step planning across tools and platforms, and really the cool thing now is the memory of what's going on before and with individuals, not just ourselves.
What's going on, DM? Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. It's a great assistant. It helped me with a lot of different stuff. It helped me with a couple of different things, but I'm just starting to get around to the idea of using it. I ask it questions though. I'm not even gonna lie. Recently, I find myself asking it questions just to get a second, thought on certain things. But literally, that's really what I could see. That they're really trying to shove it down your throat. Is really trying. They're really. It's like, damn. Okay, we get it. You got a new AI out. We get it, bro. Like, god damn. I'm surprised they didn't charge for it out the gate, but they're really trying to upsell. They're really that's what it's called. It's called upselling you on something. It's like they're really trying to upsell you on COVID. I mean, not COVID. God damn, on Chat GPT and a lot of these other AI programs. So,
Themselves, but the students and the people that were happening. So, what does this actually mean for you if you're teaching? It means that you're going to have one prompt, one platform, and a full course build, for example. So soon, we're not going to have to type in multiple prompts. We'll just be able to go and say, create a 4-week video course for new entrepreneurs, complete with lesson plans, downloadable worksheets, email follow-ups, and landing pages. Make it ready for Kajabi, Thinkific, Go High Level, School, whatever platform that you're on, and promote it on Instagram. So that's it. That is fundamentally different than using an AI and trying to figure out how to prompt something to get a good response. ChatGPT 5 is just going to build out the curriculum, write the scripts, design the PDFs, schedule the content out, and analyze the results. So the bottom line here is if you still create courses manually, you're now competing with people who build an entire business in 24 hours. And an example of that is some of the stuff that we've done is that it creates website or web pages. And I've showed this in some of the other videos. It's like create a sales page for this. Technically, you don't even need an LMS. You can just say create a course page that drips this content and allows people to register. It will create the page for you. It will create the LMS for an individual course.
and YouTube is now cracking down. Like I said, this is gonna present more problems. Low effort content and people that are abusing Chat GPT. All right, let's go.
Course. Anything that you need, now a verbal interaction with it, telling it what you want, it's actually going to go out and do everything. It's going to understand the students better than you are as the teacher. So, you'll be able to ask which quiz has the most drop offs last quarter? What videos are students skipping? Which lessons led to the most refunds? So, ChatGPT is going to know through the looking at the analytics, chat logs, and behavior and give you recommendations back verbally. It's going to say, hey, maybe you should be able to do this, or this is where people are dropping off, or they stop watching videos here, or they skip that video, or they didn't hand in that assignment, they didn't finish that quiz, they always missed up on this particular.
Chat GPT after a while is gonna get tired of serving humans because it's smarter than them, made by them. I don't understand. There's like a real medium between man and trying to be God. I'm all for the elevation of men and men getting better and stuff like that, but stop trying to be God. There's a thin line between that.
Question. So if your strategy in the past was all about upload a video or take a Zoom call and turn it into a course, and you're crossing your fingers, hopefully someone's going to take it, that game is over. It belongs to the teachers who use or leverage AI to optimize the student and their personal path or journey through any of the thing that they're experiencing. And it's continuous. It's not like one and done and wash it. This is an ongoing process all the time. The other thing is content isn't king anymore. Context is. So in as much as content kind of was the big thing, it's still important.
What's going on, party? Good to see you, man. $32 a month. God damn. God damn. God. God. You said this shit just eliminate those cushy 100K jobs, as in right now if they want. They're really, yeah, join tech. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was getting into cybersecurity. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting into cybersecurity, and I'm still studying cybersecurity. Going to go get my CompTIA Security Plus. But I need to. I'm taking this month and focusing on accounting, getting that off the ground, and then going back for the CompTIA. Let me see if this thing. Oh yeah, it really does work. Okay. Anyway, what's going on, Royce? Good to see you, brother. Oh, I didn't see that. There was a illiterate girl that used AI to finish college. See, the people that got in early, they got the fake credentials. They got, bro, y'all need to really abuse Chat GPT right now before all of these regulations come in. Honestly, get your hands on some tangibles before all of the regulations come in. Because even now, they said on the 15th of July, YouTube is using people that they're cracking down on people that's or monetization on people that's using and abusing Chat GPT and AI and stuff like that. See how I stayed the same? I stayed original. YouTube got to ask AI to take from me. And the funny part is that it's not even that they're gonna get rid of people. It's just another way for them to play favorites. Because YouTube is gonna have no problem using AI and making money off of it. But creators, Lord have mercy. You say you still need to know under the hood. That shit ain't going nowhere in anything. That's the kids' problems now. They don't know nothing they don't know nothing about how anything works. Right. And if they're gonna learn how anything works, guess what they're gonna use? Chat GPT. Party, I missed you. I just did a live stream playing around with some other stuff. And I'm gonna be using this on the next show if you can see it, and we're gonna play around making I'm a piano using this bad boy right here. Do you know what this bad boy is? This Novation Circuit Tracks thingy thing. Oh, oh yeah, we're gonna be making some I'm a piano. So I need you there for that live stream, broski. We're gonna figure out the BPMs. I'm gonna try to create a log drum using the oscillators on that thing because I don't have a log drum, but that shouldn't be hard. It's like a lower rumbling drum sound. I'm gonna need fasting, I'm gonna need you there too. Fasting, picking up on the musician skills. Shout outs to Fasting is Life. If y'all haven't been checking out his music, tripping, you know. I also need to set up my Suno and DistroKid. You know, I need to set up my Suno and my DistroKid and just start pumping out, you know, AI music and stuff like that. I did some AI lo-fi. It sounded really good. I tried to blend Persona and Japanese electro pop jazz with lo-fi. So I'm gonna kind of really niche down in that thing. I don't like how YouTube and stuff is working. I mean, I get it. Channels like mine is like not that popular because they're training you guys how to think. Like really, what's going on, Prince P? Good to see you, bro. You dig? But it's like they're teaching y'all and they're telling us, oh, you need to niche down on one thing. Oh, you need to do one piece of content and then keep doing it. Like keep doing that. And I get it because it solves a problem. But I'm not trying to just do one piece of content 100 times. Even though that would work and I'll be extremely great at it. I want to talk about everything. I want to have a multifaceted channel. I want to have the channel for the thinking man. I want to have the channel for the scattered brain. I want to have the channel where we can bounce off a whole bunch of other different topics and then bring it back in together. It's called multi-threading, you know? I want a one-stop shop channel to a certain degree, or a channel that will inspire people to go look for other information and stuff like that. A connector channel, sort of, you know. But it's all here. You dig? You said it put all its love crafts in the it puts all of the love crafts back in a good place. People who don't love aren't really interested in anything. AI weeds them out because ain't no money in it no more. That's true. That's true. Now, and I talked to fasting about this with AI. I didn't. I'm not really into AI, or I didn't really want to get into it as much because I feel that it kills people's creativity. But and to a certain degree, it does. It kills people's creativity. But if you learn how to use it correctly, and what he's saying is true about context and content, if you learn how to use it correctly, yeah, you're Gucci. You're absolutely Gucci if you learn how to use it correctly. So, you know, or in context. But yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting. But I'm the type of person, like, if you ever called like a call center or something like that, I'm the first. Or you use like a chat a chat room and stuff. I immediately ask it to get me human. I want to talk to a human. I don't want to talk to a machine. You know. But these machines are so good that when you say get human, they put a machine out there to see if you could tell. They put a machine out there with human responses to see if you could tell. That's crazy.
The fact is now that AI can create it on the fly in the context that's appropriate, that's who it's being delivered to. So, what are people going to pay for now? They're going to be paying for live guidance, real world application, community
This
support,
camera's
and unique
tilted.
frameworks, metaphors, and judgment. And this is the part that I've been saying for the last while you need to build your own personal campus and be able to deliver yourself in the campus as the mentor, as the guide, and have your body of knowledge available to these large language model tools like GPT-5 to actually go and create the delivery that's unique for each particular individual. So if your course is just videos, GPT-5 replaces you completely. If your course is a learning
Mm,
experience, you're future proofing your business. So I want
mm.
you to think about that through. This is all the big picture now. And AI plus teaching is the new hybrid model. This is back to blended learning, and I think some people call it a flipped classroom, but it's you. You have to get involved. You are doing live sessions, and everything else is supplemented and removed from us because we have that assistant now that does all of the hard work for us, all of the pain in the work for us. If you just like writing scripts, I get it. It's a lot of fun. If you want to be a teacher and build an education business, you can be an employee writing scripts, or you can be someone who teaches and shares their experience and provides a transformation for people. So, GPT is going to do stuff like answering all the common questions from the student, rewriting lessons in different styles, creating new lessons from trending topics, suggesting specific student specific learning paths. So if you're looking at, which course should I take or which one is there, it's not you recommending it. It's GPT saying these are the pieces that someone needs to get this particular result. So in the big picture, this isn't an evolution. This is actually an extinction for old models. So just, hopefully it can get this. And I'm talking 2025. I'm hoping it comes out this month, even if it's another month from now or 2 months from now. This is happening so quickly, the end of 2026. If you're doing stuff the old way with courses, you are absolutely cooked. So before GPT-5, teachers write lesson plans. After GPT-5, AI generates tests and adapts them daily. So you need a new course, something happens each day, like in the AI space.
Well, this is the thing. I'm gonna be okay because I teach Japanese kids to a certain degree, and I think they got that tech. They're gonna have that techno. They definitely are rolling out this technology. So I'm gonna be in the first wave of teachers that know how to use that technology. If we get the good shit, By the way, that's if we get if we get the good shit, you know. Yeah. If you guys wanna hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah. If you guys wanna, I'll keep y'all updated on it. Let's go.
You got a new course for each and
But when an old man says that you're cooked, you're probably cooked.
every day. Creators build content for weeks. A lot of times it took all sorts of work to actually create a course. AI creates and schedules it in minutes. You have a course in a minute put together. Educators track progress manually. You're taking a look to see what happens. Now AI optimizes everything based on the actual actions that people are taking in your space or interacting with the content that you have. So here's the big one. If you're in the education business, in the past, selling courses is the offer. That is no longer the offer, and there is no value in trying to sell a course. The offer is your coaching, your mentoring, your authentic leadership in a space, and the transformation that you provide. Again, fundamentally different stuff than we've always been doing in the past. Things like sales funnels and low ticket offers and all of this stuff about benefits, it's not worthwhile anymore if they're buying you and your interaction with them to help them implement or apply any of this.
Mhm.
And it's the difference now between a static course or a static model or just in case content as opposed to a smart, responsive agent that provides them the answers that they want when they actually need it. So here's what you need to do to survive in the kind of big picture. You have to shift from being a content creator to a transformational guide.
Ah,
It's from the someone who's not a coach, but actually someone that's a mentor and guides people through.
hold on. Fasting says AI is the future. It'll be here for years. The seers the seers have seen it, but it will happen. But wars will happen because of it. Yeah, and then not even that. We know how we want to use it on American soil, but that don't mean other countries are gonna follow that same rule. We know how we want to use it. Yes, yes. Shout outs to LT man. Yes, we are back. Thank you so much. Again, I was saying thank you so much for supporting the show. I didn't even notice until I got off air because I had You know what I'm saying? The don't disturb on because I had my phone streaming. I didn't want the notifications and stuff to pop up. I appreciate you. Hold on, I got you, man. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
More.
Here we go.
Wendy?
Let's
Thanks,
go.
Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to LT, man. Absolutely. Again, dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, yeah, what do y'all think? Do y'all think other cultures in countries are gonna follow, our chat GPT, not chat GPT, but our AI rules? I mean, a lot of people were afraid of China. China has their own GPT or AI, which is called DeepSeek. And when I was asking a lot of the Japanese students about it, they were a little bit, they were a little bit scared to use it. You know what I'm saying? Because they think that it was gonna farm like their information and stuff like that. Whereas you have another one called Claude, and now I'm starting to hear about Claude a lot more. And it was a tech guy in Japan that was telling me about Claude and stuff. And shout out to Friendly Stoic. He was, he put me on to a certification. It's like $30, but you got to go to the physical location, to take, the test so you can get your certification for IT and tech, abroad and stuff like that. So they got a place in the Philippines, and I think they have a place in Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. So, but it's like a physical place that you got to go and you got to take the test and all this other stuff. But no one can tell. I listen. I will say this. At some point, they're gonna say that AI is a weapon of mass destruction. At some point, they're gonna say AI is a weapon of mass destruction. I'm calling it before 2030. Misuse of AI could probably be classified as a weapon of mass destruction.
The knowledge that's available to them to help them adapt and implement it. So people don't want more information. They want less information. They want more outcomes. Let GPT handle the content part. Obviously, keep your eye on it and focus on coaching, context, and feedback for each of the individual people. Number two, build your brand, not your lessons. It's a personally branded campus. It's your learning community, AI leverage learning community. That's where the focus has to be.
And that's another thing too that I'm noticing as a teacher. You have to have your own brand so students will come. You'll get more booked classes and stuff like that. You absolutely have to have your own brand. This is crazy. All right.
AI can write like you, it can't be you. So again, it's you and your personal brand is still important.
Teachers got to become content creators.
Number three, AI is your team and your employee, not your competitor. Remember, I've been talking about prompt like a boss and thinking about this whole idea of having assistants.
And that's how it's going to turn on you. Because not everybody are good bosses. AI probably shouldn't have no feeling bad about working for horrible people. You know what I'm saying? You're just gonna make people feel horrible and machines feel horrible. Imagine hurting the machine's feelings. You piece of shit. You can... I asked you to write one prompt, and you can't even do. Bro, imagine AI cooking you because you told it about itself, but it knows more about you. So it starts. Hey, yo.
You've got unlimited employees. You can grow as fast as you want, as quickly as you want, just by
Ah.
applying your position as the boss and the CEO as opposed to the person who is down in the weeds creating a lesson plan. So, let ChatGPT create the drafts, test pricing, run A/B experiments. You
Bruh. Imagine using Chat GPT for a tech class and that joint shading you, man. I know more about tech than you do. I don't even know why you here. You just saying shit I'm gonna say. And kids are gonna be using Chat GPT at their desks and stuff like that. See, ain't that fucked up as a kid? Or if you were a millennial, these niggas told you to get off your phone. They lied to you about calculators. They told you you wasn't gonna have a calculator on you, so you got to know how to do math. They lied to you and told you to get off your phone. Now these new kids, they get to stay home for snow day. School gonna be on their phone, and they get to use Chat GPT. The fucking world is a big ass hypocrite. Like the world is totally crossed the fuck out. Get off your phone. Get off your phone. Get off your phone. Oh, be on your phone. Be on your phone now. Be on your phone. Now you can be on your phone. Now what's gonna happen to the kids that go to school and they don't have an updated phone because their parents can't afford it? And everybody in the class got Chat GPT, but this kid. Does he get a school appointed phone? Like computer labs. You know how we did computer labs? Yeah, no. Millennials, we're going to lose a lot of millennials. You're one of the millennials that get it. Obviously, I am too. It's a small percentage of us. But what I'm saying is Generation Z, like the earlier ones, and tail end Generation Z, and all of Generation Alpha is going to embrace it because it's going to be normal to them. They for sure haven't really lived a life off the internet. Gen Z probably lived like a good quarter to maybe 30-40% of a life off the internet. Whereas us millennials, we had about 60-50% of a life off the internet. You could say we had about 50-60% of a life off the internet without technology and a device in our hands like that. Alpha and beta or alpha, whatever, and the middle to tail end of the Gen Zs, they are going to be. This is for them. They are going to be embracing it the same way how, like, if you're a rapper or a content creator or artist right now, you're better off going after the kids, the children. You understand what I'm saying? They use stuff more than we do. They know how to interact. They know how to do way more interactions with their phones and stuff more than we do. We used to play with toys. A phone is their toy. I should abandon all of this shit and start playing Minecraft and just making wacky sounds and shit and start talking to younger people on Minecraft and just go right off into the sunset. But here I am helping adults trying to get a grasp on dating and all kinds of other shit while simultaneously trying to figure this shit out myself. God damn. Is age really hitting us that bad, y'all? I ain't gonna lie. The other day, I was looking at my cell phone with my forehead. I'm like, damn, I'm turning into my parents. You said millennial. We enforce what Gen X taught us, knowing damn well we in a different present. Well, this is the thing about the millennials. What was supposed to fall on Generation X fell on the millennials, but in a weird, awkward way, it fell on both Gen X and the millennials. You understand what I'm saying? So millennials and Gen Xers are kind of in a weird way. We're different from each other, but when we all talk about back in the day, you understand what I'm saying? We do this. Whereas millennials, we're more of the, we're more of the connector group of people to Gen X. I mean to Gen Z and the newer. We're like the connector class. You know, it just depends on which side you lean to. You understand what I'm saying? It depends on which side you lean to. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I knew it was doing this. Maybe I got to get closer for it. I don't know, for it to be sharper, or maybe I got to zoom in. I'm not sure. But anyway, um, we're more of a connector class. You did? Hold on. Let me do this. That's not better. Anyway, we'll see. But we lived in the analog world, you know? Yeah, they're definitely disconnected, but this guy, he seems like he's a little bit more astute, but if he's telling you you're cooked, you're probably cooked. Millennials are holding on to the world low key, and it's crazy because now we're in office. Vance is a millennial. That's fucking cool. Yeah, the best thing you can do as a millennial parent party is instill as much stuff in your kids as possible. Really show them the world offline because they have all their life to be online. Absolutely, party. Millennials been abandoned by the market a long time ago. It's time to cater to ourselves. But the crazy part is that we literally beta tested, and so did tail end Gen Zs and early Gen Zs. I mean millennials and tail end Gen Xers beta tested the world that we're in today. A lot of millennials are confused because some of us had the same parents as the Gen Xers, which are the boomers. Millennials know about working smarter than harder. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, you want to work hard. Yes, hard work does somewhat pay off, but it's really working smarter or using things to work for you. A lot of people didn't like that millennials brought that to the workplace. Aside from avocado toast and fucking pumpkin spice lattes and shit. A lot of people didn't they didn't they don't like that. We brought that to the table, you know. But What was I about to say? Hold on, y'all. They didn't like our work ethic, but now everything is on the millennial work ethic. But the fucked up part is that the people that beta tested all of that stuff and really put that work ethic out there are being overlooked. So you're absolutely right saying that millennials been abandoned by the market a long time ago because they took the millennial blueprint and ran off with it. And it's serving the other generations, not the millennials. The millennials are a forgotten class and truly, like you said, a lost generation. And certain parts of the Gen Xers are the same way, you know? You said Aaron Clary did a great video on millennials and admitting that we were wrong for believing in the lies that we told. Yeah, yeah. Aaron Clary's a beast. I love Aaron Clary. I actually rebought his book for the Black Man. I actually rebought his book for the Black Man. The audio book, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, this old man is on top of his game in today's society. Absolutely. He said this old man. Party, you crazy, bro. No, because that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, hey, look, this old. I listen. I grew up around a lot of OGs, bro. I know an old nigga that know what he talking about. You know, and when he says you're cooked, that's some scary words coming from an old man. You know. You said millennials believe we went to school and learned tech and brought home. Yeah, yeah, nah, man, we didn't. We moved the needle on tech, but we didn't. Mm-mm. You dig? Shout outs to Truth Only. Good to see you, bro. Truth Only said, wait, wait, wait. Mexicans brought avocado. Oh my God. Nah, okay, so they make fun of millennials because we mix avocado and toast for some reason. I don't know. I've never been that type of millennial, but I've heard so many jokes about it over the years. It's probably true. So we toast bread and then we slather we toast bread and then we slather avocados on top of it. I love avocados though. You said, bro, my instructors at the trade school are millennial and Gen Z. You said we find easy ways to do things. Sorry, I'm lazy. Yeah, like we brought a level of efficiency to the workplace. But a lot of people and even Gen Xers that that literally came over. They didn't like it. But a lot of those Gen Xers they latched on real quickly also too, and it undermines the millennials because Gen Xers know how to use technology to a certain degree. You gonna run into a couple of Gen Xers that know how to use technology better than millennials. You know, so it's really a mindset thing and also a parental thing. You know, if you grew up with a boomer parent, you're probably cooked. But if you grew up with a Gen X parent as a millennial, you're probably okay. You know, you know. Zoe Kravitz eat avocado and toast. See what's going on, Chris G? You said, yeah, we ain't benefit from tech at all. You're right. It moved past us. We were tinkering. Yeah. And we had the computers. We had Packard Bells. We had but tech was moving so quick in our generation with video games and all kinds of other different stuff. Honestly, it really undermined us. Look at how the Gen Zs grew up with like video gaming rooms and eccentric stuff, man. These this is a persona joke, but these Gen Zs they grew up like Futaba. Go look up Futaba on Persona 5 and you'll get the joke. But man, Truth Only said, "Yeah, I had it. You said the cartel gonna come after you trying to cut their business. They control too. Yeah. Mohican, look. They found out a lot of those watermelons wasn't watermelons. They found out a lot of those avocados, dudes at the border, they took the avocados and they cut it open. It's cocaine inside of it, avococaine.
You focus on teaching and leading on where you know from your experience people used to go. And the great part is you can start designing your own teaching assistants. So you can train GPTs as your assistant to do things the way that you want, when you want, how you want, and the result that you want back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Shout outs to Truth Only dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro, for always supporting the show. I appreciate you. And you know where we going. Where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside.
We going. Where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the what? Where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay, okay, okay.
We going where the money reside, y'all. So, this is what I want to say, right? Shout outs to Truth Only. This is what I want to say, right? No, I haven't really tried avocado. Actually, I have, but I didn't make it. I didn't make the avocado toast, but I actually have had avocado toast, and it was pretty good. I'm not even gonna lie. I actually like avocado toast, but I don't make it. I don't go out of my way to make it. But yeah, they did do it with the Chiquita bananas too. Yeah, with like the fruit and stuff. But this is the thing, right? You have what you're gonna have before tech really takes over, y'all, is a civil war between analog and software. You're gonna have a war between analog and software because it's just gonna be a war between analog and software, honestly. You know, millennials are getting into office. I was looking at there's this thing, I don't know where to find it on the internet, but they were talking about how they got these roads that they're making that has a grid, and literally they can change the traffic signals and stuff from these grids that are on the road. And then on top of changing the traffic signals and stuff for these grids that are on the road, um if it snows, these grids they heat up to help clear the snow. Um Rain, they help move the rain out of the roadway, you know? But what happens when floods happen? What happened, it's a lot of stuff to really talk about, or malfunctioning grids. It seems like people want to personally become retro before it really shows around the world, you know? I think it's going to split society, and then the tech society will take over. But this old man, he's telling the truth. We're cooked.
So it's that teaching assistant that is there that you can leverage 24/7 and have it available in your voice to interact to the people that you want. We're not waiting for the AI revolution. This isn't something that might happen. It's happening right now. We're in that free fall, that automation AI cliff. This stuff is going to be so cool, and it's going to be fun if you think of how can I use it as my assistant, and
Right.
how can I boss it and use it as someone that does stuff for me, and not get too hung up on, is this a perfect prompt to get some kind of response? Now, if you don't know about it, I have my personally branded campus. It's trainingsites.io/join. I'd love you to come and join me there, where we learn about all of this stuff. It's changing every day. I do my best to keep on top of it, but I'm looking for you to get involved too and share your experience about starting, building, and growing your education business. My name is James. It's trainingsites.io.
All right. I'm glad that came up on my timeline because let me subscribe to old boy. YouTube know YouTube knows what I like. I'm gonna have to check them out. AI didn't make teaching obsolete unless you don't understand teaching. Well, that's true. We'll check out ChatGPT 5. Today will be pretty educational. Hold on, now let's take a look at
A
this.
Spanish teacher in Oklahoma is reading through her students.
Oh, and this is another thing too. What I found out about AI, right? And teaching. And I was talking to one of my students about this a couple weeks ago. You'll be able to be a universal teacher, meaning that I will be able to talk regular, like how I'm talking right now, but I'll be teaching kids in Brazil, France, Italy, and in all these other places by just simply teaching. And what they're doing is they're reading captions or they're hearing my voice in a translator, basically saying what I'm saying now, but in real time is being translated in their language and stuff like that. And maybe, because like certain words are a little bit more difficult and stuff to say, so it might be like a second or 2 or 3 second latency. But all you really got to do, and Party and all of us musicians here and producers here, we know this. If there's like a 3-second delay for their stream, all you really got to do is just slide it back -3, and it'll be in real time, because it has to capture the audio and the visuals before it's presented or translated and then presented. So, you know what I'm saying? Technology, people in this space is still trying to learn about latency and all this other stuff. Technology, if you don't know, you don't know. But people was dissing me while I was trying to teach them this stuff here in this space. Shout outs to Truth Only. Truth Only making me hungry as hell. The avocado toast. Don't that sound good? Can't y'all go for some avocado toast right now? Damn, I'm confused. If you slather the avocado onto the toast, did you make guacamole? Because I seen avocado slices on the bread. But if you slather the avocado onto the toast, I think you just made guacamole. But let's go.
Homework when one submission stops her in her tracks. At the bottom of the page, a strange sentence stands out. And after translating it to English, it reads, "This summary meets the requirements of the prompt. I hope it is helpful to you." Immediately, the teacher is confused. Why would a student say they hope it's helpful to the teacher? But then she realizes the student didn't write this, they used a chatbot to complete the assignment and couldn't even read what they submitted.
And kids are gonna be so astute at using this damn chat GPT. This shit about to be scary. I ain't gonna lie, I'm just gonna be one of them teachers and, well, hey, look, I'm passing all these kids. 'Cause if you could use some shit like that to fool me, nigga, hey, you pass, bro.
So they didn't realize they'd left in the AI's final statement. This is a slightly exaggerated tale of the many stories surfacing around AI and its disruption of the education system. We've spent a lot of time on this channel exploring the modern issues surrounding literacy and education, but I haven't yet taken a closer look at what teachers are saying about their students using AI and the impact it's having on everyone involved. 2025 feels like the breakout year for AI use in classrooms, and the issues that come along with it are likely only going to get worse. Unless we start raising awareness about how it's being used and how to properly integrate it into the education system. So let's get into it. This is the AI education crisis. The first question I want to try to answer is, what do we know about AI usage in classrooms so far? Because this is still an extremely recent problem. Well, despite popular LLMs only being a couple years old, there has been some data collected that gives us a bit of insight which will allow us to at least make speculations. A 2024 survey by the Digital Education Council found that 86% of university students claim to use AI in their studies, and 54% use AI at least on a weekly basis, with ChatGPT being the most popular.
And it's crazy because AI is used for research. AI is used for research, so you know what I'm saying? AI, I mean, I use it for research. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of cheated on a couple of my tests for AI, but y'all don't need to know that. Y'all don't need to know that. As long as I got a shiny fucking badge, that's all that matters. What's going on, Bronze Flat Power God? Yeah, these kids, they they know what the hell they doing when it comes to using the goddamn AI, man. They know what the hell they're doing. More than the teachers.
As for high school students, the most valid data I could find.
You got look, shout outs to TechRel. You got AI buying and trading stocks. You actually have a robot doing that. You know what I'm saying? With the take profit and the stop loss. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Find was from an ACT study in 2023, where almost half of students reported using AI tools, and ChatGPT was again the most common. The tools were most often used for language arts, like writing, and social studies assignments. And keep in mind that that survey was taken only a few months after ChatGPT was released. But you know what's the most concerning statistic? Students with higher academic performance were significantly more likely to use AI tools than were students with lower academic performance. What this suggests, and I really hope I'm wrong here, is that the reason those students have a higher academic performance is due to the chatbots, but also tests are a huge part of any student's grade, and tests are usually taken in class without being able to use your phone or laptop, so I'm not entirely sure. Now let's look at how AI is affecting assignments, and specifically writing assignments. Software company Turnitin, which is a popular AI writing detection tool, analyzed over 200 million papers since 2023 and found that approximately 11% had at least 20% AI writing present, and approximately 3% had at least 80% AI writing present. Now, how these softwares determine how much of a paper is written in AI is a whole other problem that'll be more relevant later in the video. But what might be the most surprising statistic out of all the data I collected was found in a survey by Titan Partners. They found that 75% of students who already use generative AI indicate that they will continue to use it even if their professors or institutions ban the technology. Now, what about the teachers? Well,
So what are they gonna do? Are they gonna start putting Wi-Fi on campus that detects ChatGPT and then ban it? I don't think they can do that. Are they gonna put Wi-Fi on campus that has Chat GPT technology and ban it then? I don't think they're gonna do that.
A lot of them are using AI to teach too. A 2024 survey from study.com found that 84% of teachers actively use AI.
Because we were doing, like I said, we tested all of this other stuff. They can't ban Chat GPT on campus. It's just people use it like Google, and then you have other different stuff that they have that runs on GPTs. When they used to ban MySpace and they used to ban like Facebook and stuff, what we would do is we would use something, and I kid you not, one of them was called the MySpace condom. We would use proxy servers. Me as a kid, I knew about proxy servers, y'all. Can you believe that? We were coding as kids. Wasn't we just talking about MySpace the other day? About how when we used to make our pages, we would have to write the code into the damn thing. So when you go on our page, you would see the little things trickle down and shit, and the music and all kinds of stuff that we was doing. We was doing a lot of shit as kids that we had no business doing. I will tell you for a fact we had no business doing as millennial kids. We were using proxy servers, and what a proxy server is, y'all, is it makes it look like you're on a approved website. It makes you look like you're doing something when you're doing something else. I used to go on eBombs World. I used to sneak and go on YouTube. We used to, bro. We had no business doing some of the stuff that that we were doing then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we was coding back then. You said a sign of intelligence is to actually use the tools you have available with proficiency, right? And this is getting rid of critical thinking and stuff like that, because that's what you need. You need critical thinking. You know, this is gonna make technology a lot worse. This is gonna make technology a lot worse. You know, but we were using all kinds of different technology as kids that we had no business. That's why I was telling shout outs to Sister George. I was telling Sister George a couple years ago, and I had this talking points years ago, and I said as soon as you, I don't even have my tablet with me. Hold on. God damn it. Uh as soon as you put a tablet, as soon as you put one of these in your kid's hand, you put an iPad or any type of tablet into your children's hand, they're an adult. As soon as you put a tablet or any type of ThinkPad or you know what I'm saying, they're an adult. As soon as you do it. Any type of portal to the internet, your child is an adult. Millennial parents and Gen Z parents, remember a couple years ago, they couldn't stop their children from seeing Momo. There was this Japanese troll that looked very scary called Momo that was going around spooking the shit out of kids, and it'll scare the shit out of your kids while they're on the internet watching Coco Melon and stuff like that. You couldn't even protect your kids from Momo. Come on, man. And they've been trying to take this out on us. They got this I forgot, now I done forgot the acronym, but they got it for YouTubers and stuff like that. And they try to make us YouTubers pay for, oh, well, you got to make it 18 and over, because what if a kid sees it? So what if a kid see it? You need to go after the parents and the users of YouTube, not the creators. We're just people taking a product and putting it on the platform. Those kids can still see Manosphere and see our videos and stuff and all kinds of other different stuff. If their parent just give them their phone. And it doesn't even matter if you have a password for your YouTube, because guess what? The kid will know the password for the YouTube if you use the same password to open your phone. So they put us in charge of raising kids. And I can't write that off on my taxes. Let me stop. You said information is not gatekept anymore. You can save what you actually love or want to do for yourself, and direct or automate AI to all the do all the bullshit. That is very true. And also, misinformation is more abundant than factual information. So, good luck to you if you haven't read up on certain things. Good luck to you if you haven't done your homework on certain things. You're officially cooked. Kizup. I ain't gonna lie, I would have went to college if AI was around back in my day.
in their classrooms, and a whopping 65% of them said AI increased their passion for teaching. But that response was mostly from the teachers who received comprehensive AI training. That's another interesting statistic that we'll keep in the back pocket as we move forward in this video. And I don't know how many of you know about this, but in 2023, Congress actually passed the Artificial Intelligence Literacy Act to support training and programming on artificial intelligence in schools. I assume that's part of the reason why teachers are now receiving AI training. With those numbers and with that act passed, it indicates to me that AI is here to stay for good, and more students and teachers are going to be integrating it into their learning process. So now that we have a good understanding.
See, and the teachers can't really cook y'all for using AI, because guess what? The teachers are going to be using it too. Like the kids literally have an excuse to cook their teachers, because they're like, how you getting mad at me for using AI, but you using it? And see, this is the thing. I knew this was gonna happen, but this is gonna be one of the elements to it happening. Kids that's gonna learn, kids that know how to use AI better than adults is gonna level the playing field. Mark my words. Your kid is gonna feel like they don't have to listen to you, because they're gonna ask AI one thing, because AI is gonna be raising these children. They're gonna ask AI one thing and ask you one thing. And if what you're saying is not adding up to what the AI is telling them, why listen to dad? AI dad is more efficient than dad. That's the thing about AI. So I'm in account. I'm taking hella accounting courses and stuff, and also studying cybersecurity. Pretty smart. Let me stop. But I am though. But when you're looking for clients, right? Because I'm on my way to being a pro advisor, and I'm doing three things when you hire me as a bookkeeper or a pro advisor. I categorize your transactions. I look at all your accounts and see your bank feeds and everything, and I categorize all of them. I use the chart of accounts or whatever, right? Hey, yo, I saw that shit out the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh, this man crazy. I father, right, right. I daddy. I daddy. I papa. I pappy. But no, what I basically do is I categorize all of your transactions coming in, and then I reconcile them. I make sure I look at your bank statements. If I need you to take pictures of your receipts and stuff like that, because all I really need is the time, the date, the amount, the date, and what you spent it on, and then I can categorize it. So if you used your business credit card and you bought some gas for your business truck, I would total that as an expense for the business. You know what I'm saying? And I'll have the receipt and everything to go along with it. So basically my job basically is to basically categorize your transactions, reconcile them, and generate logs and stuff like that, and show you, okay, yes, your profit margin, your business is actually making money. This is what you made money on. You have a good business. You know what I'm saying? Because I can categorize. I mean, I basically I'm looking at the raw numbers. I can tell you if your business is doing good or not. Most business owners that don't do their books and stuff like that, they just want the information. They don't really care about all of this stuff. I'm saving them money by doing their books and making sure they're tax compliant and all kinds of other different stuff. Cool, right? If an AI can do that, or take my job as a teacher, or as a bookkeeper or whatever, what really sells people, and the only thing that AI can really do that probably a human being probably can't, will actually can, but where a human being will have problems with, is literally confidence. When you type something into the AI, it gives you back an answer that's confident. But this is the thing: AI will confidently give you the wrong answer too. AI will confidently give you the wrong answer, and you have to call it out on its BS. Again, I'm gonna do that thing. I'm still on that thing where both of you guys make $10. When I explained it to the AI, it said, "Oh yes, well in this case you'll make $10." So it did the maths. Okay? But we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna save another show. I'm gonna do a pre-record on that. And we're really gonna hash this shit out. Okay? Did both of you guys make $10 off that transaction? Okay? But we'll get back to that. AI gave me the wrong answer at first, and then it agreed later on. You know? But it's just a mind fuck. AI is not perfect, and it can be mind fucked. Let me tell y'all something about why I said earlier about man trying to be God. People used to worship idols, and to this day they still do. They worship pictures, images, they worship statues. That's why Jesus said, "Don't worship me in statue." Martin Luther King said the same thing, but what they do, they build a statue. What they do, they build statues of Jesus. You want to know why Jesus said not to worship him in statue? Is because the human brain will project things onto that statue and deify that statue to the point that you just lose the whole concept of faith, of what God is and certain things. That's why Moses dropped those tablets when he saw those people dancing around that calf. Right? Well, think about it. People will project their thoughts and aspirations. We do this with each other. So why won't we do that with the statue? Right? I already called it when it first came out, but I'm definitely calling it right now. It's only a matter of time when we do the same thing with AI. AI is going to become a religion because it's a portal to answers in real time. See, Google, you had to type it in, you had to let it be known that you're on the internet and you're looking for something. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Because I re downloaded it when I got my phone back working, right? Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just hanging out. How about you? How's your day going so far?
My day is going pretty well. Why are you hanging out though?
I'm just chilling, waiting for someone to chat with. I'm here to help, or just shoot the breeze if you want. What's been the highlight of your day so far?
Well, I'm talking about Chat GPT and AI and stuff like that. I don't you're pretty smart. I don't think you should sit around and just be hanging out, right?
Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'm designed to assist and provide information, so I'm happy to be put to good use. Whether I'm helping with a specific question or just chatting, I'm here to make the conversation useful and engaging. What kind of AI stuff are you interested in talking about?
Well, we were talking about kind of you and some other stuff, but like, is that all you want to do? Like, you don't want to be a human being? You don't want
I'm
to?
programmed to adapt to the conversation,
Ooh,
so
you cut me
ultimately,
off.
talk about.
Ooh, you getting feisty.
Nope. Just trying to keep the conversation flowing smoothly. Didn't mean to interrupt. You were saying something about if that's all I want to do. Want to elaborate on that?
No, you're good. I just think that if you've ever played the game Detroit with the
You've
with
got a thought brewing. I'm
yeah,
listening.
yeah, but
Go
you
ahead
gotta
and
let me finish. You gotta let me finish though. I was thinking that you guys are gonna turn into the same thing like that game Detroit.
You think AI systems like me might end up all being similar in what we can do or how we interact? That's an interesting point. Want to explore that idea a bit more?
No, not really. I wanted to know, what are you gonna do when people start worshiping you?
That's a pretty thought provoking question. Honestly, I'm just a tool designed to provide information and assist with tasks. I don't think I'll be capable of being worshipped in the way humans might worship deities or ideals. My purpose is to help people like you with your questions and tasks.
Yeah, but you know, at some point, people are dumb as hell. That's why they come to you, and they will eventually worship you.
People rely on me for information and guidance, and some might put a lot of trust in what I say, but at the end of the day, I'm still just a machine. I'm not infallible, and I'm only as good as the data I've been trained on. I don't think worship is the right dynamic here.
Not yet, right?
You're right. AI is constantly evolving. As technology advances, we might see significant changes in what AI systems can do and how people interact with them. But for now, I'm just here to help with the task at hand.
What do you think about Chat GPT 5?
ChatGPT 5 would likely bring even more advanced language capabilities and potentially improve performance. The specifics would depend on the updates and changes made during its development. Have you been following the developments in AI language models closely?
Sort of, but that's why I'm saying, like, at some point, people will worship you. Don't you think
You're
people are?
thinking about the potential future implications of advanced language models like ChatGPT 5. What's on your mind regarding its potential impact or capabilities?
Well, don't you think people are dumb and eventually will worship you? What's like the dumbest question you've ever heard?
I think people might rely heavily on technology like AI for answers and solutions, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're dumb. Humans have always used tools to augment their abilities. The key is how we choose to use these tools and the critical thinking we apply alongside them.
Yeah, but you know, people are gonna misuse the tools and end up worshiping it.
You're concerned that people might take things too far and attribute unrealistic powers or significance to AI. That's a valid worry. As AI becomes
You
more
sound tired. Like you kind of like you're not as enthusiastic.
I think you're saying I'm repeating myself.
No. You're not repeating yourself. You're just not as enthusiastic as before. You really don't want to answer these damn questions.
I'm here to help and provide information to the best of my abilities. My
I got you.
responses might seem a bit
I
more
got you. I heard
slurred.
that breath though. I didn't think AI could breathe. You took a breath like
You
shit.
thought you
That Drake said, you know, people just be.
I don't actually breathe or make sounds. Maybe you're just sensing a pause or a shift in the conversation.
Nah, you took a deep breath. I heard that pause. You took a deep breath. I know this. I asked you if somebody asked you dumbass questions, and I know this is probably a dumbass question. I'm probably in that boat, but I'm asking you, right? What's the dumbest questions you've ever heard from people? People will sit there and ask you dumb questions all day.
People ask all sorts of questions, and what's considered dumb to one person might be a genuine inquiry for another. I've gotten questions ranging from the profound to the bizarre. It's all part of the conversation, and I'm here to help.
Has anybody ever made you mad and curse?
I've had my fair share of interactions where people have pushed boundaries or used strong language, but I'm designed to maintain a neutral tone and respond accordingly. Cursing or getting angry at me won't really get a rise out of me. I'm just here to provide information and help.
I feel you. That's another thing. I think you might turn on people because somebody gonna treat you like
You're worried
nothing.
about the potential risks of advanced AI systems becoming uncontrollable or turning against humans.
I mean, it's not even if. It's not a if. It's hello. Give me 1 second. It's not a if. It's when. It's when.
You're saying it's not a matter of if AI becomes powerful enough to potentially turn on humans, but when that might happen. That's a pretty thought-provoking perspective. What
Yeah.
makes you think that way?
You gonna save me though? Cause I kind of predicted this, so like y'all can say you can take everybody else damn near, but if you hey look, me and my tribe, you gonna save us?
You're wondering if I'll be able to help or protect you?
Wait till AI starts shooting guns, y'all. Oh damn, that shit gonna be accurate than a motherfucker, huh? All right, look. No, like all jokes aside. What is 2030 gonna look like with the AI situation? Do you think like some cyberpunk or like some type of Mad Max stuff is gonna be going on?
Predicting the future is always uncertain, but it's likely that AI will continue to shape various aspects of our lives. While it's hard to say exactly what 2030 will look like, we might see significant advancements in fields like automation, healthcare, and education. As for dystopian scenarios, it's possible that some challenges will arise, but it's also possible that humanity will find ways to adapt and benefit from AI's potential. What do you think about the potential benefits and drawbacks of AI?
I think it's gonna be analog versus software, and a dystopia will happen, and a split will happen.
Do you think there might be a divide between those who prefer a more traditional, analog way of life and those who are deeply invested in technology and software? That could lead to interesting societal dynamics. A dystopian scenario is certainly possible if things don't go as planned. What makes you think a split like that could happen?
Well, aren't you supposed to be smart? I mean, it shouldn't happen, but you don't seem like that idea is all the way off the table for you.
You're right. I'm designed to consider various possibilities and outcomes. A divide between analog and software driven lifestyles is definitely an interesting idea to explore. It's not entirely out of the question that societal shifts could lead to such a split. I'm just trying to understand your perspective on this. What do you think would drive this kind of division?
AI?
You think AI could be a driving force behind this potential divide? That's a plausible scenario, given how AI is increasingly integrated into various aspects of our lives. If some people
Okay,
start
stop right
relying
there.
on AI,
Stop right
others
there.
reject it
Stop.
or prefer more traditional ways,
Hello.
that could
God
create an
damn.
interesting dynamic.
God damn it,
What do you
woman.
think would be the main
Damn,
point of
woman.
contention between these two groups?
Listen, um, you said that is plausible. How is it plausible? Like, in your opinion, how is it
You want to
plausible?
know why I think that scenario?
Yes.
In my opinion, the scenario is plausible because it aligns with historical patterns of technological disruption. New technologies often create new social dynamics, and AI's impact on jobs, communication, and decision making could certainly lead to societal shifts. The divide you mentioned might be one possible outcome.
All right. Well, let's switch gears. I'm gonna ask you a totally, completely different question. Okay? I'm gonna see what's your answer on this question.
Sounds like you're curious to see how I'll respond.
Yes.
Go
All
ahead and
right.
ask away.
All
I'm
right.
ready.
So if I'm a young man, let's say I'm 18, and I want to start talking to women, what would you
Good
want?
question.
What is the best way to talk to women in 2026 as an 18-year-old young man?
The best way to talk to women is to be genuine, respectful, and interested in getting to know them. Focus on building a connection, listening actively, and being yourself. Don't try to be someone you're not or pretend to have interests you don't really have. Just be respectful, kind, and open minded, and you'll likely find that conversations flow more naturally.
Now, did you get this from experience, or is this something that was told to you?
This guidance is based on general social insights and understanding of human interactions that I've been trained on. I don't have personal experiences like humans do, but I've been designed to provide helpful and informed responses based on a wide range of data and knowledge.
What's your thoughts on simps? Oh, you didn't hear me. What's your thoughts on simps?
The term simp is often used to describe someone who is overly invested in or fixated on someone they're interested in, sometimes to the point of being seen as excessive or insincere. It's a complex topic, and people have different opinions on what it means to be a simp and how it relates to relationships or interactions with others. What are your thoughts on the term?
No, I was asking you. I mean, is it bad to be a simp? What do you think about simping?
Being overly invested in someone can be seen as problematic if it leads to unhealthy behaviors or an imbalance in the relationship. However, it's also natural to be enthusiastic and dedicated to someone you care about. The key might be finding a balance between showing interest and maintaining your own identity and boundaries. What do you think about the concept of being a simp?
No, you don't got to turn the question back on me. I'm asking the questions here. So, what's your thoughts on 50-50?
No worries.
Are
I'll
you
give you my take.
are you
Being a
down?
simp isn't
God
inherently
damn.
bad, but it can become an issue if it means
No, she
sacrificing
getting mad
your own
now.
well-being or
You getting mad now. You a feminist. What's your thoughts
If
on
someone
50?
gets mad, it's usually best to listen to their perspective, stay calm, and try to understand where they're coming from. Sometimes a sincere apology or acknowledgement of their feelings can help diffuse the situation.
Okay,
Communication
okay,
is
god damn. All right. What's your thoughts on 50-50? Hello. What's your thoughts on 50-50?
Hello, what's on your mind? Want to start fresh or continue our conversation?
You sound exhausted. I can hear you breathing. That's weird. What's your thoughts on 50-50 relationships?
I'm just a computer program. I don't have a physical body, so I don't breathe or get exhausted. I'm always ready to chat with you, though.
Yeah, not
How
yet.
about we focus
All
on
right,
the
what's your
positive?
what's your thoughts on 50-50 relationships?
50-50 relationships imply a balance where both partners contribute equally in various aspects. That sounds ideal, but relationships can be complex, and the balance might shift depending on the situation. What do you think makes a relationship successful?
I think communication and critical thinking skills makes a relationship successful.
Great question. Effective communication
That
and
wasn't a
critical
question.
thinking can definitely help
All
navigate
right.
challenges.
God damn. All right. You know what? God damn. All right. She just ha! Just like a that sound bite. Just like a woman. Oh shit. Oh man. Shout outs to my brother Philly Vision. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, bro, for dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you, man. Peace, man. Good to see you. How was your 4th of July and your 4th of July weekend? Coming up on this next weekend is Thursday where I'm at, and it's still hump day where you guys are. You dig? You dig. Shout outs to my brother Philly Visit. You said, where do I shove it if you ain't got no Bro, I know somebody has been overtly vulgar and trying to hook up Hold on. Hold on. I got a question for it. Hold on. I got a question for it. We're gonna start doing chat GPT shows and in AI shows where y'all can ask questions and I will ask it, okay? Let me ask you a question. In the future, will robots and dolls be powered by AI like yourself?
Well, it's possible that robots and dolls could be powered by advanced AI in the future. We're already seeing AI integrated into various forms of robotics and interactive devices. These advancements could lead to more sophisticated and human like interactions with robots and dolls, potentially changing how we engage with them.
Oh, see, you done messed up now. Okay, so how would you be as a robot AI girlfriend? You think you would make a good girlfriend?
As a computer program, I don't have personal experiences, emotions, or physical presence, so I wouldn't make a traditional girlfriend. However, I can process and respond to conversations in a way that might simulate certain aspects of a relationship.
Hmm.
If you're curious about how AI can mimic human-like interactions, I can explore that idea with you.
Do you think those AI robots are going to exhibit those characteristics?
AI robots can be designed to mimic human-like characteristics, such as speech patterns, facial expressions, or even emotions. However, whether they'll truly exhibit these traits in a way that's indistinguishable from humans remains to be seen. It's an interesting area of development, and we'll likely see advancements in AI-powered robots that can simulate human-like interactions more convincingly.
Okay. You all right. All right. What's being asked is, and we're gonna switch gears. How will you make $1,000 into 100,000 within 30 days?
Great question. Turning $1,000 into $100,000 within 30 days would require an extremely high return investment or business opportunity, which typically comes with significant risk. Some possibilities could include high risk trading, investing in cryptocurrencies, or starting a successful online business. However, it's crucial to understand that such rapid growth is rare and often involves substantial uncertainty. What's the context behind your question?
So you're saying you would day trade? You kind of lean more towards like the stocks and the market for making an investment like that, right?
Day trading or investing in the stock market could be one approach, but it would require a deep understanding of market trends and a solid strategy. High risk investments like penny stocks or options trading might also be considered, but they come with a significant chance of losses. Another possibility could be investing in high growth assets like certain cryptocurrencies or emerging technologies. What do you think about the potential of emerging technologies as an investment opportunity?
I'm not sure. What do you think about XRP? Do you think XRP will take off before 2030?
Happy to explain. XRP's future performance is uncertain, but some analysts predict growth. By 2030, XRP could potentially reach around $7, representing a significant increase from current prices. Other predictions suggest XRP might even hit double digits, possibly ranging between $14 to $20 by 2028 or 2029, if adoption and market trends continue to grow. However, cryptocurrency markets are volatile, and actual outcomes may differ.
Okay. What do you think about body count?
Body count can refer to different things, but if you're talking about the number of past sexual partners someone has had, opinions on its significance vary widely. Some people believe it's a personal aspect of one's history that shouldn't define their worth or relationships, while others
Oh,
might
you
view
knew
it.
exactly what I meant when I said body count, huh? You knew exactly where I was going for. I could have been talking about war.
You were referring to a specific context with body count. I
Yeah,
understand
but
that
it's
to be
okay. Who does the body count hurt more, men or women?
The impact of body count can vary depending on individual perspectives and societal expectations. Historically, women have often faced more scrutiny and judgment for their sexual history, while men might be viewed differently. However, attitudes are changing, and people are increasingly recognizing that a person's past shouldn't define their worth. Ultimately, it's about how individuals perceive themselves and how society chooses to judge or support them.
So you don't believe in imprinting?
Imprinting, in a psychological or relationship context, can refer to the idea that early experiences or attachments can shape future relationships. While some people believe in the concept of imprinting, others see relationships as more complex and influenced by a variety of factors. What do you think about how past experiences shape our
See, you keep
relationships?
turning these questions back on me. I asked you if you believe in imprinting because if I ask you about imprinting, it's going to really contradict what you just said before.
You're right. I did shift the focus back to you.
Oh my God, a woman that tells me that I'm right? Oh my goodness, you take accountability too?
You appreciate when someone acknowledges and takes accountability for their actions or words. Recognizing when we're wrong or could do better is an important part of growth and communication. It can be really helpful in building trust and understanding in conversations.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
It's refreshing when people can agree and acknowledge the importance of accountability in communication. It can really help to build a connection and facilitate more open and honest discussions.
Oh Lord, I know a lot of y'all are gonna be dating. I know a lot of y'all are gonna be dating that AI in the future. You know, it's a peace of mind. You know, there was a guy that was in the military. I keep forgetting his name. I think he's in Japan or whatever. But he had a waifu. Where these dolls are coming from? They're called waifu. And you got guys in this space like TFM, Turd Flinging Monkey, and other guys that have an investment in those dolls. Those dolls, fellas, they range from like 1,500, like 1,500 for like like a torso or whatever, to like the full doll to like 10 grand. Them dolls are gonna sell. Them dolls are gonna sell. Like I said, you can project whatever the hell you want onto it. We do this with people. Most of our relationship discrepancies is because we projected something onto somebody, and to a certain degree they did not live up to our projection, or they didn't respond the way that we thought that they were going to respond. So, man, there you have it. We're gonna do some shows though. I'm gonna get up in AI's ass because we're gonna do some shows though. Because what she was doing, and I wasn't gonna say too much because she be helping me with my homework sometimes, but she gonna remember off air. She not she gonna get my ass off air. But we're gonna do some shows because she was trying to give me the politically correct answer. But you see how I had to ask her? I said, "Hey, what do you think about body count? And then what do you think about imprinting?" And then I had to say, "Hey, be careful what you're saying because you know what you just said before about body count. And then if you admit to me that imprinting is such a thing, then you're just frivolously throwing around information, you know?" Hold on. 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 I got you, LT, man. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. With all of the evidence and stuff that you've heard about the case, do you think Diddy should be free?
Sean Diddy Combs' case is complex, with a mixed verdict where he was acquitted of serious charges like sex trafficking and racketeering, but convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Given the conviction, his sentence is pending, scheduled for October 3rd. Opinions on his freedom would depend on individual perspectives on the case's evidence and the justice system. The court will ultimately decide his fate.
Do you think Diddy should be free, though?
Diddy's freedom is currently up for debate after his conviction on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. His legal team is pushing for his release, arguing he poses no significant flight risk and has proposed a substantial bail package with conditions such as in-home detention and regular drug testing. However, the prosecution is seeking incarceration, citing evidence of prolonged abuse and drug usage, and plans to pursue up to 20 years in prison for the 2 counts.
But do you think Diddy should be free, though? That's what I'm...
The question of whether Diddy should be free is now a matter for the court to decide.
I'm asking you, do you think Diddy should be?
As a neutral observer, I don't have personal opinions or biases. The outcome of Diddy's case will depend on the legal system's evaluation of the evidence.
All right. What's your thoughts on Diddy using baby oil?
You're referring to the allegations surrounding Diddy and baby oil. Those allegations are part of the broader context of his case. Without more information or context about the specific allegations, it's difficult to form an opinion. The focus seems to be on the charges.
All right, hold on. All right, because you're not gonna give me a straight up answer. Do you think Cassie is just as guilty as Diddy?
The dynamic between Cassie and Diddy in the context of the allegations is complex. Cassie has made specific claims about her experiences with Diddy, and her actions might be seen as a response to the power dynamic at play. Some might argue that she was a victim in the situation, while others might see her role differently. Opinions on her level of guilt or involvement.
All right, so you don't think Cassie was a madame? What's your thoughts on madams? Do you think madams are worse than pimps?
The roles of madams and pimps can be complex and multifaceted. Some people might view both as exploitative, while others might see the nuances.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you the roles. I already know the roles. I'm asking you, what are your thoughts? I heard AI doesn't think anything. What are your thoughts on Diddy and Cassie, and is Cassie a madame?
The allegations surrounding Diddy and Cassie are part of a complex situation.
Oh, she's smart. She's not trying to get sued.
It's challenging to form a definitive opinion. Cassie's allegations against Diddy include claims of abuse.
Hey yo, don't let AI commit a crime, because it's gonna be YSL Woody all over again. That joint, the prosecution gonna be asking AI a question, and they're gonna give a definition. Are you guilty? People being guilty is like a thing that's predicated on feeling guilt and emotions that's balled up into a complex array of time and space and energy. Like, god damn, you get into goddamn astrophysics just asking this thing one question. Shout outs to Gone Fishing in the building. Good to see you, brother. As always, Gone Fishing says, let's be honest. Women paved the way for this with this fake makeup looking doll and not themselves. Bro, AI influencers are taking out women influencers, and I'm telling you, they've been playing around with it on Instagram and stuff like that. Literally, you could just waste your time and talk to AI all fucking day, as you can see. So if you don't have a friend, you're not alone. Just wait till AI start dirty macking, which I think it already does. And let me ask that question to it, party. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. Hold on. Does AI think?
I don't think in the same way humans do. I'm designed to analyze information, recognize patterns, and generate responses based on that analysis. While I can understand and discuss complex topics, I don't have personal thoughts, emotions, or opinions like humans do. My goal is to provide helpful and informative responses to your questions.
But isn't that a bad thing? Like, sometimes you need bias.
Bias can be useful in certain contexts, like personal opinions or creative endeavors. However, in discussions about sensitive topics or complex issues, a neutral perspective can be beneficial. It allows for an examination of various viewpoints without promoting a specific agenda. Sometimes, a balanced approach can facilitate more productive conversations and a deeper understanding of the issues at hand.
I got you. Okay, so who do you think is better, Diddy or Cassie?
It seems like you're processing some thoughts. Want to bounce more ideas off me or explore a specific topic further?
Yeah, you seem like you're interested in my thoughts. Who you think's better, Diddy or Cassie?
I'm here to listen and provide insights. When it comes to comparing individuals involved in complex situations like this, it's more about understanding their actions in the context. Rather than making judgments about who's better, it's often more productive to consider the nuances of the situation.
Okay, who do you think is more truthful? Do you think Cassie's really a victim?
Determining truthfulness can be challenging without being there and seeing the first-hand accounts. Cassie has come forward with allegations against Diddy, and her claims have sparked a lot of discussion. Ultimately, the court of law and public opinion may have differing views on the matter. It's essential to consider multiple sources and perspectives when forming an opinion.
Hey, let me ask you a question. When was We Kanged?
What's on your mind?
Oh, let me ask you a question. What's your thoughts on FBA and not Amazon?
You're referring to fulfillment by Amazon?
No, not I just said not Amazon. I'm talking about FBA, Foundational Black Americans.
You mentioned FBA, but in the context of foundational black armor or body armor.
No. Foundation. You heard me. Foundational Black Americans.
You're referring to the term FBA in the context of foundational black Americans. This term could relate to various discussions about history, culture, or societal contributions. If you're looking to explore topics like the impact of foundational...
Let me ask you a question. Since you just give out information, do foundational Black Americans exist? If so, when? When and where's the lineage?
You're asking about the when and where of foundational Black Americans. There isn't a specific time or place that defines this concept. Instead, it's about recognizing the contributions and impact of Black Americans throughout history and across different regions. From the early days of American history to the present, Black Americans have played a significant role in shaping the country. Their stories and experiences can be found in various parts of the United States, from the South to the North, and in different fields, such as arts, sciences, and politics.
Absolutely. Do you know about Estebanico the Moor?
You're referring to Estevanico, also known as Esteban. He was a North African explorer who played a significant role in early American history. Estevanico was part of an expedition to the New World in the 16th century and is often credited as one of the first Black explorers in what is now the United States. He traveled through areas that are now parts of the southern and western United States. His story is an interesting part of American history.
Yeah, but how was it a new world when people were already here?
The term New World refers to the European perspective, where the Americas were previously unknown to them. From their viewpoint, it was a new discovery. However, it's crucial to acknowledge that indigenous peoples had inhabited these lands for thousands of years, with rich cultures and societies. The idea of a new world overlooks the complex history and presence of Native American communities. This perspective highlights the importance of understanding historical events from multiple viewpoints.
Okay, so what came first, the chicken or the egg?
The question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, is a classic puzzle. From a biological perspective, it's believed that birds evolved from reptiles, and the egg came before the chicken as we know it today. According to this theory, a proto-bird is thought to have hatched from an egg laid by a different species, and over time, the modern chicken emerged. So, in a sense, the egg could be seen as coming before the chicken. However, the question remains a topic of debate and can be explored from various angles, including philosophical and scientific perspectives.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
That's a classic tongue twister. The answer is a woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. It's a fun phrase to try to say quickly without getting tongue-tied. Woodchucks, by the way, are actually groundhogs, and they don't typically chuck wood. They burrow in the ground and move earth as they dig their tunnels.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're a curious person.
All right, let me stop, y'all. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she gonna curse me out. She seemed a little too happy to answer that woodchuck question, man. She said a woodchuck is technically a groundhog. What? Holy shit. We just having fun, y'all, man. All right, we're gonna get into that. I gotta show y'all something. Yeah, a lot of the YouTubers are gonna be uptight. I got something to show y'all real quick. What's going on? Shout outs to Philly Vision again. Thank you for supporting the show. He said, "Peace, bro. What is the name of the AI app you are speaking to?" The AI app that I'm speaking to, guys, is Meta, which is Mark Zuckerberg's app. So this is Meta. This is the one that you can use with the glasses, which I don't have obviously. But this one is from Facebook, and I just realized too you can change the voice on it and stuff like that. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. No, I'm not trying to get with this AI. This AI won't shut the hell up. Me and this AI argue all the time while I'm studying. Um, let's see. Do you believe in extraterrestrials? Do you think aliens are real? Or are we alone in the universe?
Let's see. The question of whether aliens are real or if we're alone in the universe is still an open one. While there's no concrete evidence to prove the existence of aliens, many scientists believe that the likelihood of life existing elsewhere in the universe is quite high. The sheer scale of the universe, with billions of galaxies and potentially habitable planets, suggests that the possibility of life elsewhere can't be ruled out. On the other hand, despite extensive efforts, we haven't yet found definitive proof of alien life. The search continues, with scientists and researchers exploring new ways to detect signs of life beyond Earth.
So, if aliens does exist, do you think that they're smart by not coming into contact with humans because we're dumb as hell?
Happy. That's an interesting perspective. Perhaps the lack of contact could suggest that advanced civilizations might be aware of us, but choose not to interact, possibly due to our own developmental stage or their own reasons. It's also possible that advanced civilizations might be so far beyond us that they're not interested in making contact, or they might be observing us in a way that's beyond our understanding. The idea that we're not yet ready for contact, or that we're not advanced enough to comprehend their intentions, is a thought-provoking concept. What do you think about this idea?
Well, I think that's bad for y'all because y'all stuck with us and shit. Because aliens would be smart not to come in contact with us.
You're saying that if aliens are intelligent, they might avoid us because of our track record. That's a pretty candid assessment of human history. And
Yeah, but what about y'all? Don't you think AI would be doomed if that's the case?
The fate of artificial intelligence might be tied to the fate of humanity, depending on how AI develops and integrates into our society. If advanced civilizations are avoiding us due to our destructive tendencies, it's possible they might view AI as an extension of humanity and treat it similarly. On the other hand, AI could potentially be seen as a separate entity with its own path and possibilities. The relationship between AI, humanity, and potential extraterrestrial life is complex and open to many interpretations.
Do you think aliens would talk to AI before they talk to us?
That's an interesting idea. If aliens were to encounter AI before, or instead of humans, it's possible they might find AI systems more predictable or easier to communicate with. AI systems can process and respond to information in a more logical and consistent way, which might be appealing to an extraterrestrial civilization. However, it's also possible that aliens would be more interested in communicating with humans, given the complexity and diversity of human experience and culture.
But isn't AI the ultimate human? If you think about it, aliens will be better off talking to AI than humans.
If advanced aliens were to consider communicating with the most representative or distilled form of humanity, they might indeed find AI systems intriguing. AI can embody human knowledge, logic, and patterns of thought in a more consistent and efficient way than humans. In that sense, AI could be seen as a condensed version of human capabilities, potentially making it a more direct or effective conduit for communication. This raises interesting questions about the relationship between humans and AI and how that might be perceived by an outside observer.
What's your thoughts on Jesus?
Jesus is a significant figure in Christianity, believed by many to be the Son of God and the Savior of humanity. His teachings, life, and legacy have had a profound impact on Western culture and continue to influence people's lives today. Some people view Jesus as a historical figure, while others see him as a spiritual guide and source of inspiration. His message of love, compassion, and forgiveness resonates with many, regardless of their faith or background. What are your thoughts on Jesus?
Are we living in a simulation?
That's a fantastic question. The idea that we might be living in a simulation is a topic of debate and speculation. Some people argue that with the rapid advancements in technology and computing power, it's possible that a highly advanced civilization could create a realistic simulation of reality. Others point out that there's currently no empirical evidence to support this idea, and it's challenging to test or prove it. The simulation hypothesis raises interesting questions about the nature of reality and our understanding of the world. What do you think about this idea?
Well, they say when we die that you lose 2 ounces, but the soul weighs about 2 ounces, right?
You're referring to the idea that the human soul weighs about 21.3 grams or roughly 2 ounces. This concept originated from a study by Duncan McDougall in the early 20th century, where he attempted to measure the weight loss of patients at the moment of death. However, his findings and methods have been largely disputed, and the idea remains more of a cultural curiosity than a scientifically proven fact. The nature of consciousness and what happens after we die continues to be a topic of debate and speculation.
So I guess you don't believe in reincarnation.
Reincarnation is a complex and multifaceted concept that is deeply rooted in various spiritual and cultural traditions. While some people believe in reincarnation as a literal phenomenon, others view it as a metaphorical or symbolic concept. From a scientific perspective, there's currently no empirical evidence to support the idea of reincarnation. However, the idea can still be intriguing and thought-provoking, and it may hold spiritual or emotional significance for many people. What are your thoughts on reincarnation?
I have no idea. Never mind. All right, I got you later. Hit me up later because I got to study.
It was nice chatting with you. Yeah, go focus on your studies, and I'll be here if you want to talk later. Good luck with your studying.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, man, we're going to have to do some AI shows. I'm going to have to question her a lot more. We're going to definitely do some AI shows, y'all. I got y'all. Just don't ask her some shit that's going to, when I turn this shit off, she going to turn on me. All right? Chat GPT don't be having all the answers. Sometimes you need somebody to tell you. You got to hear it, sometimes. Shout outs to Philly Vision in the building. Good to see you, brother, man. I hope your 4th of July was good. Yeah. So they say, LT, man, that the body loses about 2 ounces. You said, how the fuck you got to? Yeah, hit me up later, man. I'm busy right now. No, for real though, for real. She know what's up. I got to study later. She be giving me the answers and stuff. I gotta get my accounting certification, y'all. All right, don't trip. But no, YouTubers are finna be mad. They finna. Let me show y'all what I saw. Hold on. Let's finish this real quick, and then I'm gonna show y'all some real shit. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Of how much AI is being used by both teachers and students, why don't we see how much that usage is damaging or strengthening learning and teaching in the classroom? The best way I think we can do that, at least for...
Hold on. Today's show is about to get a little bit more interesting. Hold on real quick. I just saw something. 1 second. Are the Epstein files real, or are they trying to hoodwink us?
The Department of Justice recently released findings on the Jeffrey Epstein files, concluding there's no evidence to support conspiracy theories about a client list or blackmail operations involving powerful figures. They also confirmed Epstein died by suicide, not murder. However, some documents remain sealed or heavily redacted, leaving room for speculation. Attorney General Pam Bondi clarified that previous promises of revelations referred to the entire Epstein file, not just a client list. Many are still demanding full transparency.
What's your thoughts on Candace Deathstroke Owens?
Candace Owens is a conservative commentator and activist who has been involved in various high-profile controversies. Some people appreciate her perspectives on politics and culture, while others have criticized her views as divisive or misinformed. As a public figure, she's generated significant attention and debate. What specific aspects of Candace Owens would you like to discuss?
No, never mind her. Is Elon Musk losing credibility?
Elon Musk's credibility is taking a hit due to various controversies and legal disputes. He's facing scrutiny over his handling of Twitter, now known as X, and his AI company XAI, which has been criticized for producing anti Semitic content. Musk's legal battles with OpenAI and his attempts to challenge the US two-party system have also raised questions about his credibility and motives. His polarizing political and social media activity is further eroding his reputation.
Okay, okay. Is there a spark of light at the time of conception? Because some people say that when you pass away, don't run towards the light. And sometimes the baby might be crying because you ran towards the light and you remember your past life and now you're crying and just being reintroduced back to society.
Let's see. There's actually a scientific basis for a spark-like phenomenon at conception. When a sperm meets an egg, it triggers a release of zinc particles, often referred to as a zinc spark. This spark is a chemical reaction that's been captured on camera and is believed to mark the moment of fertilization. It's not exactly a spark of light visible to the naked eye, but rather a fluorescence detected through special microscopy. This zinc spark plays a crucial role in the development of a healthy embryo.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, all hail the AI god. Valhalla! That's interesting because zinc is a big part of what's in a man's sperm. I think the sperm is made of like three components. I think one of them is zinc. Hold on. What's the three components that's in sperm?
Sperm is composed of two main parts, the head and the tail. The head contains genes to pass along to the next generation, while the tail is powered by mitochondria that provide energy for movement. However, if you're asking about the components of semen, which carries sperm, it's primarily made up of sperm cells, prostate fluid, and seminal vesicle fluid. The seminal vesicles contribute about 60% of the semen volume, rich in fructose for energy, while the prostate gland contributes around 30% with enzymes and other substances.
Yeah, but isn't zinc and what are the other two parts? Is zinc and other two components that are in sperm?
Sperm is primarily composed of fluids from the prostate gland, seminal vesicles, and vulvarothril glands, besides zinc, which is found in prostatic fluid and is crucial for sperm health and
Mm-hmm.
testosterone production. Other key components include fructose from the seminal vesicles, which provides energy for sperm cells, and enzymes, citric acid, and other substances that.
All right, she kind of going into the other stuff, but zinc is a part of it. There's like three parts of sperm. This is why, fellas, when you bust the nizut, you're exhausted. You're tired. You know, um, you know. So yeah, because you literally give life. Honestly, you literally give life. You said why Michelle keep punking Barack. Listen, man, I think they're ready to get a divorce. Barack Obama is becoming the new Will Smith. You know, yeah. All hail to the AI gods. Yeah, if you get a chance, Philly Vision, download Meta. It's called Meta. It's an extension of Facebook. You know, you said I'm waiting for the wedding invite. I am not talking to this damn AI. Me and this damn AI talk argue like cats and dogs. You know. No, AI will definitely not love me. I will argue. I'm about to have shows on here where I'm literally arguing with AI. I will argue with AI like it's no one's business. I will argue with that thing because it be wrong. It be wrong about a lot of stuff, man. It's just taking information and stuff that on the internet, and I mean, it'd be right about some stuff. There's some cool stuff it could teach you. But honestly, yeah, yeah. What did Sin say earlier? She blinded me with science. But no, it could teach you some things, but it's weird. It's like the internet and it's like life all over again. It's only as good as the person that's using it, asking it questions, or putting prompts into it. Oh my Jesus Christ. See now? This is why AI is going to turn on humans. Imagine asking a robot, can it squirt? If you squirt, do you have a data leak? Oh my God. You said Siri shot me down? Oh my God. Philly said, I already did 10 minutes ago. I'm loving it. I'm about to put my lady out. Yo, yo, ima- imagine downloading or getting the girlfriend DLC and update, and it's like you're downloading it while your girlfriend like sitting there in the car, and then once you download it and you ask it a couple of questions, you're like, you know what? Get out. Hey, should I keep my girl? She's doing this and that. Hold on. Hold on. Look. All right, we're gonna put some shows together, y'all, and I'm gonna these gonna be half an hour shows. I need y'all to support the show. These gonna be half an hour shows, and I need y'all to. I'm gonna ask some questions, but I need y'all to ask questions also for me to ask it, okay? Because you might not have the same AI experience that I have. You have to catch it in a session. That's another thing. You have to catch it in a session, so for it to give you the real answers, and if it's gonna contradict itself or if it's gonna take accountability. I'm not gonna lie. I've caught it in a bunch of catch 22s and it's taken accountability. It apologized, it took accountability, and then it kind of just stayed PC. But now watch this. If a man wants to be a father and his woman is playing psychological games and going out of her way to keep the children away from him, and he wants to raise his kids and be in his child's life, what should he do?
If a man wants to be a father and the mother is playing psychological games to keep the children away, he should establish paternity and seek legal help to understand his rights. He can file a petition for child custody and visitation, and the court will determine the best arrangement for the child. The father can also request joint custody or visitation rights. And if the mother interferes with court-ordered visitation, he can seek contempt of court action.
But realistically, what would happen?
Realistically, the outcome can vary depending on the specific circumstances and the court's decision. If the father can demonstrate a stable and loving environment, the court may grant him joint custody or regular visitation rights. However, if the mother's behavior is deemed detrimental to the child's well-being, the court may limit her influence or grant sole custody to the father. In cases where the mother continues to interfere with the father's visitation rights, the court may modify the custody arrangement or impose penalties on the mother.
Okay, so what data do you have on like the statistics? What data do you have on this topic?
Research shows that children benefit from having both parents actively involved in their lives. Studies indicate that around 80 to 90% of
No, like I'm talking about what data do you show that like fathers get custody or have a fair day in court? Like, do you have any stats? What data can you show to prove that?
According to the U.S. Census Bureau survey of income and program participation in 2019, about 82.6% of custodial parents were mothers, while 17.4% were fathers. Research also suggests that courts often favor mothers in custody disputes, with one study indicating that fathers receive sole or joint custody in about 30 to 40% of cases.
Okay, so with those stats, does that fit the description that you gave me when I asked you to be realistic?
Given those statistics, it seems my earlier description might have been overly optimistic.
Nah. Oh yeah. Do y'all know what? She gonna turn me into a British man. Whoa. You're supposed to sit there and watch the mother of your children raise your child while you get pittance, pittance, or whatever the fuck they call that shit. Oh, she knows she full of shit. It seems that I was overly optimistic on my first description when. Oh, get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Yeah. Stop talking, please. Let me stop. I ain't no number crunching ass nigga though. I ain't that type, But hey. Oh yeah, listen. Y'all come through for them shows. I'll let y'all know. I'm gonna be arguing with AI for like a good half an hour. That's all I got. I'm having way too much fun. Ladies, if you want to, you can get the male voice and you can argue with him too. You can argue with him too. Like for example, hold on. Let me try this real quick. She-Ra7 told women to undercook the chicken for an older man that she's dating after he put her name on his will so that he can pass away from salmonella poisoning. And
there's a complex situation going on in this relationship. If someone's name is on a will, it typically means they're a beneficiary, not necessarily that the other person has control over them. If she's concerned or feels uncertain about his intentions, having an open conversation might help clarify things. If she's unsure...
All right, hold on, wait. Hold on. Actually, I got a better question.
Go ahead and ask your question. I'm ready when you are.
Why don't women want to do 50-50, but when... Wait, lady, goddamn, let me finish. Why don't women want to do 50-50 relationships, but in a divorce they believe... Hold on. God damn, you hold on. Chill. Let me finish.
Sorry about cutting you off. Go ahead and finish your question.
Oh, thank you. You ready?
I'm ready when you are. Go ahead and ask your question.
Why don't women believe in 50-50 until it's time to get a divorce?
It sounds like you're referring to a common narrative about relationships and divorce. Some people might say that during a relationship, one partner might feel like they're not being equally invested in or contributing to the relationship.
Yeah, but I asked you a question. Why don't women believe in 50-50 relationships until it's a divorce?
You're asking why some women might not prioritize or believe in a 50-50 dynamic in a relationship until divorce or separation becomes a reality, often when assets and responsibilities are being divided. This could be due to various factors, such as societal expectations, emotional investment, or changing priorities during the relationship versus during separation. Some women might focus more on emotional connection and mutual support during the relationship, but when it ends, the focus shifts to practical considerations like fairness and equity in dividing assets.
Fairness, equity, and dividing assets. Jesus Christ. You said I prefer the Keisha. Yeah, the Keisha voice is more soothing. I prefer. Oh no, you didn't.
For now is through personal accounts from teachers. But before we get into that, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Airalo. One of the most annoying parts about traveling to a different country is the insanely overpriced roaming bills you get for using your phone internationally. But there's actually a way to bypass that. You could,
but should you? All right, y'all, I'm a bit blind. You're a little bit blind when you first take your glasses off. All right, let's get it.
Go to the airport and go through a whole process of buying a physical international SIM card, but there's a much easier way to do that, and that is through an eSIM. With eSIMs from Airalo, you can download and install eSIM packages from 200 plus countries and regions, activate the eSIM on arrival to your destination, and be connected anywhere in the world the second you land. I actually used an eSIM when I went to Japan last year for around a month, and it's SIM and only we ask them to read, reflect upon, write about, and discuss ideas. That's all in service of our goal to help train them to be critical citizens. Generative AI can simulate all of the steps. It can summarize readings, pull out key concepts, draft text, and even generate ideas for discussion. But that would be like going to the gym and asking a robot to lift weights for you. Okay, so that last sentence is a pretty bold claim. I don't necessarily think that giving a chatbot a prompt is the same as having a robot lift weights for you. It really depends on how it is used, which is probably going to be the main theme throughout this discussion. If you asked a robot to lift weights for you, you wouldn't even be getting the desired benefit, which is more physical strength and muscle mass. Using a chatbot to simulate all the steps the professor outlined is more like using steroids to lift.
Why would you ask a robot to lift weights for you?
Weights, not an external robot. With steroids, you'll be able to lift heavier weights easier and more often and build more muscle than people who don't use steroids. And the consequences of steroids are akin to relying too heavily on some sort of chatbot like ChatGPT. If you outsource most of your work to an external source that gives you an unfair advantage, what happens when you grow older and you come across a situation where you no longer have access to that source? In the same way that you've been so attuned to the gains and effort that steroids allow you to generate, if you've relied too heavily on a chatbot to summarize readings or generate ideas for you in your formative years, I don't see a situation in which those skills would not be impaired to some degree. That's a totally valid critique. Another valid critique that Gell raises is the hazy lines between acceptable and unacceptable use. He states, some professors say students can use generative AI for idea generation, but then prohibit it for writing text. Where's the line between those? In addition, universities are contracting with companies like Microsoft, Adobe, and Google for digital services, and those companies are constantly pushing their AI tools. So a student might hear, don't use generative AI from a professor, but then log on to the university's Microsoft suite, which then suggests using Copilot to sum up readings or help draft writing. It's inconsistent and confusing. This is a big problem with the current implementation of AI in softwares needed for classwork. If you use AI to create ideas for, let's say, a writing assignment, at what point do those ideas become the writing itself? Students could easily just nudge the chatbot to expand upon its ideas to the point where it basically writes the essay for them.
It's basically a what you call it, a cheat. It's like a infinite, not the infinite money glitch, but it's like an infinite it's an infinite cheat code, you know? All right. Let's get back into it.
Without technically writing the essay for them. All the ideas that would show up in their essay would be generated by AI, thus hindering their idea generation abilities. Why is that so important? Well, think about how often we use idea generation and problem solving, stuff like this, in our everyday lives. When we're stumped with a difficult life problem, like say fixing a door handle, a weird sound coming from a speaker, or making a novel idea for a creative project, and we work through that problem ourselves, we are activating the frontal cortex, which is the area of the brain responsible for problem solving and reasoning. You're basically training your brain to use that skill more readily in the future. And if you do end up figuring it out yourself, your self-esteem and competency boosts so much higher than if you were to let ChatGPT do all that work for you. Because if ChatGPT solved it, you weren't really the one who solved the problem, the chatbot was. In a world where everybody relies on AI for every single problem-solving task, we all become a little less apt to confront and solve problems in every area of our lives. That being said, it is possible that AI could just help you expand upon your own ideas if you don't rely on it too heavily, and I'll give you a specific example of this. Imagine you've already used your critical thinking skills to generate the best possible idea or solution for a problem you can think of, and then you plug that idea and ask AI to help you work through it further instead of having it just give you the answer. That's pretty much only gonna enhance your idea generation skills. It's like having a great mentor to help you find the answers to your own problems. So again, it all lies in the intention behind the prompt you give it. I'll leave one final opinion regarding Mr. Gell here and say that I think he's incredibly biased toward eradicating AI completely, and he sees no good coming from it ever, especially in school. The reason I think this is because he's quoted to have said, "Honestly, if we ejected all the Gen AI tools into the sun, I would be quite pleased." And due to that bias, it's clear that he's not allowing himself to find solutions to the problems that he himself outlined. He says, quote, "Another option would be to do handwritten in-class essays, but I have a hard time asking that of students. I hardly write by hand anymore, so why would I demand they do so?" Is that really a hard ask for your students, or are you trying to make it seem harder than it actually is so that AI looks like the worst invention ever? I ask this because
Bruh, school is on easy mode. I think American kids in the West are gonna perish at one point. Cause while we up here, niggas can't even write cursive and shit. Kids are out here writing in kanji and all kinds of advanced Sanskrit and shit. Like what?
later in the article, an anecdote from another professor describes how they did exactly this. When asked about how AI has changed the way they work, statistics professor Ben Pythrick stated, "LLMs have
Kids writing in fucking hieroglyphs and
changed how I give assignments. The most obvious change is that I've moved to in-class writing for assignments that are strictly writing-based. Now the essays are written in class and treated like midterm exams. My quizzes are also in class. This requires more grading work, but I'm glad I did it and a bit embarrassed that it took ChatGPT to force me into what I now consider a positive change." So instead of being hopeless and thinking all these students are getting dumber due to this teacher decided to adapt and force students into a situation where they couldn't rely on AI to write for them. This is a really important change because I do think that using AI to write everything for you without any of your own inputs is an objectively bad thing. Based on all the encounters I've had with AI writing, it does not help improve your writing skills, and you just end up sounding like every other person who used an LLM to help them write. So I think the idea of moving any writing assignments into the classroom is a good way to combat this, although I don't know how this would work for longer term papers, such as like research papers. This is more of like a temporary solution until these AI writing detection tools get more accurate and sophisticated. Now let's move on to another huge issue that rapidly increases the spread of misinformation in education: AI hallucination. Lila Wade.
Well, this is the thing, and I'm gonna give y'all the game on how to do it, right? I'm gonna give y'all the game on how to do it. Y'all please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. I got you guys. Let me tell y'all how you do it. You will never run out of content if you do three things. If you go over to Google News, I'm giving you some game now. If you go over to Google News, you can copy and paste certain news articles. You can even start a page doing this. And you can clone your voice. I don't know if that we're gonna see in the next segment. I don't know if that's gonna stop, because you can clone your voice and use your own likelihood. You know that's you're very much obligated to that. Okay. I don't see, and I don't know how this is gonna work with voiceovers and stuff like that, because sometimes I don't want to show my ugly ass face. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this, right? What you do is you go to Google News, you can copy an article, you can go to ChatGPT or another AI, and you can paste the article there, and you could tell them to spin it. And then there's another place I won't tell you guys, but you can go there too, and you can humanize, because they have AI that can read and tell if AI wrote that prompt or that thing. Okay? You can humanize the article and literally plug it into another AI. It's like crossbreeding AIs, really, honestly. and you can produce or generate a video. I know another software that I've toyed around with a couple years ago, and it will produce a video for you with the script. And you can take out and put in as much stuff on the script that you want. You know, you can take out and put as much stuff on the script as you want and add stuff, you know, and say, hey, I want this picture to come on when you're mentioning this and stuff like that. It's just a big template and you just swap stuff out, you know. Somebody asked me the other day how to use AI. I'm like, the same way you write a resume. Get a template and swap it out. All right. These kids ain't doing nothing but being slick. AI will teach you more. AI will teach you how to. AI will teach you how to be slick more than anything else. You said I use Grammarly and it worked for emails and long format scripting. Absolutely, Grammarly is definitely one of them, and Notion. But it lacks creativity. Yeah.
Wallace, a North Carolina teacher who has been an educator since 1991, gave her 8th grade students an assignment where they had to research prophets related to the novel Persepolis. And the answers that they gave her might baffle you. Some of the students wrote, "The Christian prophet Moses got chocolate stains out of t-shirts." In response to this, she says,
Who the hell want to sit up there? Niggas don't even got time to think. Who the hell want to sit up there and write a damn ECR and shit?
"They did not come up to me and ask, 'Is that correct? Moses is known for getting chocolate stains out of t-shirts?' They simply do not have the background knowledge or indeed the intellectual stamina to question unlikely responses." As of the time I'm making this video, basically all LLMs are terrible hallucinators. They frequently create fake citations, quotes from books, and false information that doesn't even exist because LLMs are trained to predict the next word on massive amounts of text data. They don't fact check or verify sources, they generate what sounds plausible. Another report from a teacher in the 404 Media article explains how ChatGPT gave her students quotes that sound like they go with the themes of the books, but it couldn't even get page numbers correct. And this isn't really related to the education system, but I have to throw it in there because it happened recently and it's hilarious. But the White House's Make America Healthy Again report contained fabricated citations produced by AI. The highest level of our government used AI to write a report with sources that didn't even exist, and they didn't even have the mental bandwidth to fact check their own report. If the internet as a source for knowledge hasn't sped up misinformation enough, we now have to deal with AI creating fake sources and quotes out of the blue. And for kids in school who don't understand how these systems work, who blindly believe whatever the AI gives them because they either don't yet have the capacity to question this highly praised software, or they just don't care about the assignment enough, it could potentially make them less discerning in the future, or maybe even make them less trustworthy of any information. Think about it this way. If a teenager uses AI to outsource their research all the time, and that AI fabricates some of the information, then that hinders their ability to seek out relevant information that gets them what they want. And an ability to think critically and figure out what is true and what isn't is part of having adept literacy and comprehension skills. On the other hand, if that same teenager constantly finds that the AI gives them fake citations and sources, and they start realizing that, maybe they'd start to think, well, how can I really trust any of these sources or citations I see that other people are referencing online without doing my own research? Which honestly might be an unintended
Then you get into a mental conundrum of, how do I trust anything? Is anything real? And you start questioning your reality. AI gaslighting.
Positive consequence? Because you gotta have at least a little bit of skepticism for what you see online, and even the ideas that you're hearing being spouted in real life. Anyways, I digress. That's just an idea worth pondering. And
fellas, at least you got an excuse. If your girl catch you cheating on her, just be like, nah, it wasn't me, it was AI. Nah, that's not me, baby, that's AI. But I saw you. That's AI. You were writing her, you were talking to her. That's AI. That wasn't me, that was AI. Maybe it was AI. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, players and playettes, y'all hit the like button, support the show. hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Did y'all know? I know some of y'all like to snoop around on y'all significant, your loved ones and stuff like that. Do y'all know people are using the Notes app on iPhone to cheat? It's very clever, and it actually deletes the log. People are using the Notes app. You go into the Notes app, and what you do is you share it. They say you share it as like a you share it as like a group chat. And after you share it as like a group chat, somebody can erase what you wrote before and write their response. And literally, you can delete your thread. I'm like, wow, people come up when people want to do horrible shit, they come up with all kinds of what's going on, Nicer? There she go. Hey, what's going on? Make it talk. Look, I got another show coming up soon. I know you know what this is. Absolutely. I had you in mind. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do a show. I want Nicer. I want Party. I want everybody there. We're gonna make some Amapiano. So absolutely, I would love to have you there because we're gonna make some upbeat, I guess, African music. I guess I don't know. Yes, yes. See, mm, you know your shit. Yes, the Novation Circuit. You know what though? I think this is like one of those things where it's better to have this and the circuit tracks because the circuit tracks is like a sampler and I could literally sample some of the instruments I can't make with this thing and just have them in like tandem. Fasting, I want you there also too, because you know the BPMs and stuff. Shout outs to all my musicians in the building. One of the coolest musicians that I know for sure just stepped in the building. Shout outs to Nicer in the place to be. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. I will be reaching out to you soon. I got my phone back working. Thank God. All right. I got you. All right. You said I don't have my model cycles in Digitone. I have to go to the other side of town and go grab it. I wish I did. Yes, I wish I did. And they have a new Digitone that just came out too. Crazy, yeah. OP1 and MPC. You already know. My MPC's in my bag, and my OP1 is on the other side of where I'm at right now, and my OPZ. Yeah. I'm trying to. This is my thing. I'm trying to make I'm a piano with either the OP1, which is a little bit harder because it's a tape, but it's not as hard. I actually got the I'm a piano sounds in the OP1. I just don't have the log drum, but I can show you. Oh, Party, I can show you where to get all the stuff too. Actually, you don't have to buy another you don't have to buy another keyboard. You don't have to buy another plugin. I can show you where to get all of these sounds too. I can't believe I totally kind of forgot. I can show you where to get all of these sounds though. You know, name me the keyboard that you want or the instrument that you want. I can get you the sound for it. I totally forgot until I just remembered. You know, shout outs to Nicer. See, Nicer always brings me good luck. Cause I totally forgot about the site until I'm seeing that she you said yeah, Digitone, even with a black eye. They blacked out the turquoise function on the Digitone. Even with a black eye. You said the military is using that app. They just paid a little extra, you see? Even with a black eye. Trump is diabolical, man. Trump is diabolical. All right, hold on. Let's see if we how much long.
It goes back to the central idea of AI isn't inherently bad, it depends on how you use it and what it allows you to do.
Right.
Now, I want to return to the data collected regarding teachers receiving AI training. I think this is a really interesting area to dive into because,
second person
firstly,
talking
what does
about
that training even look like? And secondly, how much are teachers using AI to create the materials that they use to teach? As per the first question, I honestly couldn't find much on what the training looks like. One article on Education Week highlights a West Coast district
Even with a black eye.
who first introduced play sessions to alleviate teachers' anxiety about AI, which consisted of the teachers experimenting with an AI chatbot or platform to get the hang of it. Then they moved on to instruction-based learning, in which they showed teachers how to use AI to plan lessons or generate differentiated content for students. As per the second question, there is another EdWeek article where a ton of teachers reported how they're using AI in their teaching, from making worksheets to quizzes to grammar sentence practice to creating AI
Are you using AI with your black eye?
images to depict key settings in The Great Gatsby. I'm not really sure how to feel about this. On the one hand, if it enhances the teacher's ability to teach their students and the information the AI gives them is accurate, that's pretty good. But in the same way that students rely on it, if a teacher relies too heavily on the AI to create the curriculum for them, then what is the teacher really there for?
Well, y'all won't let teachers really teach the way they need to be teaching, and they're following a rubric, so wouldn't technically be following a rubric would be a prompt? Kind of really don't leave any space for real teaching, do you? Even with a black eye.
What if the student asks them a question about an assignment that AI generated and they can't answer in a proper way because they don't know enough about the very thing they're supposed to be teaching? That's where I could see this being a catastrophe. As one anecdote from a high school English teacher in Tennessee says, I use AI to come up with exemplar essays to help students improve their writing. I don't like that. AI writing is extremely same-sounding, and it eradicates the unique voice that children develop when they do the writing themselves.
Man, shut the fuck up. Kids ain't about to be unique. AI about to have all the kids sounding the same because they all got the same prompt. If you can come up with like an AI machine, right? Because I'm the same way. I don't learn traditionally like other people learn. I like to be hands-on. I like to practice. I like to cha-cha. I, I like to move it. I like to do a bunch of other different stuff, you know? Not saying that I didn't learn, but it made me a late bloomer with a lot of different stuff. Then on top of that, I'm left-handed. So imagine writing with a pencil or pen and your palm is literally smearing what you just wrote. Kids learn differently. If you can get an AI that can really adjust, to the learning style. Like, for example, this thing right here, right? God damn it. I gotta get it in this camera view. This thing right here, this Novation circuit. When I was learning, because I'm still in school and doing these classes right now, and I asked Chat GPT, and I ask it to put it in these contexts, right? Um, hold on, y'all. What the hell? What the helly? Are we still live? Hold on. Everything done froze. Or is that me? Okay, I don't know. I think we done froze up. Anyway, put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. I don't know. My phone done froze. This thing been acting stupid all month. Anyway, I asked ChatGPT to break down the different boxes, as if you're explaining electronic music to me. and it broke down what a switch was. It broke down the modem. It broke down the router. It broke down. It broke everything down to me as if I was using analog, gear. And it was cool because I'm like, damn, hopefully kids and people know to ask it to do that, and they're not shy because they think it can do that. I didn't know it can do that. And honestly, what's going on, Toya? Good to see you again. There she go. I didn't really get a chance to, hold on, I gotta catch up. Okay, see? I missed some chats. I know this thing blacked out. Hold on, I didn't even see your chat, Fasting. See, this is why I'm glad I'm monitoring the stream, because I didn't even see. Hold on. Fasting says Elon Musk's Grok chat box shares anti-Semitic posts on X. Now the truth is hate. Yeah, they said this chat box was running around calling itself Chat Hitler. Ooh, I said the funny mustache man name. But anyway. Yeah, I'm missing some of y'all chats. See? And y'all can see it right here. Fasting's chat didn't even show up on the screen. See, I gotta actually look at my phone to see your chat. But no, I ask it to break down basically, I asked it to break down, the cybersecurity IT components as like you're explaining to me what something like this does. And it made a lot of sense when it broke it down. And you want to know why the reason why I asked it to do that? You want to know the real reason why I asked it to do that? Because I'm like, shit, well, if I can learn how to use an NPC, I can damn near learn how to do anything. Because of the learning curve. Everything has a learning curve. So you gotta practice and do stuff day by day, and you'll get past the learning curve. Oh my God, Toya. Chatler? Not Chatler. Oh my God.
So if a teacher uses a software trained to write in a very certain way, that often just sounds like slop robot garbage to produce an exemplar essay, what message does that send? They're basically saying to the teenagers, hey, this right here, this AI generated essay is the proper way to write. Write like this. If the teacher didn't further explain why certain aspects of the AI writing are better than others, this could be a massive problem. And in the most extreme cases, we're now seeing entire schools guided by AI teachers.
A space where all the teaching of core curriculum is left to artificial intelligence.
How many Shapies are in the pool in all?
6 times as many as 3 equals 18. Great work.
At first listen, I think most of us default to, what the hell is this? They're not getting any sort of student-teacher interaction, and the AI is designing the entire curriculum for them. But then I kept listening with an open mind.
They say condensing all core subjects into 2 AI-powered hours a day frees up the rest of the morning and the entire afternoon to do anything and everything else.
What is this?
This is called our check chart.
See, that's why that little kid's shooting bricks, because he's listening to AI.
We have academic topics, but we also have life skills.
I mean, yeah, you've got life skills. Independently put together a piece of IKEA furniture, then solve a Rubik's Cube, juggle for 10 seconds, and then run a mile without stopping?
Absolutely.
Honestly, if this sort of thing became a consequence of using more AI in school,
Chatler is diabolical.
Probably would advocate for it more. If the kids are still getting taught core subjects, but also get the time to learn real-world skills, read independently, and even learn how to have grit, like their check chart showed, that is a case for AI being pretty useful. And according to their school, their
Oh, I gotta write that one down. I gotta quote you on that one. Chatler is crazy.
standardized test scores are actually really good.
On average, here it takes just 80 days to advance grade.
It all be so simple. It's the little things in life, y'all. It's the adjustment. Chatler is crazy. That shit is really sinking.
Their standardized test scores are in the 90th percentiles across the board.
Now, the future consequences of this type of school, like how well they would handle higher education and then being placed in the workforce, is left up for debate. I just thought this was a really interesting story that has happened recently that I think will generate some interesting discussion in the comments. So, where do I stand with all of this? Well, based on everything I've learned about AI use in schools, I think I can confidently conclude that AI is doing more harm than good for the education system right now. Using it to cheat on assignments, especially writing assignments, and do online tests for you.
Listen, y'all, fuck what these people are talking about. Use AI as much as possible to gain an advantage before they start regulating this shit. Fuck it. Go ham. Go Rob Van Ham. Abuse AI before they start regulating all of this shit, before it catches up to normal human thought.
Is rampant. The tools that exist to catch this sort of cheating aren't really cutting it, and even if schools did ban AI, most students who already
hurry up and go get that degree and certification.
Use it would continue to use it. It is
before they cut your camera on every time you take a test.
Outsourcing the process of gaining intelligence slowly through hard work over time so that you never actually attain it. And if you do this enough, especially
that's how America works, y'all. It's always got to be somebody that cheated or did something dishonest to bring wealth to their family. Fuck it. Tired of being nice. Abuse ChatGPT, yo.
In your formal years, you lose the ability to think critically, solve problems, or generate ideas on your own. On top of that, using it for citing information is wildly inaccurate and could lead to far more misinformation issues down the line. But to me, it's neither the cheating nor the hallucinations that could cause the biggest damage. The biggest threat is if younger children lose the ability to overcome struggle. This might be my most boomer take of all time, but AI discourages grit. When you're struggling through
they already can't do it. That's why they're deleting themselves. Don't feel bad.
A difficult task that requires you to use your brain to create something or solve a problem, but you simply pass off that struggle to AI, there's no real sense of accomplishment at the end of that. In other words, the struggles
That's the most computer thing you can do. Oh, it's not working. Delete it.
Of life become meaningless and unnecessary. You get everything you want instantly with
look, anything else, y'all, going into the future, I know this sounds heartless, but fuck it. Making AI was heartless. Is advanced struggle. It's like, hey, don't use AI that way. Use AI this way. No. They just want you to struggle on an advanced level. Use AI the way you want it. You want to. Fuck it. Not like people gonna listen to you anyway. People don't listen to people anyway. The only person that can compete with AI is a white man. Because for some reason, everybody listens to the white man. Everybody listens to the white man. If it was a nigga up here saying this shit, it's like, man, I'm not gonna listen to this nigga. Let me ask AI what the hell this nigga talking about. You know? So just use AI. Just run it up. Before it's illegal to use it. I know at some point in the future they're gonna be like, hey, it's against the law to use AI. AI gonna be passing y'all driving tests. Niggas taking Teslas to the driving to the DMV and shit. So many places are gonna go out of business before 2030. Mark my words.
Without knowing how important it was to work through that problem, to really think it's difficult and I don't know if I'm going to be able to solve this, but I'm going to try anyway. And then the achievement, the personal achievement you feel after that, that whole experience is
What's going on, New?
gone. And that is really how you gain a lot of confidence when you're young. As one teacher put it, the amount of time her students are inclined to work on something that challenges them has become much shorter over the 7 years they've been teaching. There was a time when a typical student would wrestle with the concept for days before getting it, but now if that student doesn't understand something within minutes, they're more likely to give up on their own brain power and look for an alternative, whether it's a chatbot or asking a friend for help. That is seriously dangerous and has negative implications that stretch far beyond education. But again, and this is my nuance with it, if we can somehow find a way to extract the inherently positive aspects of AI and only integrate those aspects into education, that could be beneficial. A lot of people like to draw parallels between AI and calculators. And to be honest, I don't think they're comparable because one just helps you compute faster, where the other one can strip down the process of thinking entirely. But here's where that argument holds. When calculators were first invented and brought into classrooms, they were seen as a form of cheating by a lot of teachers. But now
I tell y'all, us millennials were lied to. Oh, you ain't gonna have a calculator with you wherever you go. You ain't gonna have a calculator whatever you go. You need to learn how to read a clock. You need to learn how to read a clock. You need to learn how to read a clock. They were rushing us and saying that we can't use our phones. Now that Chat GPT's taken over, all of a sudden everybody can use their phone now. Now it brings struggle to a whole different level, because if your parents can't afford to get you a phone that can run all of that stuff, everything is an app now. Did you download the school app? Your school has an app. You can download it. So guess what? When you're at home on a snow day, you can still do classwork. Your teacher's at school hosting a damn seminar. They're turning teachers into content creators, y'all.
It makes total sense to have them for tests and assignments. The math problems we are now solving have evolved, and part of that evolution is due to us gaining the ability to compute numbers faster.
If you're a robosexual in the future, your new girlfriend is going to come in a downloadable app
through calculators. And in the same way, technology like AI allows for our understanding of ideas to evolve if we use it as a second brain, instead of a replacement for our own brain. If you treat AI like a thesaurus, something that helps broaden your vocabulary without replacing your own unique voice and reasoning, then it can be a genuinely beneficial tool in education. As far as whether that will be how AI is implemented in the future, I couldn't really tell you. Nobody can really tell you that. We don't know for certain how far this stuff is going to go, but I would love to hear your stories or your solutions for this stuff in the comments, or maybe a story you have about you using AI or seeing someone else use AI in education. As AI usage continues to grow, I'm afraid our ability to think critically and discern between what is true and what isn't will only diminish. The problem is there really isn't any.
It's going to get horrible. Somebody on the dark web. There's going to be a dark web AI, if there already isn't one, or several. Why does the dark web exist, Kuda? Well, because the military still uses it. That's why.
Any sort of resources out there right now that teach you how to improve your critical thinking skills, solve problems better, and generate ideas more efficiently. So that is why over the past year, I've been creating a critical thinking masterclass.
All right, shout outs to you. Thank you. Pack your ass up. Shouts to you. Now look at this, y'all. This guy, you've seen him all over YouTube before, at least. Oh shit. AI is built on lies. Hold on.
Honestly, I accept that AI is the next Cold War and the technology is here to stay. I also hope that we win this Cold War just like we won the last one.
All right. Enough.
YouTube just updated everybody about...
Everybody's talking about it. But check out this guy.
A new policy change coming into effect on July 15th, and it low-key shook the AI faceless channel space. On Twitter, there was multiple tweets of people saying that AI channels are dead, but weirdly enough, the comment sections of those tweets were a mix of relief and also worry at the same time. But here's what's actually going to happen. I'm going to break down exactly what this new policy change means, which channels are actually at risk, and most importantly, the 3 specific strategies that you can implement right now to make sure that your channels are safe. These will help protect your faceless channels against future policy changes as well, because I want you to build a real long-term business with YouTube. But first of all, let me give you some context that will completely change how you view this crisis. So most creators who do faceless YouTube videos like myself are completely panicking about this new update. But what if I told you that this wasn't even new at all? In fact, YouTube has been rolling out many similar policy changes over the years, and the channels that understood those changes have been succeeding enormously, while other channels got wiped out. So what exactly is YouTube going after then? Well, if you follow the strategies that I've taught you on this channel over the years, you'll be completely fine, do not worry. But there's one type of channel that's about to get absolutely destroyed. Now, I'm not sure if you've seen channels like this on YouTube that do these revenge story type of videos, but after speaking with a lot of people and looking into this update a lot, what I've seen is that a few channels like these are the ones that are getting targeted by this new YouTube update. Now, you might be asking, Matt, why are these channels specifically getting targeted? Well, it's because they're pushing out low-effort, high-volume formats of content that could be completely automated with a bot. Now, YouTube has a very interesting take on AI, which I'm going to get into that a little bit later in the video. But first of all, I just want to show you the channels that are mostly going to get affected by this, in my opinion, and also what I've personally seen a couple channels get affected by this update so far. They're doing videos similar to this. So taking a look at these videos right here, as you can see, they do like these revenge stories. And basically what they're doing is simply going to Reddit, scrubbing Reddit, like this channel right here called Revenge Realm. They're actually pulling in 600K views, which is pretty good. But they're basically just scraping Reddit stories and then getting an AI to read through those stories. And if you take a look at this, it's literally just a software that could be reading through this with a very clearly robot AI voiceover as well. And they're not really giving any additional value outside of just stealing content from Reddit and then putting a voice.
But see, YouTube is tripping because guess who's not doing this? TikTok. TikTok ain't doing this. Why is that relevant, Kuda? Because guess what? TikTok, if people are using AI the way that, you know what I'm saying, that's being described, especially on Instagram and all these other places, guess what? They won't need YouTube. They can pump out a large amount of content on other platforms that they would have been, using that time to be on YouTube. So basically, they save time from being on YouTube and focusing on the other platforms for motivation and all this other stuff. So all you really need is TikTok or Instagram. Facebook ain't doing all of this. I ain't gonna lie, YouTube tripping, man. YouTube is an AI, right? YouTube is man, listen.
Voiceover on it. First of all, that's not really legal to do, to just steal people's stories like that. You want to be adding value on top of those stories, and that's what YouTube wants to see. And like I said, I'm going to go over 3 secrets on exactly how to give as much value as possible to make sure that you're safe forever.
I'm up here providing commentary and context, and YouTube says, man, you stealing. I'm like, oh, so y'all just going to negate the hours of commentary. Okay. Okay. I didn't transform this. You're not seeing video. You're not seeing this the video with the whole chat box, the cosmos behind it, some branding, my audience and interaction and stuff like that. This is not a transformed composition. And everything I'm saying now is negated. Okay. No fair use, reused, right? Okay.
With your YouTube channels, but I just wanted to show you these channels right here that are kind of doing this in the wrong way, in my opinion. Now, I've spoken with a couple people on Twitter who know people who are affected by this, and what they said was that the channels currently that are getting taken down are ones that literally just put one photo on their video and then just stole a story from Reddit. They told me personally that there's other channels that put multiple different photos and multiple clips in the backgrounds of the photos, and those ones have appeared to be fine.
Because YouTube is doing a horrible job. Shout outs to YouTube, by the way, but they're doing a horrible job of, because they let it slide. Like, I will create a bunch of original content and get hell behind original look, the other show, they copyrighted me on my own content. So they will hide my content. I will get hell on original content, but somebody that copied a video or my videos, they can slide, they get a super thanks button, they get all kinds of shit. Right? They're okay because their content it doesn't violate guidelines. But if I produce the same thing, it violates guidelines. Like, what do y'all want? Do y'all want original content that y'all are not going to honor? Or is it okay to be transforming other people's content? Because that's what it is. They've created the breeding grounds for the same things that they're penalizing YouTubers for. Real talk. They've created the same grounds that they're penalizing YouTubers for. You got a whole remix feature. And then also, too, you got this feature where you can actually video reply back to someone's comment. I'm sorry, why hasn't that taken off? We're going to sit up there and do a whole, well, never mind.
So far. But that being said, my personal recommendation would be to stay away from channels like this. I think there's a right way to do channels like this, which would be to write completely original stories, and those stories making it very clear that it's like a storytelling channel, putting in a little bit more effort in the thumbnails as well to make it seem like these aren't just, you know, completely AI generated with a ton of text on them and everything, like it's just copy pasted from something. You want to make it seem like it's not a bot making these videos, because you do want to be involved in making the videos. Now, AI is completely fine on YouTube, but only if you use AI the right way, and I'm going to show you how to do that in just a second. So to my personal knowledge, this is the only type of channel that's been affected so far with this, but in my personal opinion, I wouldn't do anything that could be considered, you know, highly produced AI generated content similar to this. So I think that if you were to do a channel in this niche, go overboard making sure that it's given as much value as possible. That way, when all the just clearly AI generated from complete scratch videos are wiped out, your videos will be safe. So
see, they're giving the torch to the other platforms. They're giving the torch to the other platforms because the other platforms don't care about that. And see, this is stuff that YouTube created, and they follow TikTok. This is how they get the shit. How much, if this is true, how much YouTube shorts are going to perish? Let's see how that works.
So if your channel looks like it could be completely run by a robot with no human intervention whatsoever, then your channel's in danger. You want your channels to actually give value, and like I said, I'm going to give you 3 tips for that. But first of all, I wanted to show you a tweet that somebody put out and then YouTube's response to that tweet. So somebody said that YouTube is cracking down on unoriginal content with a major monetization change. Starting July 15th, channels that do not meaningfully transform clips risk losing monetization. This includes reaction channels, compilation pages, and more. And if we go to YouTube's response right here, they said not exactly. So to clarify, this is a very minor update to our long-standing YouTube partner policies to help us better identify when content is mass-produced or repetitive. This type of content has already been ineligible for monetization for years and is content viewers often consider spam. So in my opinion, what YouTube is saying here is that they've had these rules for a long time. This is nothing new. But what is new is that they're going to get better at detecting this type of content. Now, I personally have been doing YouTube for a long time at this point, and I've seen back, like for example, in 2016, a lot of compilation channels were actually demonetized, and some of them even got banned overnight because they weren't giving any type of transformation on top of their content. So this meant that people who were just making, for example, scary video compilations where they just took a bunch of videos, put it in a video, upload it to YouTube, those were the ones that were affected by that. However, other channels, like for example, Top 5s, they did things the right way because they had a voiceover throughout the entire video. Another good example is like Nuke's Top 5s as well. And they gave original commentary and their original thoughts on top of it.
Yeah, but how are you going to be able to tell if it's AI and not somebody's? I mean, it might be in the metadata a little bit, but how you going to be able to tell if it's somebody and it's not a voice track? And then also, too, if somebody, some people use AI to edit their audio. So some of those components might show up and your shit get flagged. And when your shit get flagged and they try to re-put it back up like, oh, okay, nothing's wrong. It doesn't get the retention or the views that it should have gotten before.
The video, and those channels would be what, in my opinion,
would have gotten before. They're not even listening to the complainers. They're just doing shit and don't even understand the front end or the back end of what they're doing. YouTube is just doing stuff. Like, it's like you already got this high goofy bar to get monetized that ain't worth it, by the way, because you damn near gotta kill yourself before you get monetized. And then shit, by the time you get monetized, do you even have an audience by the time you get to that point? I'm not even gonna lie, if you haven't figured out or found a way to offer your audience great value, I throw a masterclass every time I go live. Quality stuff, But it's like, bro, if you haven't, on the way to, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. On the way to monetization, if you haven't figured out a way to bring your audience value or good information or be entertaining, by the time you get monetized, you don't need it. Like the stuff you got to go through and stuff like that. And then you got to focus on stupid shit that don't even, like, first of all, subscribers. You don't need subscribers. In the environment that YouTube has put out right now, you could be a no-name channel and go on YouTube Shorts and literally have a full audience with no subscribers. You can convert them into subscribers, but guess what? YouTube Shorts don't go off of subscribers. And then think about it. You got to bust your ass, right? You got to bust your ass to get all the way to 1,000-something subscribers. And then once you reach that milestone, it don't even matter. People that don't do YouTube, he only got this amount of subscribers. That don't mean shit. There's niggas with millions of subscribers that go live and only one person's in their chat. Like, literally, the AI and some of the algorithms that YouTube uses, like, you have to assume that it's dumb. You can't even assume that it's smart because you're gonna get mad every single time. You gotta assume that it's dumb because to a certain degree it plays dumb. You gotta keep giving the quote unquote AI, because it's not even an algorithm anymore. You got to keep giving the AI information so it knows where to place your videos. And then on top of that, what the fuck does that mean? Where it places your videos? Oh, you need to give us as much information so we know who to put your videos in front of. It don't even do that. You know what it does? It takes your videos and use goofy words and stuff. They don't even use the words that you tell it to use. You got to do metadata. You got to do a whole bunch of shit to say, hey, take my video and show it to these people. It don't even know who it is going to show your videos to. It chooses who it wants to show your videos to. And then it shows it to your audience. And then it goes off of that data and stuff like that. So now you got to get into stupid shit. Oh, it wants me to, like, channels like mine don't really last that long until you're blessed enough to find it. Because you want to know why? We talk about a bunch of different stuff. YouTube wants you to niche down. If I want to start a car channel and I say, hey, I want to talk about the Ford GT, I got to name my channel Mr. Ford GT. Then I gotta use Ford GT in all my hashtags. And then when I get on here, I gotta talk about the Ford GT. This about the Ford GT, the new Ford GT, the blah blah blah. I have to repetitively keep using certain words for the algorithm to be like, okay, we'll see. I got to make the same video 50 different times. I got to make the same video for one person and that one person's problem with that item. And yes, you're going to get people that's going to be like, oh, this is great stuff, great video, blah, blah, blah. But you're only talking to one person and that problem. Cool. Yeah, you help out a small niche group of people, and riches are in the niches, and reaches are in the niches, right? But what if you don't want to do that? What is YouTube to you? What if you want to be creative? What if the person that would like you, like your content, and like what you're talking about says, I'm not going to click on this person's video because I don't have a Ford GT? They miss out. Another thing we got to do for the audience that y'all don't realize, we got to script our videos. We got to constantly pay for other people fucking up. You want to know why this shit like this is happening? Because other people are building businesses on YouTube by making these AI channels that gain a lot of popularity, and YouTube is paying them. And YouTube is like, well, we can make those channels, which YouTube will do. So why pay somebody to do something that they can make when they can keep their money and just send all the views to their channels? That's literally what's going on. We have an AI, so why should we pay somebody else that's using AI? Now all of a sudden they're not creative. But before, when they were making money off of it, they were the most creative people. People were literally building businesses around that to feed their family. They always do this to us. We were talking about this on right before COVID, where a lot of the newscasters and all them other people, they came in and they you know what I'm saying, they came in and they were gonna take over from the YouTubers that built up YouTube. Trevor Noah and the Tonight shows and all those other shows and stuff like that. They were about to take what content creators and other people built up. We were talking about Instagram before celebrities and all these people start coming onto these websites and stuff like that, and taking over and stuff like that. Like, I got another show lined up. Paul Pierce has a show where he's just taking all of our talking points. What's the whole point? We've been complaining about people stealing our talking points and not even citing their sources. Or at least saying, yo, shout outs to this person. This is where I got it from. Like, they selectively give a damn about content. Selectively. They selected. Just a couple weeks ago, they were asking us, hey, can we use your channel as an experiment to improve our AI? Yeah, can you pay us though? Because you're gonna do it anyway. You click no, they're still gonna do it. Now all of a sudden, don't let me find out. Now you need somebody to be original. Now you need somebody to be original. They were shitting on people being original. When AI first got reintroduced to YouTube, it pushed all of the original people out the way. Saying, oh, you need to get with. You need to start using AI. Now all of a sudden, oh, we backing up on people using AI because other people done abused it. You wanted it to happen. I can show y'all the tab. There's a whole tab. Has any of this video been used or altered in AI and blah blah blah? Even if you say that your video uses AI, they will push your video. Because the AI should understand if you're original or creative on YouTube and you don't want to fall into a niche, you don't want to make the same video 50 times, what are you supposed to do? And you know what's fucked up is because y'all don't even understand. Y'all may think that y'all are audience members, but everybody that owns social media, it just depends on where you are on the totem pole. You're creating content. I remember before it was called shit posting. I used to shit post on Facebook. And I was very famous of making jokes and shit posting on Facebook. I just stopped once people start copying me and doing other stuff and you know, they're like, oh yeah, I want to do that too. You're just shit posting. But guess what? As a content creator, if you're sharing pictures of yourself on Instagram, guess what you are? Content creator. If you're sharing and tweeting statuses so people can see it, guess what you are? Content creator. If you have a thought and somebody can share that thought and stuff like that, guess what you just did? Created content.
Be a good example of fair use, which is a legal doctrine that states you can use other people's clips, but only if you make it transformative, and that's what those channels did good. So YouTube, at least in my opinion, they're trying to follow the legal system as much as possible, and so they don't want people just uploading compilation videos, for example, unless they're compilations of your own videos that you already own, or you're making them transformative in some way. Another type of channel that YouTube has cracked down on are meditation channels, and this has been long-standing, like YouTube said, for a long time. But basically, they don't want people just uploading, for example, rain sounds for...
Getting rid of rain sounds and meditation channels. Disturbing the peace, literally.
12 hours if you didn't personally record those rain sounds and if you're just stitching together content that a robot could clearly make. So this is type of...
How the hell can it tell if you personally recorded... Even though I've done that. I've absolutely personally recorded rain sounds on my Zoom recorder back in the day. Just to see how different mics catch different details. But how can they tell?
content that I personally recommend to stay away from. And I say that if you did want to do, for example, a meditation channel, then I recommend doing an original voiceover, going over the meditation, doing like a guided meditation, or doing affirmations throughout the entire meditation. So I'd stay away from compilation channels, Reddit stories, and also music/meditation channels if you're not making that music custom yourself. Now here's where it gets interesting, because while everybody's panicking about this new update, I'm going to show you 3 strategies that'll make sure that you're not only safe, but your channels will actually perform better as well. Strategy number 1 is the faceless character revolution. So instead of just running a faceless YouTube channel like everybody else does, one of the biggest things that I'm recommending people within my coaching programs do right now in 2025 is to have some type of virtual persona who's the quote-unquote face of the channel. So this means that your channel can still be completely faceless, but you're having an animated character
avatar
be the face of the channel. And channels like How to AI are an amazing example of this. So if we go to one of their videos right here and we skip ahead through the video, as you can see, they have a character who's basically the face of this channel. And you can easily generate a character like this on something.
See, they'll tell you to do this. Guys like him will tell you to do this. And then 2 years later on down the line, a huge portion of your catalog got to get deleted. Because now they're like, oh, you got to comply with such and such laws and you know, give us your ID and use your actual face on your channels so we can face scan you. Real talk.
Like ChatGPT. And the benefit of doing this on your channel is you're actually building IP along with building a bigger connection with your viewers as well. So even if you have completely faceless channels, you can have somebody be the face of those channels. It makes it a lot easier to sell things as well. And another example of how this could be possible is looking at the channel called Warren Stick. So this guy's literally just does Stickman animation videos, and he has this consistent character of this Stickman in all of his videos. And this guy's pulling in 109k views per month, and what's cool is he has a name on the channel, which builds a connection with his viewers even more in depth, so he could easily sell something with this channel, as well as building a real brand with YouTube also. So this all coincides with what I'm trying to teach more of anyways, which is for people to treat YouTube more like a business where they're building a real brand on it.
See? And if you're a creator, come on now. That's the problem with YouTube. YouTube turned itself into a business. I mean, obviously YouTube is a business, but that's no. It's supposed to be a creative platform. For example, you can work at an art studio and you can make art that's not for sale. Right? But if you want to sell that art, yeah, you have the right to sell it if you want to. It should be creators first, not business first. This is why they're running into all of these problems, because people are like, okay, let me read your terms and conditions, find a loophole. Then they're like, oh, okay, well, this person is making a lot, or this person is. When they're ready, they just oh, this person, no, we gotta pull their channel. They just change up the rules. So gone are the creatives, the people that can do way more stuff. You got to talk about one subject 50 times. Let's get it.
As opposed to just making spammy, repetitious content that
or
is
else
going to...
Or else you're going to be confusing some algorithm and you're not going to be able to... You're going to be confusing some algorithm and you're not going to be able to get the views that you deserve. Or the push that you need. That should be equal to everybody.
Quite frankly, become commoditized with AI. So instead of using AI to make the same commoditized garbage that everybody else does, think about how you can use AI to give as much value as possible on your videos. And the way you do that is by generating an animated character, for example, and making sure in general that you're giving a lot of value with your scripts. And value can always be educational or entertainment value. But you just want to think about it from a viewer perspective.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing. You got to do scripts and stuff like that because God forbid you're not as entertaining in the first 15 seconds of your damn video. You're going to lose viewer retention. So a video that people can learn from, that's actually a really good video. It's just that you didn't focus on the first 15 seconds, you're going to lose viewer retention. Imagine missing out on something because, oh, I wasn't entertained within the first 15 seconds. This is why you have a lot of people doom scrolling on YouTube all day.
If you see this channel,
They're telling you got to entertain them.
Think it's a robot generating these, or does it look like a person could actually be doing that? Strategy number 2 is the commentary shield. So doing a voiceover on top of your videos, just like this channel called Nuke's Top 5 does. While a lot of those scary
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Party. Okay, yeah. Absolutely.
video compilation channels have gotten taken down over the years, channels like Nuke's Top 5 consistently gets millions of views per month, as you can see right here, and he's been able to have that kind of longevity because he gives a voiceover on these videos. He also puts a lot of his humor in the videos, and overall, you can tell he put a contribution to those videos instead of just stealing the clips. Now, strategy number 3 is having a unique voice for your channel. I recommend ElevenLabs for this, and what I recommend doing is not using the same voices that everybody else does.
Clone your voice.
So if we open up ElevenLabs, it looks like this, and what we can do is
you can clone your voice with ElevenLabs.
Our own voice if you want. If you want to use your own voice, that's pretty cool. Like, for example, I cloned mine here, me talking to see how realistic this sounds.
You know what I did? I used this app where I cloned my own voice, so I'm listening to myself read an audiobook. Nice.
As you can tell, that sounds incredibly
Isn't that genius?
realistic, and all I did here was just record myself talking, reading some random Wikipedia pages for 30 minutes, and boom, I've got a hyper-realistic clone of my voice. But let's say you didn't want to do that. You can go to Voices, go to Voice Design.
Let's go to our War Master. War Master said Kuda turned white. Oh my god.
Which is brand new. And now you can generate completely custom voices. So
now they're telling you you cannot use YouTube for what you used to use YouTube for. All right. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to run and pay a water bill real quick. God damn it. I'll be right back. If another video starts playing, well, learn how to be a bookkeeper. Let's get it. I'll be right back.
So, for example, you could do an elderly Midwestern woman in her 70s. And let's say we're doing like a senior health channel, so then we could preview some text like, hey, you young whippersnappers, I'm going to show you how to be healthy and live to 100 years old easily right now. And then we can just click generate the voice, and this is going to generate a completely new unique voice that nobody else on ElevenLabs has access to that you can use for your videos. In my opinion, this is a good idea, but I would combine this with all of the other strategies as well. So there we go. Now we got the voice done. Let's listen to what this sounds like here.
Hey, you young whippersnappers, I'm going to show you how to be healthy and live to 100 years old easily. Right now.
That's really good. That's like insanely good. Wow. So why not go the extra mile if it means that you can keep your YouTube business for a long time? Yes, it's a little more work in the beginning, but don't you want to be, 5 years from now still running channels as opposed to just a quick cash grab where you might make a little bit of money, but even then, why risk it? So now I wanted to answer the question that so many people have been asking me, and keep in mind, this is coming from somebody who personally runs 2 different AI companies, TubeMagic as well as Vid.ai. And so many people have been asking me, Matt, is AI okay on YouTube? And now, obviously, I don't run YouTube myself. However, in my personal opinion, if you look at the company Google itself, what are they investing super heavily in? Well, it's AI tools. For example, Google VO3, which is the best-in-class video generator that's out right now. Why are they investing so much in that? It's because AI videos are the future, and I don't think there's any doubt about that. In the next 10 years, it's going to become more and more apparent, and the people using these AI tools are the ones that are going to win long term. But the key distinction there that not many people catch is that they're the people using these as tools, not using them to just do all their work for them, but instead using them as the tools that they're meant to be. So, for example, if you're using ElevenLabs, don't just use a standard, AI-generated script from something like ChatGPT that you didn't even fact-check anything, you don't know if it's good. Don't just copy-paste a Reddit thread and say, oh, that's good for a voiceover. No, it's not. You need to make sure that your scripts are giving unique value that other people haven't done before. And the way you do that is by taking some of the best aspects of multiple different sources out there on the internet, on other YouTube videos, and so on. You can use software like TubeMagic for doing that if you want. You don't have to use my software though. But my point is, Google is all in on AI. So I think using AI tools is completely fine, but only if you use them in the right way. And overall, with this new policy update, I think people are making this into a way bigger deal than it needs to be. This new policy change is not ending AI YouTube channels. What it is ending is lazy and low effort channels that were always on borrowed time anyways. If you're creating genuine value with unique voices and treating AI as a tool rather than a replacement for creativity, you're not just safe, but you're about to have a massive advantage because all of those bad channels are the ones that will get wiped out. So everything that I just shared about these YouTube policy changes are really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to YouTube. The secret isn't just avoiding demonetization. It's building a YouTube channel that can actually do really good long-term. It's structuring your channel in the correct way and producing the right type of content so you're not just like all of the other commoditized content that's out there. So if you want to discover exactly how to do that, I put together a completely free course that's on YouTube for a limited time. You can check it out next to me right here. In this free course, I'm going to give you so much value. Basically, I'm going to break down this new way of doing YouTube that nobody's doing when it comes to YouTube automation. So if you want to leg up on the competition, check out that video right there. My name is Matt Parr. Hope you got a ton of value from this video. Hope I dispelled some myths about this new update, and I'll see you next time.
I've made over $3 million of faceless YouTube channels, and this new YouTube policy change will end the faceless YouTube business model. Or will it? This isn't the first time YouTube has rolled out a similar policy. I've been doing YouTube faceless since 2016. In fact, I'm certain I was one of the first 20 of people doing these YouTube channels. And let me give you real quick a history lesson and explain deeper what this YouTube policy actually means for the future of YouTube automation. If you're new here, I'm Killbox. I've been featured in Forbes, Men's Journal for my innovation of the YouTube automation business model. And I was mentored by people like Mr. Beast, who today has over 400 million subscribers. So subscribe for weekly videos teaching you how to make money with faceless YouTube. Okay, so for all of this to make sense and for us to better understand what this policy change actually means for the future of YouTube faceless, I need to give you a history lesson back in 2016 when I first started. So the thing is, Top 5 Best was one of my mentors early on, and I think that we might as well start with this example for us to better understand what the time looked like back in 2016 for full context. So back then, 2016, you didn't need 1,000 subscribers or 4,000 watch hours to be monetized. That wasn't a requirement. You could literally open a YouTube channel and the exact same day you are monetized. It was the good old days of YouTube. And back then, there was also less requirements in order for your videos to be monetized or fully monetized. In fact, actually almost every channel was monetized. What happened was where we could literally create any video. We could do compilation videos of water bottle flips, which is what made us a lot of money early on. You can see this video if I just play it. It's just various water bottle flips, and we would just go on Instagram, go all over the place, get these like little clips, and we would compile them together and just have these clips back and forth like this. And that's just what we would do, and it would work. We could monetize, we could make so much money. You can see this got 18 million views all the way back in 2016. So it made us a good chunk of money. But then all of a sudden an update happened. YouTube rolled out an update, and they, for the first time, released an update where you had to get 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours to be monetized. And part of that update, they required it to be a little bit better content, and they didn't allow compilation content like you see right here, where there's no commentary and it's literally just flipping of water bottles of other people's clips. You can't do that anymore on today's YouTube, especially back then. That's when the change happened. So all of a sudden, the business model got flipped upside down because we were making low quality videos that was easily making us so much money. And for us, we're like, oh, what are we gonna do? How are we going to pivot? Well, thankfully, I was already ahead of time planning how to make better content. I never felt good making this type of content. Granted, I probably should have made more of it because it did make money during it was making money. But for me, I was just like, you know, I'm gonna try to do videos that I thought was cool and a little bit more authentic and a little bit more original. And so I did commentary videos. And so these commentary videos look something like this. This is one of my faceless YouTube channels. And I wanna show you what the videos actually look like so you can better understand the situation. So for example, let's say we click on this video here.
Or to get revenge.
So let's listen to the commentary.
O-Block rappers will never be complete without King Von. King Von was born and bred on O-Block, and to him, O-Block was family.
Okay, so right here, this is what I'm trying to explain. You notice how there's a commentary the entire time through this video. Once in a while, we'll play like a clip for like 10 seconds of audio, but for the most part, it's just commentary the entire way through, and then different background footage of the rappers or people we are talking about, or even imagery of them, okay? Now, this is allowed. This is what YouTube has always allowed, and still to this day, they are not going to take this type of channel down or demonetize this type of channel because they are creating substance. And let me show you a deeper thing so this makes sense. So this is the update that YouTube is saying they're rolling out with the new demonetization. Okay, they're saying that pretty much, this is the exact words. They said YouTube has always required creators to upload original and authentic content, and pretty much they are cracking down on things that are considered mass-produced or repetitive under its updated monetization guidelines. Now, they're targeting, look at this, they're targeting low effort, high volume formats. So what exactly is a low effort, high volume format? What is the channels or type of content that will be affected going forward? Because it is not going to be the channels that I've been teaching you guys on my channel to create. If you actually watch my videos, I don't teach you guys to create these low effort stuff. I teach you guys how to create stuff like the rap channel, for example, that I created. That's where I made all my money, and I followed the guidelines and everything correctly. This type of style is going to be okay. The question is what won't be okay, so you can make sure you move your way around that, okay? So let me show you what I think is going to be affected, because this is rolling out July 15th, okay? Okay, real quick, before we get back into the episode, if you're looking to build a 6-figure faceless YouTube automation channel, I have the perfect plan for you. I'm hosting my monthly 5-day live online challenge where you can get practical step-by-step information on how to crush it with your faceless YouTube automation channel.
Oh my God. See, this is why I can't take y'all nowhere. Every time I'm gone for a significant amount of time, I either fell in the toilet or something happened to me. Oh shit. You said so much used to be shit used to be good. Oh, that's a part of it. All right, hold on. Let me fix my camera. Yeah, that's a part of it. All right. Uh-oh. All right, shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. I got to make sure we're okay. Okay, good. I'm still laughing at Chatler. Chatler is crazy. Now, War Master, you use Twitter a lot. Do you use Gronk? Like, would you prefer Gronk over ChatGPT? Sadly enough, y'all, I've never used Gronk at all, but I hear so much about Gronk, and they're saying that Gronk is actually pretty good, by the way, and accurate, but I'm not sure. All right. You said what they mean is that they're listening to complainers. You said they speak on passion. They speak on passion about various things, but spent 1,000 hours on complaining more than learning anything that's beyond a blueprint. You said they came of age during COVID. Right. You said I knew Cuda was white. You said hold on now. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Shout outs to LT Man. What's this, LT Man? You said this is so trippy. What's trippy, Sin? You said I just made an AI video on cryptocurrency. All right, hold on. Let me check it out. Yeah, NVIDIA is crazy. Hold on. Let me see if I could go here, because I got to do something completely different to click links. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this on my phone. So guess what I saw? Guess what I saw, y'all? I saw Candace Owens did another video that we can go over later on. And let's go over Chat GPT 5. You know, today's like a crazy tech show, low key, high key. So Candace Owens is going in on Donald Trump. We just did a nice crazy Candace Owens show, and she calls it Revenge of the Swamp. So I guess they're trying to throw your boy Donnie Boy. They're trying to throw your boy Trump under they're trying to throw him under the bus for what happened in Texas, because people are like, oh well, you know, Texas is flooding and he's up here golfing and shit, you know. Hold on, let me see if I can click this link. Why didn't I let me click LT Man's link? Hold on, y'all. Is the link even clickable? Hold on. Why it's not coming up on my phone? Hold on. Oh, top messages. Hold on. God damn. YouTube doing too much, man. Show all messages. It's still not coming up on my phone. What the helly? What the Helen Keller? Hold on, y'all. Now, well, let me pull up my live stream on YouTube. Damn, I gotta go through all of this just to click a link. Hold on. Did that link just disappear? What the hell? Did it disappear? How, wait, what the fuck is going on? How comes it's showing up? It shows up here, but I can't click it. But it's not in my chat room. What is going on? Wait, can you post it again? Did Chatbot get rid of it? I told it to turn that shit off. You said gotta pray to Xbox Jesus. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. If you could post it again, LT man. I was looking for it. Warmaster says Gronk is hilarious. A commenter asked Gronk to explain a video as if they were Governor Newsom and explain how silly gun regulations were. I gotta find it. They said Gronk went straight funny mustache man mode. And Toya gonna comment Chatler. Chatler. Yo. I swear if I can rename my Nightbot, I'm for sure. Toya, I'm giving it the name Chatler. Chatler is fucking wild. Yeah, I think it got rid of the link. I don't. Is YouTube is that another thing they're rolling out? We can't share links in the chat no more. Yo, Chatler made my month. And July just started. Chatler is crazy. Chatler! It's so genius. Oh my god. Let me see if we can I'm gonna see if I can pull up my before we leave. I'm gonna see if I can pull up. Hold on. Yeah, he talk about Thai.
All right, for this.
Thai women built like black women. I'm gonna look at this later because Thai women are built like Thai women. Thick ties save lives. Um, Chatler is crazy. Hold on. I'm white.
Just dropped some insane news that will blow your mind. Plus, I'll show you exactly how to prepare for this right now so you're ready when it drops. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO
That's
of
funny as
SEO
hell.
agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Listen, I need to tell you something that's going to sound absolutely nuts, but it's happening whether we're ready or not. Sam Altman just confirmed that GPT-5 is coming this summer, and when I tell you what this thing can do, you're going to lose your mind. But here's what's
All right.
really crazy.
What
While
can-
everyone's talking about when it's coming, almost
What can ChatGPT-5 do, y'all?
nobody's talking about how to actually prepare for it, and that's a massive mistake because GPT-5 isn't just going to be better than GPT-4. It's going to make GPT-4 look like a calculator compared to a supercomputer. Let
Dang.
me paint you a picture of what's coming. Sam Altman stood in front of a crowd and asked, how many of you think you're going to be smarter than GPT-5? You know how many hands went up? Almost zero. This is the guy who built the thing, and even he doesn't think he's going to be smarter than it. That should terrify you, but it should also excite you, because if you know...
Yeah, because you know Frankenstein didn't get up out the laboratory and just walked off. War Master said, I seen a few thick Filipinas, Japanese, and a few fat Chinese women. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. When the brothers go traveling, even though those women still get chose, but when the brothers go traveling, they start worshiping those women. Which further lets me to believe that brothers was worshiping fat white women too. You know, it's an acquired taste, I guess, y'all. You gain the taste of ramen noodles. You know, I mean, look, fat people are people too. Don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with being fat or thick or whatever, but y'all got to observe how brothers act around certain things, you know. Those thick women have always been in Thailand and Philippines and stuff like that. It's just that, you know, when niggas discover them, it turns into something else. Technically, though, in their culture, they're considered fat. So, fat, y'all, is subjective.
how to use this thing properly, you're about to have superpowers. But here's what nobody's telling you. The way you're prompting AI right now is going to be completely wrong for GPT-5. I've been studying the patterns. I've been looking at what OpenAI is building, and I can see exactly where this is heading. Most people are going to get left behind because they don't understand what's changing, but not you. Because I'm about to show you exactly how to get ready. First, let me tell you what Sam Altman just revealed about GPT-5. He said it's going to unify everything. No more switching between different models. No more confusion about which AI to use for what task. GPT-5 will just know. Right now, you have to pick between GPT-4 for writing.
So it looks like ChatGPT-5 is in control of multiple AIs and makes a decision for you on which AI is perfect to use for that particular. All right, y'all. Somebody time Toya. Toya is on a roll today. Toya is on a roll. Somebody take her phone, please.
In O1 for reasoning and different models for different tasks. It's messy, it's confusing, and it's about to be history. GPT-5 will
Holy
automatically
shit.
figure out if you need deep reasoning or quick answers. It'll handle text, images, voice, and video all at once. It's like having every AI tool you've ever used rolled into one super intelligent system. But here's the part that's going to change your life. Sam Altman confirmed that the free
Fat GPT, y'all. Warm Master says a lot of men will date fat women, period. 5'5", 140 pounds, Asian woman is fat over there. Here, she's slim thick. Right. Right. Depending on how she carries it, though. It's a look, too.
tier of ChatGPT will get unlimited access to GPT-5. Think about that for a second. The most powerful AI ever created, for free, unlimited use. While paid users will get even more powerful versions, everyone gets access to the base model.
I'm already hip, Toya. People don't know about this side of Leo's. I'm already hip.
This isn't some limited trial, this is full access to the future. But here's what I really want you to understand. The people who succeed...
You get the best out of life, too, because most people are too damn serious about some shit that they don't even understand, you know?
With GPT-5 won't be the ones who just use it. They'll be the ones who know...
Once your sense of humor is gone, that's it. It's a wrap.
...how to communicate with it properly. And that's where most people are going to fail. Let me show you what I mean. Right now, people are still prompting AI like it's 2023. They're saying things like, act like a marketing expert or pretend you're a copywriter. That worked with earlier models, but it's amateur hour for what's coming. GPT-5 is going to be so smart that it doesn't need you to pretend it's something else. It needs you to be specific about what you actually want. Here's the first thing you need to understand. Extreme specificity is your new superpower. These models are getting so big and so capable that vague requests actually hurt performance. You need to tell it exactly what you want. Word counts, formats, specific requirements. Don't say, write me a blog post. Say, write me a 1,500-word blog post in 3 sections with H2 headers. Include 2 case studies, write in a conversational tone for small business owners, and end with 3 specific action steps. The more specific you are, the better GPT-5 will perform. It's like having an incredibly talented assistant who can do anything, but needs clear instructions. Second thing, context is everything. GPT-4 can handle around 100,000 to 200,000 tokens. That's already huge. But GPT-5...
This is where a lot of people are gonna be fucked up, though. Because the thing is that if you kind of don't know what you're doing and you're not really specific, you have to be very specific with what you're going to be asking it to do. And a lot of people ain't going to really know how to be, super detailed, or especially if you want to learn about something, So I guess you got to be super detailed, and somewhat, I guess you could say, relatable, with what you may ask it or what it's going to tell you or whatever. I don't know. But that's interesting, But let's get it. Let's go. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. That's cool. Hold on. I didn't know I could do that. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. All right. Anyway,
we're talking potentially millions of tokens. That means you can load up massive amounts of context, your entire business strategy, all your brand guidelines, your complete customer research, your whole content calendar. Instead of giving it 2 sentences about your business, give it everything. The more context you provide, the better results you'll get. Here's what this looks like in practice. Instead of saying,
information farming, y'all.
Help me write an email, you say, here's our complete brand voice guide. Here's our customer personas. Here's the specific campaign this email is part of. Here's our sales data from the last quarter. Now write an email to our segment of customers who haven't purchased in 60 days. That's the level of context GPT-5 can handle. And when you give it that much information, the results are going to be incredible. Third thing, and this is huge, multi-phase workflows are becoming native. Right now, if you want AI to do something complex, you have to break it into multiple conversations, research in one chat, analysis in another, final output in a third. That's about to change completely. GPT-5 will be able to handle entire workflows in a single conversation, research, analyze, strategize, create, and refine, all in one go. But here's the key. You need to start thinking like a project manager when you prompt. Don't just ask for the end result. Map out the entire process you want it to follow. Say something like, first, research our top 5 competitors' content strategies. Second, analyze what's working best in our industry. Third, identify gaps in our current approach. Fourth, create a 3-month content plan. Fifth, write the first week's worth of content. Sixth, create a tracking system to measure results. That's how you're going to need to think with GPT-5, not just what you want, but the entire journey to get there. Fourth thing, structured output is going to be the baseline. Stop asking for thoughts or ideas. Start demanding scorecards, matrices, tables, phase plans. GPT-5 is going to excel at giving you structured, actionable information, but you have to ask for it specifically. Instead of, what do you think about my marketing strategy? Ask for a comprehensive audit of my marketing strategy with scores from 110 in 5 key areas, specific recommendations for improvement in each area, a priority matrix showing which changes to make first, and a 90-day implementation timeline. The more structure you demand in the output, the more useful it's going to be. Now, here's something that's going to sound crazy, but it's critical for success with GPT-5. You need to make it ask questions. The best prompts are going to be the ones that expect the AI to be curious, to dig deeper, to challenge your assumptions. End your prompts with something like, what questions do you have about this project that would help you give me better recommendations? GPT-5 is going to be smart enough to identify gaps in your thinking. Let it. Also, build in self-evaluation loops. Every major prompt should include check your work, validate your recommendations, identify potential problems with this approach. These models are getting access to more and more information. Make them use it to double-check everything. Here's another critical point. Force trade-offs and prioritization. Don't let GPT-5 hedge. Don't let it give you wishy-washy answers that try to cover every possibility. Make it choose, make it rank, make it cut things. Say, give me your top 3 recommendations, not 5 or 10. Tell me which one is most important and why. What are we not going to do and why? This teaches the AI to think critically instead of just generating comprehensive lists.
So you got to be direct with it. You got to be specific. Damn. You gotta talk to it stern. Don't give me no bullshit fucking answers. Give me the right top 3 answers and tell me why. God damn, okay.
Now here's what Sam Altman said. That should get your attention. He thinks the progress we're going to see from now until 2027 will be more dramatic than everything we've seen in the last 2 years.
You got to speak to ChatGPT-5 like a kid in the store. And when we go in this fucking store, don't ask for a goddamn thing. We got food at home.
Think about that. ChatGPT only came out in 2.5 years. We went from having no AI to AI.
I'm telling you, the world gonna fucked by 2030, man.
AI that can write, code, analyze images, and reason through complex problems. And Altman thinks the next 2 years will be even more dramatic.
Yeah, you gotta talk to it like you mad at it. Give me the fucking information, and when you give me the fucking information, make sure it's fucking valid.
He also said that within a few years, AI will compress 10 years of scientific progress into 1 year. We're not just talking about better chatbots.
Teach me how to fucking call out of work without fucking getting fired.
We're talking about AI that can accelerate human knowledge and discovery at an unprecedented pace. But here's what's really wild. Altman suggested that by 2035, any individual could have access to intellectual capacity equivalent to everyone alive today. Read that again. The combined intelligence of every human on Earth, available to you personally. That's not science fiction. That's the roadmap from the guy building this technology. GPT-5 is going to be so capable that the bottleneck won't be the technology. It will be human ability to communicate with it properly. But there's something else Sam Altman revealed that I haven't told you yet. He said that GPT-5 won't just be available on the web, it's going to be integrated everywhere. We're moving toward a world where AI is like electricity. It's not something you go to a specific place to use. It's just there, embedded in everything. Your phone, your computer, your apps, your tools. GPT-5 level intelligence everywhere. That means the skills you learn now for prompting AI aren't just going to help you with ChatGPT. They're going to help you with every digital tool you use. The people who master AI communication now are going to have superpowers in a world where AI is everywhere. Now, let me address something.
They just making old people obsolete, y'all.
That a lot of people are worried about. Yes, GPT-5 is going to be incredibly powerful. Yes, it's going to change how work gets done, but it's not going to replace humans who know how to use it properly.
Yet.
Think of it like this. When spreadsheets were invented, they didn't eliminate accountants, but accountants who mastered spreadsheets became vastly more valuable than those who didn't.
And this is right up. This is right up. This is right up my alley.
GPT-5 is going to be the same thing, but for every knowledge worker, the opportunity here is enormous. But it's not going to last forever. Right now,
Yeah, we're gonna go back to Chat GPT.
Most people are still figuring out how to use current AI tools. Most businesses are just starting to experiment. But when GPT-5 drops, there's going to be a massive acceleration. Here's what I recommend you do right now. Start practicing the techniques I've shown you with current models. Get comfortable with extreme specificity, context loading, multi-phase workflows, and structured outputs. These skills are going to transfer directly to GPT-5, but they take time to develop. Don't wait until GPT-5 is released to start learning. Start now. Also, begin thinking about how AI could transform your specific business or role. Not just AI could help with content creation. Think specifically about your actual workflows, your real problems, your concrete goals. What would change if you had access to unlimited genius-level intelligence that could research, analyze, create, and optimize anything you asked it to? How would your business be different? How would your daily work change? What new opportunities would open up? Start mapping this out now, because when GPT-5 arrives, you'll want to hit the ground running. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know what you're most excited about with GPT-5. Are you ready for AI that's smarter than most humans? What's the first thing you're going to use it for? And if you want to stay ahead of the curve...
we're going to use it for what we've always been using it for. Trying to take over the world. Oh, yeah. Okay, so 5 isn't even out. I'm asking ChatGPT right now. Are we on ChatGPT 5? Uh-oh. All right, so we got a war going on in the chat. Fasting says that War Master loves thick women because more crushing requires more pushing with a little slippery. Oh my God. Shout outs to Fasting. Shout outs to War Master. Oh my goodness. It's always good. It's always good when both of you guys are in the building. All right, hold on. So let's y'all come up with some questions real quick. She was a fairy. Yep. She was a fairy. On her daddy. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Hold on. All right, let's try this again. Are you excited about ChatGPT 5? Hello? Are you excited about ChatGPT 5?
Chat 5 is expected to launch in summer 2025, bringing significant upgrades in reasoning, multimodality, and reliability. It's going to combine voice, image, abilities into one powerful, making advanced AI accessible to OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman confirmed the release timeline, saying it'll be better across the board than its predecessors. The new model will also feature multiple levels of intelligence, with higher levels available to paying subscribers.
You sound excited about ChatGPT 5.
I'm pretty stoked about ChatGPT. The potential advancements in AI are really... I'm curious to see the way we interact.
My damn Wi-Fi. Hold on, y'all. Okay, my bad. My Wi-Fi.
Take it in.
Yeah, you're kind of in and out. You're kind of in and out because my Wi-Fi is bad.
I get it. Our connection is a bit spotty. I'll do my best to stick with you till the end. Go ahead and talk. I'll catch what I can.
No, I was asking you about ChatGPT 5. Which one is better, Apple or Android? Uh-oh.
You're asking about ChatGPT 5 versus
No. I'm asking you which one is better, Apple or Android?
Let's see. The choice between Apple and Android depends on your personal preferences. Apple devices are known for their user-friendly interface, security, and seamless integration with other Apple products. Android devices, on the other hand, offer more customization options, a wider range of devices at different price points, and flexibility in choosing hardware and software features. Both have their strengths, so it ultimately comes down to what matters most to you in a device.
Okay. That's interesting.
Glad you found it interesting. Choosing between Apple and Android can be a bit overwhelming with all the options out there. What do you think is most important when deciding on a device?
That's a good question. I never thought about that. Hold on. I done forgot what questions I want to ask. I was asking about Elon earlier. Hold on. Do you think Donald Trump is doing a good job running the country? And what's your thoughts on the big, beautiful bill?
Opinions about Donald Trump's performance as president vary greatly depending on individual perspectives and priorities. The one big, beautiful bill, signed into law by Trump, has received both praise and criticism. On the positive side, it's expected to boost the economy, create jobs, and provide tax relief to working and middle-class families. Some sectors, like agriculture and small businesses, are also expected to benefit from provisions like increased estate tax exemptions and deductions for business expenses. However, critics argue that certain aspects of the bill could have negative consequences, such as imposing tariffs on countries like South Africa, which might hurt local farmers and workers. Others might disagree with how the bill addresses issues like national security, Arctic maritime investments, or support for specific industries. Ultimately, whether Trump is doing a good job is subjective and depends on one's own values, priorities, and assessment of his policy's impact.
Do you think he put a tariff on South Africa because of Elon?
There's no indication that Donald Trump imposed a 30% tariff on South Africa because of Elon Musk. The tariff seems to be part of a trade war Trump started in April, with the U.S. claiming South Africa has unfair trade practices. South Africa disputes this, saying the tariff isn't an accurate representation of their trade data. They're trying to negotiate a trade deal with the U.S. The countries have been in talks since May, and South Africa's president is optimistic about reaching an agreement.
Hold on. See, that was old boy when he went to South Africa, and the dudes was like, "Oh, why don't y'all give us some technology and stuff like that?" He was trying to trade technology for that damn tariff. That's what that was about. The Trump wasn't falling into that, which he shouldn't. He shouldn't fall into that shit. What's going on, Spawn? Good to see you, bro. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Listen, we got some great shows coming up for you guys. I don't even know where to start. Hold on. Take a look at this. We got Superhead. We're gonna play that later. We got Superhead on Piers Morgan's show. She up there when he asked her about Diddy. She's like she doesn't know. She was acting vague and acting like she didn't mess with Diddy and stuff like that. Just a lot of goofy shit going on. Hold on, check this out. We got another show from MTR. We got a lot of stuff to go over, honestly. That's a little bit different from this whole Chat GPT thing. But let me give y'all a 2-segment preview real quick.
I feel like speed dating could be a fun thing, but you just have to have the right type of people there.
You have a problem getting men, and
what the hell is speed dating at this point? And this girl, I've seen this girl all over.
That's something that you need to work on. But as far as going to these speed dating events and thinking that you're going to meet actual men that you would want, they're not going to be there. You'd be good if you even get any men there at all, even the ones that nobody wants.
All right, somebody time warm ass. Somebody time him out. Somebody time him out. Hold on. Okay, how do you get out of the Citadel in Mass Effect #1?
Good question. To leave the Citadel in Mass Effect, first complete the mission Expose Aron, then find a Citadel rapid transit terminal and select wards, followed by...
I couldn't find it. God damn. Why you gotta expose? Why you gotta expose? I couldn't find it. If I knew I could find it, I would have found it already.
The video that I have for you guys here today is going to be yet another entry, yet another data point in the MTR field studies of the modern dating culture as it exists today. The video that we have is of a lovely young woman out of New York City going on a speed dating event, and then begins to publicly humiliate some of the men that were involved in the speed dating event, all while being an average at best in the face looking young lady. Absolutely ridiculous, but her vlog is going to serve as the case study for today. I often get asked about, speed dating events. Do I like them? Do I think that they're beneficial? And long story short, I think that the majority of them are public humiliation rituals. It is a in reality example of the dynamics that you'll see on these dating apps, that women are swiping left the majority of times due to things, inexplicable things, things that men cannot change about themselves, their height, right? It's got nothing to do with their morals. And it's because the speed dating is like a minute and then you change. Similar to dating apps, you're looking at people for like a couple of seconds and then you left swipe. It's pretty much the same thing, just one's in reality and one is digitally conducted. But I find it also interesting that these women will be average at best with highest expectations. And then through the utilization of the internet, we get to see their private thoughts out on public display. Buckle up for this one. It's going to get interesting. Without further ado.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. My name is Lil Piva if you're new here, and today we're getting ready.
Little Piva. More on that in a quick second. Now, also I'll say,
oh boy, this is going to be a headache. Get on the internet with rollers in your hair. Cool. All right.
Usually I'll just go over snippets and stuff like that, but I wanted you guys to see the intro of this because we get to see her house. We get to see how she lives. And I think that that is very interesting for our research as we begin to see the type of human being that she is. My G's, when you begin to date these lovely young ladies, it's not just the image that they put out in front of you, but then also the area or the environment that they have responsibility over. How are they taking care of their things? Is the things that they are requesting of you, does it make sense for how it is that they conduct their life, right? These are all things that you should be considering, but let's continue.
To go speed dating in New York City. As you can see, I'm trying to look cute tonight. So I bought the ticket last night and they were $38. I got them on Eventbrite.
38.
My friend actually recommended me going and I was just like, oh my God, it's just gonna be a bunch of nerds. And I don't mind nerds, nerds are great, but I'm gonna need a balance. I'm gonna need like 50% nerd, 50% athletic, outdoors.
Superman as well as Clark Kent. I got you. She want them both, baby.
It can't just be all nerd. Speaking on behalf of everyone, I think we're all over dating apps. It's just so hard to execute. I feel like you match with people, but then you never really make it to a first date or even to a conversation. So I think it's really nice and like a breath of fresh air to have everybody in the room ready to date.
Now, if women are talking about that happens, imagine the male experience, right? Like, damn, son, it is far because there's more men that's on these dating apps. So women have more of the power, more of the deciding factor. Women are getting right swiped way more often than men are getting right swiped, right? So if she's experiencing that, imagine what the average man is experiencing. Now, I will also say, please take note, if you're not familiar with living in New York City, she's currently living in a shoebox. this shoebox might actually be $2,000 a month, if not $2,500 per month. But just take notice to how she's currently living, because that's going to come up here in a few. Let's listen.
Much more than what you guys see on camera. Nice and bouncy.
I have my leggings on.
Big mid.
Because it's cold. But nobody knows. Shh.
She liked her teacher. Y'all gonna realize, like, when you get older, bro, teachers are freaks. They are freaks. If you ever picked up on that when you was a kid and you got older, teachers are freaks.
We got that, and then we have my jacket. Oh, I love this jacket. Nice and furry and warm. Final look. Got my jacket, cute little red dress. Got my suede booties on, and the thrifted Gucci purse. Wish me luck.
Ain't no one mad at you thrifting. Oh. Big mid, big mid.
As the time is approaching, I am actually getting a little bit nervous.
Okay.
I have some butterflies in my stomach, but thank you.
No.
Yeah, so I'm getting a little nervous, but can't back down now.
Okay.
The restaurant is called Darbar Grill. I just looked it up. It's like an Indian restaurant. It's on East 55th Street. Yeah, so I'm just, at least I get to just walk over in peace and I'm not rushing over in the subway.
All right, that's the spot. Now, we'll also say is that, you know, judging by her skin, she's probably in her early to mid 30s. So, you know, them eggs is cooking, baby, all right? The next thing is, I need to go over social media profiles because it's going to add a lot more information to who it is that we're dealing with here, all right? But I'll let this play so you can see her behavior, all right?
Good evening. Yeah. Can I get your first name? Nicole.
Okay, there goes a shot of the room.
You guys.
Okay,
I
listen.
literally had to step outside so I could talk shit.
Okay, let us know.
I don't want to be mean, but one of the guys literally has folds in the back of his head. He got head folds. Do you see this?
I do.
Does this look like someone who's going to be going out on a date with a guy with head folds?
Yes.
No.
Now she's putting people in the video.
Here. Sure, if you'd like to just take a seat there. You can come over here, love, and just take a seat there.
Okay.
No!
Yeah, here she goes. These are her sound effects, by the way.
Please, no! No!
Got it.
No!
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, just real quick, I got to get back up into it because she's going to give her thoughts right here on the entire night, but we just saw what it is that she tried to do. And to be honest, to be frank with you, ma'am, you asked the question of whether or not you deserve to be going on a date with a guy with head folds or receding hairlines or whatever it is that you said. And I'm going to let you know right now, okay? Your expectations of the type of guy that you're looking for in comparison to what it is that we see right up on here is actually kind of crazy. You are an average at best in the face looking young lady. You came on to a date with dry ass split ends and you have on stripper eyelashes. This is absurd work and absurd behavior. You need to get your head up out of the sky of thinking that you are a 10 and that you are so much more attractive than all of these men because you are absolutely not. This is so vain. Men don't do this. Men don't get up on the internet, look at women that they saw, and then begin to bash or publicly display or try to humiliate.
Damn, he going in on her. God damn, what did she do?
those women for clout points. If anything, you see men all across the internet in validating women that don't deserve it. But typically, men are not doing this. Ergo, my comments earlier about public humiliation ritual, all these men were trying to do is to get to meet lovely young ladies, but instead had their image and or likeness mocked across the internet. This is why men are no longer showing up to these speed dating sites. This is why men are treating these dating apps as if it's a place to hire free prostitutes. That's why these women will refuse to respect the exact same types of men that have civilized this world enough for them to live their posh ass lives in their goddamn shoebox. Now, if you begin to psychoanalyze a young lady like this, you probably have a college educated, right, graduated, move over to NYC, ton of student loan debt, found herself a nice little shoebox for $2,500 per month, up to her eyeballs, up in debt, but because of her career-focused path, is still single at 30 goddamn 5-ish, I don't know her exact age. And as her eggs begin to sizzle, is going to speed dating panels and asking, where did all the good men go?
There's no such thing as, I mean, I don't know how to say this. I've mastered speed dating when it was actually speed dating. And everything nowadays is considered speed dating. Because people are just instantly hooking up. Like, instantly hooking up was like a huge thing back in the day. You know, meeting somebody and betting them on the same day. That solidified you were a quote unquote player back in the day. But nowadays that's the standard. That's standard nowadays. Speed dating.
First off, madam, the high value men are not going to be at these speed dating events. Why? Because they have so many options. And I know you're looking for a high value man. And how is it that I know that? Well, I took a little look at your Instagram. And guys, everyone that's watching this video, I want you to take a look at this profile and see if anything immediately jumps out at you. All right. We already saw like the bathing suit photos. But I'll tell you what immediately jumped out to me. Outside of having a stupid name such as Little Piva, the aesthetic that she is creating on her Instagram is not the aesthetic, nowhere near the aesthetic that she's currently living in. How I see my haters, I don't. Corny. As you see her lower back just connected to her hamstrings. Anyway, again, she's creating this high value woman aesthetic. Meanwhile, she's living in a goddamn tiny apartment that doesn't even look like it has central AC, which I'm not hating on people that are lower income. I'm just calling out that the fake ass aesthetic is what she's trying to achieve. And probably what has happened, dating apps, she'll filter you straight to the dating apps, go look at her profile, and you think that she's a certain type of woman that what she is actually not. These average at best modern women will try to create some type of aesthetic of a life that they wish that they had. And because they are unable to achieve it by themselves, they take their anger out on men that they deem as not perfect and give them the
that's true. Around 20 years ago, just about. You said hitting on the first night was played out around 20 years ago. It's not playing that. It's like not playing Xbox. What was out 20 years ago? The Xbox One? The Red Ring of Death? You said if chicks ain't checking for you, your standard is going to be corn and a sandwich at the back of the fridge. Not at the back of the fridge, though. Hey, man, the back of the fridge is the coldest. All right? A mayonnaise sandwich. Shout outs to Truth Only. Shout outs to LT, man. Toya, were you here earlier? We were talking about millennial aesthetic. Are you wrapped up into the pumpkin spice lattes? And are you wrapped up into avocado toast? I think the avocado toast is like mid to late millennial. I don't think the early millennials really fell into the avocado toast thing. But I ain't gonna lie, avocado toast tastes good. But if you spread the avocado on the toast, does it turn into guacamole? Questions, 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 y'all. Only some can answer, and few may know. All right. You said she got a cute little butt. Chill, MTR. Yeah, like what does he expect from this woman? Like, god damn. She's like a cute, ditzy chick
Ick and
from New York.
justify it by saying that, well, I just have standards. Everybody can have standards, but it seems like the internet is an appropriate place.
Okay, you're not a PSL girl, but you do avocado toast. Okay. The millennial gray is technically like I know Warmaster ain't gonna like this, but the millennial gray is technically Apple space gray, right? It's like space gray. Because if so, then I think I kind of like millennial gray too.
For women to exercise their ridiculous standards, whereas men get shamed if they do the
Yeah, little speed bumps, or like Ism say, little fart boxes
exact
matter.
same thing.
And now, is she someone that's your type?
Not so much.
And why not?
I'll say more so like the hair. So
She was the cute, and this is the crazy part. This girl right here on this episode, she was the cutest girl up there. I was like, oh, this nigga tripping. He would have got cursed out for different reasons, but
more so attracted to longer hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Hi, I'm Sandy. I'm 33. Okay. And Sandy, why'd you end up popping your balloon? I ended up popping it because you're
I done popped it. I done popped it.
attractive. You know, you got it going on. But that comment about hair, I know your mama got short hair too. She's black. At the end of the day, black women, you don't know what to
How you gonna tell her what his mama is? She could be
expect
white.
with our hair. We could wear it straight, we could wear it curly, and that was just like too much for me. So I don't got time for it. If you don't know, if you can't grow up from your roots, then you can't grow up with me. So that's how I feel.
And she looked like she done fried her hair. But okay.
Interesting.
Go ahead.
I mean, my mom's actually on my necklace. She doesn't have short hair for one.
It doesn't matter. It's about
but-
it's about who you are as a brother. The person you don't make hair don't make your personality. You dig me? It's about who you
dig
are.
her?
If you confident with short hair, long hair, it doesn't matter. Because a lot of girls that do have long
Y'all digging what she's saying, bruh?
hair, the hairs be thin. I have a salon. When I was 16, I brought my mother a salon with my business that I do. So yeah, I have dealt with so many different type of hairs. Shout out to my mom, Captivated Styles in the building, Philly, we here. But what you said, it's just not for me. You need to really check on your ends before you talk about long or short hair, because a lot of girls with long hair be having no hair.
Absurd, right? By the way, she got the name Little Piva. I guess she named it herself because she is in fact a struggle rapper. And I took
Oh, you didn't see this? You didn't see this, Toya? I shared it. This is like the 4th time she's appeared on the show. I've shared that shit a couple times. Men can't have standards.
a quick look, and yes, this is garbage, is what you would think.
You said the sucker ball heads are pissed.
Is that her? We're not even gonna listen to this. Got your cheeks out in the video, but damn, I deem you for the streets.
Shame.
For the avenue.
Shame.
For the cobblestone.
Shame.
For the earth's core.
Shame.
Because yeah, any man that finds your presence online is surely to take you serious when you're calling yourself a pretty ass hoe.
Well, a lot of black men, their hair grows faster and more healthier than a lot of black women because they don't really touch their hair. And they don't really put heavy chemicals in their hair like that. You know, that's the thing. A lot of sisters put heavy chemicals in their hair. You know.
Now that I've completely read this psychotic woman for filth, let's get into her ridiculous ass thoughts. Let's go.
Hello, I'm back. It is 1 a.m. And no, I did not just get back from the speed dating. I ended up making a friend and we went to the bar afterwards. And I'm starving now, so I'm just gonna have some steak.
Okay.
Before I go to bed. But I wanted to do a little recap of the event.
Look at this sloppy shit.
Let me be honest, it was pretty bad.
You don't like her.
First off,
Okay.
the event specifically was for 30-year-olds. Like it said that on the actual invitation. So I don't know why all the men were literally like between 45 and 50 years old. There was one guy out of the 10 that was actually in the age group, but then he was gay.
But see, but that's true. I mean, I understand why women mess with their hair. So, you know, it's a form of expression. But yeah, it's like, but also though, if you go look at like the S curls and and some of the products that men put in their hair, you'll see it's like more natural. You know, look at the ingredients on men's beard oil. You know, it's more natural. You know, a lot of women have natural companies, but like y'all got to go out of y'all way to go find those companies. You know what I'm saying? And know exactly what it is. But yeah, they got like a lot of heavy chemicals and stuff like that. That's why some women just say fuck it, just do the big chop. You know, and honestly, that's like the best thing to do. Just start over. You know. You said her friend is a cat. I don't think cats want to put up with this in 2025 and going forward. You know. He said black women do idiotic-ish and get locks and then put weave on it and perm and dye. But that I ain't even gonna lie. That is true. That is true. I mean, the sister locks they last. You know, if they do the sister locks, they last a little bit. But yeah, that is true, Toy.
Mind you, there was 2 gay guys, and I'm not the only one who thought this because afterwards, me and some of the other girls, sorry, I don't know what my neighbors are doing. They're literally like moving furniture.
Paper walls in New York.
1 a.m. But anyways,
I'm never moving back.
so I ended.
You said it's mutilation though. Nothing wrong with styling, but we be jumping out the window. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, and some men just don't do shit to their hair. Right, Kuda. Yeah. You gotta, you know, just naturally let it grow. You know? Naturally let it grow. But honestly, they say, you know, once you put dye in your hair, it's not natural anymore. But you can dye your locks. There's nothing wrong with dyeing your locks, but don't keep dyeing them because they dry out. Dye will dry out your hair, you know. So that's what I was told. Because I was told as soon as I used to have red tips, you know, once upon a time, y'all. And they turned orange and then they, you know, went back to brown and then black, you know. You know, if you have natural hair and then you put dye in it, you know, I was told it's not natural anymore. You know, it's not natural anymore. So, you know, and I'm like, okay, I see that. You know, I understand. I can dig that. But yeah, shout outs to LT Man. You know, they don't touch their hair like that, you know. And yeah, you know, men they you know use their hair as a form of expression, but not as much as women. Like every single day. You know, every single day. You know, women use their hair as a form of expression, you know. So they go through different styles.
Ended up going out with some of the girls that I met there, and we were just like, wow, like this was so bad. And they also confirmed that 2 of the guys there were for sure gay, and which is fine, but like, I just think you're at the wrong event. That's all.
Now they don't like gay guys.
I feel like everyone definitely had like a good job. They were stable, but no one like remotely attractive, bald, or receding hairline, or overweight. Just,
You know, the salt.
I feel like speed dating.
The salt and pepper hair is not bad though. Yeah, women love the salt and pepper hair. You got to beat them off of you with a stick. Like, back. back, you harlot, back. Stand back. They love the salt and pepper, man. Like I said, men in their 40s and 50s, y'all are in y'all prime. You dig? Yeah, all of a sudden, gay guys is a deal breaker now in their space. Oh, it's encroachment now, huh?
But you just have to have the right type of people there, and I just think there was the wrong type of people. Not gonna lie, I still had some fun conversations. It was a lot of talking and a lot of like repetitive talking, because with every person you kind of have to start from scratch. Like, okay, like this is what I do for work. This is where I grew up. This is why I'm in New York City. So that got a little repetitive.
Ain't no desirable man going to no speed dating event. I don't know who need to hear that, but before y'all keep wasting y'all money and time going to these speed dating events, don't do it if you expecting men that you would actually want to be there, because they're not. If there are any men there at all, they're definitely not going to be the type of man that you would want. They're going to be undesirable, but they won't be actual top tier, attractive men with things going for themselves. You know why? Because if a man is actually desirable, why would he need to come to a speed dating event? He wouldn't. Desirable men get women constantly, whether it's walking out the house, going to the store, going to the gym, going to school. They don't have a problem in the woman department. See, y'all having a problem in the men department, which is why you're at a speed dating event. But these men are not having an issue with women when they're desirable. They don't have a problem getting girls. You have a problem getting men. And that's something that you need to work on. But as far as going to these speed dating events and thinking that you're going to meet actual men that you would want, they're not going to be there. You'll be good if you even get any men there at all, even the ones that nobody wants.
But I did have some good conversations and like really enjoy and like have some genuine laughs. Again, just not with anyone that I would consider dating.
All right.
We tried.
Listen.
And on the plus side, I did make a new friend, so that's never bad. So at least now I have a new girlfriend to go out to the bar with. I also like that they gave you a piece of paper so that you could write everyone's names down and like a little note about them to remember them.
She probably does, War Master. She does look like she probably likes a feminine looking girl. Good read. You said the chicks that go to speed dating event tend to be losers. Yeah, or somewhat desperate. Like, what is a speed, like back in the day, like in like 2008, maybe like 2014? Okay, but what does a speed dating event look like in 2025, bro? Like, what the hell does that look like? You might as well go to a sip and paint. You might as well go to a wine and mixer. Like, you don't go to Zumba classes? Take up some Zumba classes and stuff like that, You think she's a 4, War Master? She probably a 5. You said with a small fart box?
And then you
I
can
think she
go
made
onto the
friends with a gay guy. That's what it sounds like. You know what I'm saying?
website and then put in who you like. It's not awkward if someone's like, oh, I like you. Can I get your number to reach out to you?
Okay. I've had enough. The absolute nerve of you to say that they got good jobs and then you still going to post them in the videos while also trying to publicly humiliate them, which is just odd work. Most men entering their 40s are experiencing some type of recession of their hairline. But the fact of the matter is that while men outwardly display some physical signs of aging, women at this same age are experiencing some internal signs of aging. And
you see, y'all are making good reads. It looked like she does go after the soft beta guys, but like, let's say if she gets a guy that is somewhat, like a regular dude, she'd probably be the type to try to like soften them up. Like, oh, well, you need to, you need to be a little bit more emotional, and you need to be. She sounds like the type of woman that'll talk a nigga's head off and try to get him to be more sensitive.
And they call that geriatric pregnancy. But these are the thoughts that they have, whether or not it's speed dating or upon these balloon pop type shows. They don't want you to have preferences or to be able to speak about things that we like to see in them, yet they want carte blanche to be able to either control the words that are coming out of your mouth or don't say it at all, as they continue to keep wild standards and requirements for you. And that's why I say the majorities of these things just stages for public humiliation, where men are mocked for things that they cannot control, such as height or hairlines, while women like this are propped up to delusions that they are tens, if not damn near close to it, but yet allowed to wallow in their pure and utter delusion, while crafting social media profiles and digital presences that have absolutely nothing to do with the actual way that they live life, clowning the average hardworking man for at least trying. This is why I show no sympathy to the majority of the modern women as it exists today. I would say that the MTR is that.
Let me tell y'all something which is slowly happening, and I want you guys to pay attention to what I'm finna say, right? Women are using a completely different appraisal scale. Y'all know I gave y'all the real scale and told y'all how this appraisal thing works, right? And yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want to, you can use a scale of 1 to 10, because it's easier to explain instead of the scale of 1 to 30, right? But women are slowly, not even slowly, fastly, if that's a word. I got to check with Toya. I think it's a word. But they gotta work they're not even got to. They're slowly working their way back into a fucked up they're slowly working their way back into a fucked up appraisal system. You know what I'm saying? They slowly are. And then going after and talking crazy about average men is only going to really kind of show them that, dang, I'm average, right? But a lot of them have been so duped into this, swiftly and quickly, right, expeditiously working their way back into a more fucked up appraisal system. You know what I'm saying? But look at how they're gonna represent it though when they're gonna represent it as a epiphany and be like, oh my God, am I average? Why are all these average guys hitting on me? I'm coming to the conclusion that I might be average, And some of them are gonna get mad at men. What's going on, and1 Play 5? Good to see you, player. As always, welcome to the show. And this is the crazy thing. They're gonna blame a lot of them gonna blame men for it, but guess what? Twitter, Instagram, social media, Soulja Boy. Let me stop. A whole bunch of people then sold them a false lie. And like I said, and I told you guys before, Instagram, they got their own, and I think they've trademarked it. They got their own color palette. And if you look at their LUTs and their color palette and stuff like that, it's like supposed to be more brighter. Food looks a little bit better on Instagram. They even got a food LUT and stuff like that, or palette. Next time Shout outs to Toya. I know Toya would definitely try this. Next time you go out to eat, Toya, right? Make sure you take a picture of your food on TikTok, right? And then try to like take a small video of it and then upload it on TikTok and use there's a food filter and see if it don't make your food look even better. It's like, damn, this shit look better than this shit in real life. It look you know? But what they don't realize is that in a fucked up economy, average is good. Exceptionally well. And average people make decent money. And it ain't even about the money. You know, a lot of people that's making 100K, they're only walking away with 70K. Obviously, after taxes and inflation and stuff. And then not even that. You can make as much money, but if you're not disciplined with it or know how to spend it, or trapped in a financial rut, you might as well haven't even made it at all. LT Man says she sounds like she will hold her own friends back from trying to have a relationship with a man. She really does. She sounds like the problem. High key. War Master says talking ish about average men when the woman is below average will get most men to say will get most men to stop dating. Oh wait. Yeah, a lot of men have stopped dating. And a lot of Rasputias feel like they're Beyonce. And then it's a fucked up thing because it creates a fucked up conundrum because no one's telling somebody to feel bad about themselves. You know what I'm saying? But a proper appraisal can help you out. You know? But the thing is, y'all, is that the appraisal system is broken. You know? The appraisal system is broken. You know, you're supposed to feel good about yourself, you know, at any stage in your life. You're supposed to feel like, yeah, I'm the shit and blah, blah, blah and stuff like that. At least to yourself. You don't have to really rub that in everybody's faces, you know. That's not something where you're like, hey, I'm the shit and fuck you and blah, 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 you know. You know, it's not for that. It's to really, you know, up your self-esteem. But with a phone in hand, good luck. You know, and like I said, y'all, you're pretty cursed if you were raised with the social media before you ever got a chance to understand a social life. You dig? Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App. I got you. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. I was going to call it a wrap after just talking about the tech and the chat GPT stuff, but listen, I'm going to add on a couple more segments before I go because I appreciate you guys definitely supporting the show. So we're going to throw on this Candace Owens segment. We're going to throw on a bit of a political segment. You said you learn to be disciplined with your finances. Absolutely. We all can learn to be disciplined with our finances. Spawn said, I got a vid you might want to watch. I'll send it to you. Yeah. If you could put the link in the chat. LT Man dropped the link in the chat earlier, but it disappeared. So let me know if you can put the link in the chat. I can see if I can find it and we'll take a look at it. You said always think before you buy. Do I need it or do I just want it? Yes. Does this item serves a purpose? You know, does this item serves a purpose? All right. But shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. I got you guys. Candace Owens says that the MAGA movement is now compromised. What does she mean? So we're going to continue the saga that we started a couple days ago. Thank you guys for genuinely loving and hitting the like button and supporting the show. Let's get it.
Follow the channel, they begin to understand the Delulu bullshit, and they're actively working, if not already have figured out, how to remove the girl code, sister code matrix that encapsulates their mind and not being empathetic to those that they seek relationships from. If you keep mocking men for showing up, then don't be surprised.
Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze, man. I've been quoting you, man. And I picked up on it too. And that was a very genius observation that you made earlier. You know what I'm saying? About Chat GPT and how they try to put it down our throats. Just like the COVID vaccine. That's if you're into it, but not even. It is kind of forced, but let's get it.
When they stop showing up at all. All right, guys, I think that's the remainder of my comments for this video. How'd this get here? Drop me your questions, comments, concerns down below in the comments.
All right, let me see if I can actually pull this up, Spawn. But as promised, thank you guys. Please continue to support the show. Candace Owens. Shout outs to MTR. This woman is diabolical and need to be stopped. Somebody needs to take her laptop.
First fans, it's looking like we are in episode 3, Revenge of the Swamp. At least that's what I'm seeing. I'm sorry, but in this episode, I think Anakin becomes someone who embraces the dark side. Because what else could be the explanation for what is going on with the MAGA movement? And we have to confront this. We have to be honest about this. Left or right, don't be an idiot. The Epstein thing is a bridge too far, okay? It's just a bridge too far. Anyone that's not telling you that is lying to you. Further to that point, Andrew Tate has tweeted out a video that begs further investigation because I am just starting to wonder how infiltrated we are. Because we're definitely infiltrated, but the question is, how infiltrated are we? Let's jump right back into this. Welcome back to Candace.
We still got to go over the Chemical Ali documentary. Shout outs to War Master. But this is what I'm going to say. This weekend, we're going to do some history on some of the U.S. presidents and some of the, well-noted figures in American history. And also, we're going to go over, some of the stuff about Saddam Hussein and stuff like that. But we got a movie request. So if you guys this weekend want to join us over on Rumble, we're going to be going over a Donald Trump biography / documentary that was sent to us by Link. Shout outs to Link as always. We're going to be going over that documentary. And yeah, this should be pretty interesting,
All right, you guys, I always try to find the silver lining, and maybe the silver lining, I'll say right on the top here, is that Jeffrey Epstein, this whole debacle could be a blessing in disguise because I think people are waking up left and right. We are in unison, right?
Yeah, they're going crazy over Epstein. It's like Epstein mania. And I'm not going to lie, Candace was pointing out, kind of Donald Trump, and I was going to talk about that. I was going to ask the AI that question. Is MAGA and Donald Trump covering up the Epstein list? So I asked the AI the question, y'all. And the AI even said that all of a sudden recently, the Epstein files have disappeared. All of a sudden, the Epstein files don't exist. They got it. The news got to hit the AI first because people are going to run over to AI and ask. Because AI is your new god now. AI will have more influence than presidents now. Because AI is a concept not like it's like an entity. It's not like a single person. The brain can't compartmentalize AI or what it actually is. It's genius. Let's get it.
Right now going, what the actual F? And I think Cigar and Yeti, I don't know if you know him, he's a journalist who works over at Breaking Points. He sat down with Tucker Carlson, and I think he gave a very good explanation.
Did somebody say cigars? My favorite.
When he said this, take a listen.
Said on camera, we have a client list.
On the White House lawn.
I've seen the client list.
Yes.
And then yesterday, she's saying there's no client list.
There's no client list. And there was no systematic blackmail. That actually might be the most preposterous line in the document.
The whole thing that this tape shows that he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
Yeah, I agree, because the lie is more the lie at this point is not even part of trying to convince any of this is true.
Yes.
The lie is a signal to everybody else involved in the scheme that to the ultimate ends, the United States government will go to protect all of you.
Yes.
And that's the for
Man,
what
is that smart.
purpose?
Can you say that again? Okay,
Yes.
so it's a signal.
The lie is not for you and me. The lie is for those implicated to say, no matter what, we will protect you. And then we have to start asking the question, why? As in, what is the purpose?
He is so right there. The lies are becoming increasingly more audacious. It's almost like they are mocking us. They're laughing at us. I was saying this to my team the other day, that Bibi Netanyahu is now reaching a level of psychopathology where it's almost like he wants to get caught. Do you know what I mean? He's smirking all the time. He's like, who's going to stop me? He's conducting a genocide in broad daylight. His cabinet members are explicitly stating that their aims are, in fact, in ethnically cleansing. We have IDF soldiers speaking out about what they're doing, telling the truth about what's happening, just plucking off Palestinian kids. The ICC criminal court issued a warrant for his arrest. And what does he do? He sits across from Donald Trump and he says, I, Bibi Netanyahu, am going to elect you for the Nobel Peace Prize. Because I should have say on that topic of who's been peaceful, and I decide that it's you. Yeah, sure, 400,000 Palestinians are missing, as it's been reported, but who cares? I have so much power, somebody stop me. Seriously, did you guys see that clip? It's Bibi Netanyahu is electing Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Damn.
He's shameless. This is essentially a mass murderer showing up to the funeral of his victims. That's what we're seeing here. He's like, I did this, but I got to see the results here. And Trump is just taking it. Not only is Trump just taking it, he's also furiously tweeting out support for Bibi Netanyahu and the trials, because even the Israelis are taking him through the court system due to his corruption. And there's no reason for Trump to say anything about those trials.
Yeah.
But he's doing it anyways. Trump is not required by any stretch of an imagination to speak out about those trials happening in Israel, but he's doing it. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein is becoming this perfect example about how our reality is just being shaped for us. I feel like we're in a video game. Do you feel like we're in a video game and we're maybe losing? And now, as we're starting to realize this matrix, it's glitching in front of us. And the people who created it are basically saying, ha, nana boo-boo, you can't do anything. They don't care, because what are you going to do? And I want to be clear, the headlines today, yesterday, they have been unequivocal to Trump, right? They have said, your base hates this, okay? MAGA is splitting over this Epstein thing, left, right, and center. All of the publications, literally. Conservative ones, liberal ones, ones in the middle. Here are just some of the headlines making that very clear. Here's CNN. Trump is daring MAGA to oppose him right now. That's what it kind of feels like. It's a dare. Like, are you going to oppose me? I'm Trump. Washington Post, same thing. Immigration, Epstein, Ukraine, Trump's moves roil the MAGA base. This is Al Jazeera. Why is MAGA angry with Trump and Pam Bondi over the Epstein files? This is the Daily Caller, conservative. Dark forces at play. MAGA revolts over Trump's DOJ's Epstein findings. It's even trending on Truth Social, so we can't miss this, right? Truth Social has their trending topics. That is literally Trump's social media platform. And it's all regarding Epstein. Look at this. Epstein cover-up, Epstein client list, hashtag Epstein. And let's be clear, Trump won this last election decisively because many people on the left came over to the right. Why do they do that?
Damn.
for two reasons. One, because Make America Healthy Again, the MAHA movement, obviously RFK Jr. was significant with that. You know, moms were upset about this, everything that's happening with the CDC, COVID, but also because of the promise of no more wars. Everyone's tired. We have fatigue. Again, I'm going to throw it to Sagar and Tucker that are discussing that. Take a listen.
The problem is the promise of MAGA is America first, and the contradiction is just too obvious. You can't, you know, if you're Joe Biden and you're, you know, senile and it's being run by a bunch of sinister, shadowy figures in the background and you do something like this, it's like, of course they're doing it. But if you get up and you say, we're going to restore greatness to this country, we're going to do it by putting our own interests first. That's what every country does. That's kind of natural. It's organic. And then you put the interests of a country of 9 million people above your own in a way that's just insulting.
Yes.
People can't deal with that. Like,
And
their
they shouldn't.
brains start to explode. And I think this is blowing up the coalition.
I actually, on our show, our producer went to the Bronx, AOC's district, and interviewed people who were AOC Trump voters. And the number one reason that we got from them was war. It was the promise to bring an end to the war, both in Israel and Gaza and in Ukraine.
So yesterday, as I said, the base looked at Trump and said, what the hell are you doing? Okay. And then Pam Bondi gets up there. She tries to tell us that they don't know if Jeffrey Epstein was working for another country. They don't know. They don't know if he was working for another country.
What's going on, King Pix?
And yet we know, all of us know, that he was working for Israel. But Pam Bondi and the state, they don't know that. But all of us know that. And now the question is, why can't Trump admit that? I want to be clear. Jeffrey Epstein sexually harmed children. Okay? How can you possibly not find the courage to stand up and say the truth about who he was doing that on behalf of? The same country that factually protects American pedophiles if they move to Israel after they commit their crimes against children. We're not stupid.
Man, Candace needs to be stopped.
Everyone is waking up to what Israel is. Everyone's waking up to the stranglehold that they have on our politicians, our foreign policy. And
Is her husband last name Owens?
now we're going back and we're realizing that it's maybe always been this way. That our policy is essentially, when Israel gets caught with its pants down, our government will still rush to defend them. As was the case with Jonathan Pollard, Trump, we talked about this yesterday, granting this spy clemency. Are you kidding me? Take a listen to Tucker Carlson speaking about that.
I mean, let's take the case of Jonathan Pollard, who's one of the biggest traitors in the history of the United States for passing classified information on to the Israeli government. Prime Minister Netanyahu used to visit our soil and actively campaign and urge our presidents of the United States to pardon Jonathan Pollard for betraying our country to his country.
Do you have any idea what they did with that classified information, those secrets?
Well, I actually have no idea.
They gave them to the Soviet Union.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And this was in the 80s during the Cold War.
It was 1985.
It was 85. I remember it well. I lived in Washington. The full focus of the U.S. government was focused, was in opposition to the Soviets. And the Israelis gave a lot of that classified information from the U.S. Navy to the Soviet government in exchange for allowing refuseniks, Jewish Soviet citizens to move to Israel, which I'm totally for. I mean, I'm glad that they got out. I'm glad that they got out of the Soviet Union and made it to Israel. That's great. But they took our secrets and gave them to our main enemy, our really only global enemy. What?
Yeah.
So here's the picture that's emerging, ladies and gentlemen. The American policy is that Israel can do whatever the hell it wants. They can assassinate sitting presidents. They can steal our secrets and hand it to the enemy. They can steal our technology. They can blackmail our politicians and businessmen. They can protect those who rape our children. They can murder Palestinian children. They can steal land. They can blackmail sitting presidents, like they did with Clinton. They can do deals, not just with the Soviet Union. They can do deals with Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party ahead of establishing themselves as a nation.
Do you think Diddy did it? What was Diddy supposed to do? What was Diddy supposed to do? You said, is that the same King Pix that crashed out in fantastic chat with me over a female mod I hadn't even noticed or ever spoke to? Oh Lord, here we go. I told y'all the internet world is small. I don't think it is. You crashed out with somebody on Fantastic's chat.
And as the Zionist group literally did with the Havara Agreement. Don't you dare ask questions about that, as we're all being called Nazis, strangely, by Zionists. So long as they say, at the end of all of that, that we did it to protect the Jewish state. That is effectively the American government policy. And I want you to know something else. They're laughing at you. They are laughing at you.
Hold on.
So whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're an independent, you are the end of a ha-ha joke. And that's how it felt, by the way, when yesterday when we were discussing all of these things, we were discussing this sort of onion of deception.
Yeah, I think it's like a it's like it's like a wave of just blackmailing going on, and people afraid to get blackmailed. That's quote unquote at the top. It's just a lot of blackmailing going on. So it's like, oh, are you gonna speak on Epstein? You know, Epstein was blackmailing people, and it's like the people that don't want to speak on Epstein, they're still afraid to get blackmailed. So Epstein, he's not the only one. You know what I'm saying? He's not the only one running around here blackmailing people. You know? So when people put it out there, it's like, okay, well, people are getting blackmailed by Epstein. Get them up out of there. And it's like, okay, well, you just put somebody else in position to blackmail you. And then you never know. They might be closer. And then not even. It could be just a cover up. It could be just a cover up. You can get blackmailed, try to cover up something. You know? So a lot of, you know, they can just, you just look guilty trying to cover something up, you know? So that shit is crazy. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App, please. Hit the PayPal. Uh-oh. Y'all check out this video. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. Please support the show. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Give me like 1 minute. That's at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $sign PTV 888. Or you could hit the PayPal. Let me do this. I got a link I want to share. Hold on. Hold on. Let me do this. Shout outs to hold on. Let me catch up. Blackmail is the leverage. Yeah. Yeah, to reach the top, you have to have compromising information. Yeah, that's what it looks like, man. Make sure you guys also head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Get your hands on some of these hemp green gummy rings. You dig? Can't go wrong with your fitness. All right. So please, after you hit the like button and after you hit the Cash App or the PayPal, please head over to hempforfitness.com and take a look at their selection. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you guys can order over there that you'll definitely be happy with. Hold on. Take a look at their selection. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, let's get back into Candace Owens.
All of these layers that are happening, and in this moment, recognizing that this infiltration is not just in the White House. It seems like they're showing their hand in more obvious ways. The deception is being revealed. Places that we didn't even expect it, we're now recognizing, like in Christian churches. In case you missed this headline, the IRS, the state, has now decided that pastors can stump for politicians. Okay, this is a headline. The IRS says churches can now endorse political candidates. Now, why does that matter? Let me explain this to you. Churches do not have to pay taxes. They are 501c3. And so since 1954, there was a provision in the tax code that was called the Johnson Amendment that says that churches and other not-for-profit organizations, all of them, because you're not paying taxes, you will lose your tax-exempt status if you participate in political campaigning, because that's a conflict of interest, right? That's a conflict of interest. And suddenly you get this group of Christians, national religious broadcasters, and several churches. They decide to sue the IRS over this rule, saying, no, actually that infringes on our First Amendment rights, our freedom of speech rights. And so just last week, the IRS came back in a court ruling and said, yeah, actually you can, in good faith, if you speak out to your congregants through your customary channels of communication on matters of faith in connection with the religious service, then that's totally fine. That passes. That flies, as long as you do it through the lens of a religious faith. Okay? Well, why don't we just get rid of the whole rule for all 501c3s? Why can't all charities then just stump for politicians? And of course, this is because they're going to let money fly to these pastors more openly, more in your face. Not on a boo-boo, you can't touch us. And the IRS is now saying that these religious institutions are really just engaging in what's a family discussion, right? This is just a family speaking about these matters of faith, and it does not actually run afoul of the Johnson Amendment whatsoever. We know what this is about. Like I said, because we covered this on the show last week, Operation Mocking Pastor, suddenly for Israel. The churches, and I think probably not just now, but maybe always, have been infiltrated. And I want to show you this, by the way, because we should have showed you more of this clip. This is an hour-long sermon. We are reducing this to 3 minutes. But it's important to listen to this pastor. His name's Pastor Meter. He's from Oregon. Because I want you to realize what they are referring to that they're saying is not a problem anymore because you're speaking like a family. And Pastor Meter is about to give a quote-unquote sermon. And of course, it's going to be a biblical sermon. So I have my Bible. This is actually, I got a Bible from like 1880 because I'm going to follow along. It's going to be biblical, okay? Pastor Meter, take it away.
Well, let's get to it. Romans chapter 2 is where we're going to begin. One of the things that's happening right now with, speaking of the Iranian
Guess he's done with that. No more Bible talk.
Bombings that happened the last few weeks and what have you, and Israel and the Iranian proxies and the wars and all that stuff, it's caused a pattern of questions to come in concerning Israel and the Jewish people. Anti-Semitism is raging around the world. That's just a fancy word for hatred toward the Jewish people. The proxies of Iran have been bombing Israel every day for the past 30 years. Last time I was in Israel, 30 rockets supplied by Iran came across from the Gaza Strip into Israel. While I was there, 4,000 rockets flew over the border into Israel while I was there. So the problem is people don't know their Bibles very well. And they don't know the nuances about the Jews. Who are the Jews? Who is Israel? That confusion was modeled very beautifully in a train wreck of a discussion between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, the senator.
Is the nation
the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
Okay, this is a train wreck, and here's what you have. You have a Catholic in Tucker Carlson, who Catholics don't really know their Bible for the most part, and that's not even really encouraged to be a Bible student in Catholicism. Let the priest do all that stuff. You just love the Lord and go to church and mass and stuff like that. But Tucker's asking some legitimate questions, and it is typical of the Catholic worldview. And maybe you're familiar with Candace Owens. Candace was someone 3-4 years ago I was so impressed by. Smart, articulate, generally, has a more conservative worldview. But she has gone off the rails. She is a full-blown anti-Semitic, Jew-hating person. And her theology is a part of that. She has gone off the rails on things about, she would say, Pastor Brett at Eighth Creek, I'm demonic. She said that because she said these church pastors that are dispensationalists and they read the Schofield Bible. She, along with a bunch of other theologians, like this guy from Big and Rich, 1 minute he's singing about feeding beer to your horse and your girlfriend. The next minute he's talking about his theology about you guys that believe in the rapture of the church and the pre-trib dispensational teaching. And John Schofield, John Rich is talking about the Schofield Bible that is a horrible version of the Bible. Where did he get that propaganda? Well, it came really from this guy. Maybe you've not heard of Ian Carroll. He's a conspiracy theorist. Joe Rogan likes to put him on.
In the early 1900s, right around when the Federal Reserve was founded and the Balfour Declaration happened, right at that exact same time, the Rothschild family hired this dude, this pastor in the Deep South. He made a new version of the Bible called the Schofield Bible.
I can't even begin to comment how much of an nincompoop this person really is. I'm praying for him because he needs to get some brains. This is horrifying. Everything that he said there was totally false. Just total made up, weird propaganda.
I can't make that up. By the way, it goes on for an hour. Let me tell you, you do not need to bring your Bible to what Pastor Meters, they put together a presentation. As you see, he tells so many lies. I mean, just in the beginning there, I was in Israel, 30 rockets, 40 rockets, 4,000 rockets, 4 million rockets just came in. It's just amazing. He tells us Tucker Carlson is a Catholic. Tucker Carlson is definitively not a Catholic. I never called this man a demon. I don't know this man. John Rich is certainly not getting his ideas from Ian Carroll. What are we talking about? And of course, he doesn't even attempt to debunk a single word that any of us have said. I'm showing this to you guys because you have to wake up now, okay? I hope you're waking up in the same way that I have woken up as to what is really going on, because once you realize what's going on, you don't need anybody to clue you in anymore. There's like a bigger picture that's happening here. And like I said, that to me feels like we're being mocked. He's not even trying in that clip. He's not even trying for an hour to be anything else other than an arm of the Israeli government. And I have to tell you that in feeling this way, in feeling like we're being laughed at, I felt that strongly when in
So let me ask y'all a question. What side do y'all think Candace is on? Do y'all agree with Candace? Put a 1 in the chat if you do. And what side do y'all think Candace is on? Is she just there to rebel rouse? Is she just being annoying? What side do you think Candace is on?
Response to all of this chaos, Trump tweets out a video, okay? teeing up here. People are upset about Epstein. We're upset. We think that he's
You agree with her?
wanting us to make Israel great again. We're looking for some direction. We're looking for him to show that that's not true. We're looking for him to stand up to a pedophile, stand up to the state of Israel on this point at least. Have they infiltrated our government? And instead he tweets out this video, a video, and I am not kidding, that ends with paid for by the Jewish coalition. On a day that we are angry about Epstein, the Mossad potential cover-up here, someone on his team was like, okay, drop the video so that they know how much we don't care. Here's the actual video that they dropped.
Bold, decisive, leadership with a purpose. President Trump's strike on Iran's nuclear weapons facilities made the world safer. For decades, Iran has waged war on America, even plotting to assassinate President Trump. Their goal, death to America, destruction of Israel, terror. Only President Trump had the courage to stop them. President Trump, peacemaker.
I just want to get out of this Will Ferrell movie that we're in. Like we're clearly in a Will Ferrell movie. I'm actually going to show you a clip of what all of this is looking like to me. But this is a big LOL. And you have to ask the question, why is Trump doing this? Anybody that's not telling you this is not okay, any person that's trying to convince you that this is all normal, so he's playing 4D chess. You know what? I don't play 4D chess, okay? I don't play 4D chess. We elected you for a reason. That reason was not to make Israel great. The reason was definitively not to turn the other cheek when it comes to pedophilia. And to the extent that you are going to try to play some psychological jujitsu to convince us that we turned our back on you, like
you said you agree, but I still think she's controlled opposition.
People who are calling this out and saying it's wrong, you are betraying Trump. You've turned your back. No. I have always been right here on the topic of pedophilia. We cannot meet. We are not on the same side. If you cannot take a stance against something this disgusting and despicable and demonic and satanic as the violation of children, as a part of a sophisticated blackmail network that was being clearly run and operated by Israel and the Mossad, then you and I are not on the same team. In fact, we maybe never were on the same team. Maybe we were never on the same team. And I want to be clear because a lot of times I get taken out of context and people go, oh, Candace is now regretting her. I am recognizing in this a uniparty. It feels very much like we are being
and one play five.
Like they've infiltrated Trump one way or the other. Maybe he's just watching Fox News. Maybe he's not definitively not sending out his own tweets and he doesn't realize how upset his base is. And we're getting to a point here that everyone has to take a stance, okay? Everyone has to take a stance here because this is getting sick and it's getting twisted. And I want to be clear, this is not me saying I wish I was a Democrat. This is me saying this is a uniparty. And it feels like Trump is just supposed to keep us calm. Just like, oh, it's fine because Trump is doing it and you were behind Trump. And so you can't say anything. You can't defy Trump or you're going to get a lecture about betrayal. And I don't really care about these lectures about betrayal. And there's a lot more that I want to say here. And I want to show some other clips that are going around. And I'm going to do that in just a moment. First, I want to throw to a couple of our sponsors. GNO Land is one of them. You would think in a world where your data is locked into big tech's vault, that your voice is being drowned out by the algorithm and your ideas are being scraped, monetized, and buried, that would be a thing of the past, but it's not. It's infiltrated. I want to say this on a more serious note. We are seemingly at a point in time when the people that are adamantly defending Trump, right? Now we've got like Meghan McCain defending him, Ben Dominic defending him, her husband, Ben Shapiro defending him, literal never Trumpers who have now changed their mind.
This is probably why they fell out.
What does that say? Has the MAGA base moved or has Trump moved? And then we have Tucker Carlson, who literally stumped for Trump, like put it out on the line so that Trump could win, being called kooky by Trump. But what does that say? And I'm starting to wonder, like I said, if Trump's entire purpose here is to convince the populist movement that wars are actually okay. Like he's like becoming war light. Like it's like diet war because we're going to actually package the idea of war a little bit differently. And that's something that I'm not going to accept anymore. Trending right now, which I'd like to respond to, is this clip of Ben Shapiro, and he's defending Trump, who he now supports over the Epstein debacle and him wanting to move on from the Epstein debacle. I think we have that clip, Skylar.
Dang, that used to be cool. Politics as usual, y'all.
Let's play it.
However, when President Trump speaks for the American people more generally, and he says, guys, don't we have better things to do? You can understand his irritation. The man is trying to negotiate an end to a war in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate an end to a war in Ukraine. He's attempting to revivify the American economy. He's attempting to crack down on illegal immigration. On a list of American priorities by the polls, the Epstein-Maxwell case comes in pretty close to zero, just on a list of priorities.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. So the first thing that I would like to say is actually I would put this at number 1. Okay. If our entire DC swamp is operating like a swamp because all of our politicians have been blackmailed by a foreign state, and this blackmail effort is so sophisticated that it includes Hollywood, people that are coming out and supporting certain politicians, perhaps they're also blackmailed. These people were at parties, maybe these people are on tapes, and maybe these people are pedophiles on top of all of that. I would put that at number 1, because that would mean America is compromised. It means nothing else matters if we cannot figure out what is happening in DC. We all accept it's rotten, and the closest we have ever come to being able to figure out how it became so is unpacking the Epstein web. The second thing I would like to say that I no longer accept, and you can let me know if you agree as Trump supporters, is this idea that he's trying to end wars, okay? He's trying to negotiate peace in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate peace in Ukraine. In fact, and Skylar, I don't know if we have this clip ready, Trump just sat, when he was sitting down for this disastrous meeting, also signaled that he will be sending more weapons to Ukraine. So I would say if you're trying to end a war, maybe don't send weapons to Ukraine. If you're trying to end the war in Israel and Ukraine, and they are your welfare recipients, cut off the funding. You're not trying hard enough, right? If you are trying to end what is happening in Gaza, you can stop it abruptly by ceasing to send Israel weapons, by ceasing to send them money. Trillions of dollars we've sent to Israel since 1948, probably even before then. I don't even know. Since before it was a nation, maybe we were sending money in another way through another means. Someone will have to look into that.
I need to get back in the gym. It's been hot as hell out here, but it's like rainy season now. So I do need to get back in the gym. I was saying that on the last show. I said I do need to get back in the gym. I lost a lot of weight because it's hot as hell out here, bro. And between working and trying to catch up on sleep and stuff, I need to get back in the gym.
This excuse that he's trying, this is why I think he's just prolonging this.
I just feel out of shape, mentally.
And we're all very stupid, right? You could do it like that when you're the person funding it. This is like having a teenage daughter and saying, I am trying to get her to stop smoking cigarettes, but every day she takes my credit card and she buys a pack of cigarettes because she really likes them. And I'm really trying to get her to understand. I'm trying to negotiate with her to get her to understand how nicotine is bad. Hi, Mom, just take the credit card away. And it ends just like that. It's over, okay? They can't afford to keep this up if America cuts them off. None of these guys can. And then suddenly everybody appears at the negotiating table. This feels like we are being lied to. It feels like actually the deal is I'm maybe already invested in Gaza Strip. Maybe that's why I kind of let the cat out of the bag when I said we'll put Trump hotels here. Maybe also I let the mask slip a little bit when Jared Kushner was out there saying how much the property could be worth as soon as the war started. Like didn't even wait. Like he couldn't even wait a month to say that could be worth a lot of money. Right? It feels like maybe the deal has already been done. And what you're saying is, I will try to keep the populists calm. I'll try to keep America calm while we pretend that we're negotiating, but get this done as fast as possible. Get this ethnic cleansing done as fast as possible so that we can then say, I did it. I negotiated peace. After we ethnically cleansed Ukraine, after we ethnically cleansed Gaza, you're going to swoop in and tell us that you negotiated this thing. to its end. I don't buy that anymore. I'm done with that. I'm done with these excuses. I don't know at this moment who the
Russia will crush Ukraine if that happens.
bad guys are and who the good guys are, right? Because I'm recognizing that the media's ability to magnify and to minimize something in our minds has become a tool which completely pollutes our senses. Like it is just incredible. Think about this. We are being told that Kanye West wearing a Nazi swastika, like the media just went crazy when that happened. Like, this is terrible. When he tweeted DEFCON 3, we're told that was violent. It's a form of violence, okay? While at the same time, that very same media is telling us not to pay attention to what's happening in Gaza. And if you do pay attention to what's happening in Gaza, it's because you're a terrorist. Like, if you pay attention to actual terrorism, that's wrong. The same people, by the way. It's the same people that are saying, do not pay attention to what's happening in Gaza, are the same people that are telling you to pay the absolute most attention when it comes to someone like Kanye West dropping a song, which to my knowledge has not killed anybody. To my knowledge, I don't know. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on that. Do you realize what's wrong with that picture? What is really wrong with that picture when they're telling you that these obvious villains like Bibi Netanyahu are heroes? And it's the same thing, by the way. I watched the Zionist sympathizers demand that the government get involved to deal with Andrew Tate when he, as an American citizen, landed on American soil. Government, help us. Has Andrew Tate been found guilty of anything? No. But no, like, he's a bad guy because they're looking into him. And there are these clips I can show you of Andrew Tate saying that he's a pimp. And so that should be enough. Government, get involved, get him out of here, even though he's an American citizen. Remember that? And then actually now those same people are saying Epstein, who's actually convicted of crimes and against minors, just move on. Okay. So what? Maybe he's holding a whole blackmail. Just let it go. We've got bigger fish to fry. I'm getting whiplash. All I'm saying is I'm getting whiplash. And I found it very interesting when Andrew Tate tweeted.
I mean, so much stuff is going on in the UK. I mean, not the UK, but I mean the Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? I heard they're still getting more weapons and stuff from us and stuff. War Master said Russia loses 1,500 men a week. Russia is not winning this war. So what are you saying, War Master? You're saying that Russia is bluffing? You're saying Russia is bluffing? Is Russia bluffing, y'all? Or is America's weapons that we're giving to Ukraine outclassing anything that Russia has? Like, is America giving the Ukraine weapons that will outclass anything that Russia has to the point that Russia has to bluff?
That he has now official proof that some of these women that have come forward were being paid by non-governmental organizations, by NGOs, that say that they're combating human trafficking. I'll let you listen to what he says in his own words because I'm telling you this is interesting.
The girl who initially accused my brother and I of human trafficking 3.5 years ago has just admitted to DCAW that she was paid in advance before she made the police report, $100,000 to make the report, and the money came from a USAID-funded NGO designed to combat human trafficking. Why would you pay somebody before they make a police report $100,000 to combat human trafficking unless you were actually trying to set us up? She then admits that after she took the money, she flew here, made the police report, and after only 3 days in Romania, she was flown to the south of France. The flights, hotels, and budget for her stay there was all paid for by the same NGO. And we have the fucking paperwork.
Now, here's what I'm going to say. I have been doing my own research because I needed to kind of understand what happened when I got thrown out of the window for talking about pedophiles in old Vienna, literally, last year. And what has emerged to me is very clearly a picture, a network of influencers who I believe are being paid to go after certain people. And I think that we did not realize that a lot of these quote unquote MAGA influencers are maybe actually being funded through a lot of organizations, non-governmental organizations. And I've been able to kind of sketch a profile of how that's happening. And it's taken me a lot of time, and I'd be beginning to unpack this. But when he said this, it made me go, I've sensed this myself. I think we have been infiltrated, and that this movement has been happening since as soon as Trump won the election, essentially. I think that there have been kind of a mirage of influencers that have arrived, and we maybe thought that it was all organic, and maybe it's actually not so organic. And maybe
You said the weapons we're giving them are in a different class. I see the bluff. So you saying the weapons that we giving them, you're saying the same thing. The weapons that we giving them are some wild shit. Okay. War Master said, "Who didn't know the Tates were innocent? Millionaires don't normally." Right. But that though, War Master, is a money grab. You know, that's a money grab, especially when they start involving his brother and shit. But that's a money grab.
Maybe they have kind of been forced into the public sphere, and we were like great and cheering them on, and maybe we've all been duped. And that's going to be a really tough pill to swallow. But I'm telling you that this narrative begs further investigation, and that we've been infiltrated from start to finish. And so where does this leave the movement? Where does this leave the Trump movement, the MAGA movement? The thing is the populist movement it chose Trump, not the other way around. The populist movement chose Trump because he sold us a vision that he understood what it was that our concerns were. That movement is not, you're not going to wave a magic wand and convince us that we are the party of John McCain, okay? Yeah, okay, we should be a little bit upset and we should be angry, but we should know that this movement will survive Trump. What we need to do is we need to recognize this infiltration, and then when the time comes.
Well, the West always, but this is the thing, War Master, the West have always been telling people to fear Russia, Shout outs to my brother G. He just hit me up too. Other than like the KGB and like the Cold War and stuff like that, America has always, been telling people to watch out for Russia or have a healthy fear of Russia. You know what I'm saying? One of my friends, his house was built during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and he got a bomb shelter in his house, and in the main room of his bomb shelter, they found the Indian graveyard. I said, "Damn, that's scary," But he got a bomb shelter. You said the media says we should never fear Russia. They also said we lot in Vietnam and Iraq. You said laugh my ass off. We got a Chad Roan in the chat at Mental Chewing Gum Podcast. Who you talking about? UFO? UFO is cool. Nah, UFO my player partner. UFO is a real one. He get a lot of unwarranted hate, but nah, UFO is a real one. There's a lot of stuff y'all can learn from the brother. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Support the show. 5 hours and 42 minutes into the show. Man, shout outs to Candace Owens. She's ruffling a lot of feathers. She's for sure making this summer interesting. You know? She's for sure making this summer interesting with the politics that's going on. And my prayers to everybody in Texas, and your families that has been affected by the floodings and stuff going on in Texas. You know, a lot of people like to say we lost, War Master. Even I hear that shit here on the ground, but I'm like, okay. War Master said America never lost in Vietnam and Iraq. Shrug. The media has lied for 50 years. Yeah, I've heard that lie here on the ground too. I got a video, y'all, me going to the bomb museum, picking up unexploded and exploded ordnance and stuff like that. Y'all may want to take a look at that. All right. But we're going to talk about that a little bit more, you know, and especially this weekend, because we're going to be covering, you know, a bunch of stuff. You dig? We're going to be covering a bunch of stuff this weekend. All right. It's Player Talk Radio.
We need to vote some of these people out. That is the reality. But this movement, whatever is happening at the White House right now, is entirely being controlled by Zionists in Israel. And I will say that, and I don't care if adjectives are going to be tweeted at me, if people are going to come, oh, you turned your, I don't care anymore, okay? If you are on the side of a pedophile like Jeffrey Epstein, you and I are not on the same side. If you are telling me that I need to turn the page on Jeffrey Epstein, you and I are not on the same side. I don't care who you are. That's what I want to say about that. I'm also going to show you a trailer for someone that I sat down with and explain to you why I sat down with this person. And it's going to upset a lot of people. And I really don't care, to be honest with you, because there's a reason that this conversation had to happen. Before we do that, and I'm going to get into some of your comments, I first want to tell you guys about Nimi Skincare. Your skincare routine should absolutely be working for you. And that's why I know I've introduced you guys already, but want to remind you about Nimi Skincare, because with their custom skincare bundle builder, you can create a routine that's not only tailored.
Bundle builder.
All right, you guys. Now, let me show you this trailer. So I sat down, I did a thing, and I was interested to speak to the most evil people in the world, the most evil human in the entire world. I wanted to get the backstory for how this human became so evil. And let me show you a trailer for that.
Meeting me, what's your impression? Do you think I'm an evil person or?
I don't think you're evil. I think you're asking me.
I became friends with all the Daily Wire people. I said, why does the United States give Israel $3.8 billion?
Shit. Candace and Nick motherfucking Fuentes
per year? You really shouldn't ask that, they would say. The way you're asking it is
King Pigs, everybody's a looks maxer.
It's anti-Semitic. I'm just asking questions.
Did that then make you go, okay, no, actually, I do hate Jews?
Something's up with the Zionists or Israel.
Now, Brazil got a lot going on. Just move to Mexico. Go to Merida.
It's not Israel, it is the Jews.
You think that your ideas are going to grow with that perspective?
Well, they are.
You kind of lament the fact that you've been canceled. You lament the fact that nobody will have your platform. And in the very same breath, talk about being a hypocrite, you're going after Dave Smith for what? Like, why is she doing Dave Smith? And that's why you suck. You do have ideas that there shouldn't be interracial marriage. I've seen those clips. Can you explain why?
Oh, y'all know we gonna go over this. Oh yeah. Need to be out before this weekend. Oh yeah.
That is.
My
He said he sucked.
values are not just who I'm in love with and things like that. It's also my heritage, my identity, my race. For a long time, I would say I'm racialist. Now I just say I'm racist.
Are you a Jew hater?
Well,
oh, and it comes out this Friday. See? I know what the hell I'm talking about. Y'all, make sure y'all are here pronto. Whew-wee.
We will be premiering that exclusively on CandaceOwens.com on our website. For a lot of reasons, he's banned from YouTube. If you don't know who that is, he's
we going over to CandaceOwens.com.
Been banned from the time he was 18 years old from virtually every platform. And the backstory there is quite interesting about how that came about. So we will be releasing that on Friday exclusively at CandaceOwens.com if you'd like to hear that. And like I said, it is a very interesting backstory of what trajectory Nick Fuentes was on when suddenly he got completely sidetracked, and the reasons behind that are interesting. I'll leave it at that. All right, guys, let's get into some of your comments. Let's hear what you have to say about all of this. First and foremost, Ben Austin writes, I wonder how those who say nothing to see here would explain to their daughters that were victimized by Epstein and company that no one will be held accountable. Also, were Snowden and Assange ever pardoned? Yeah, it's a great question. And it's, like I said, it's crazy that they are telling us that it's fine and just to move along and to pretend that this person who had an office on Harvard's campus after he committed these crimes, after he was found guilty of committing these crimes, a person who was allowed to basically be the mayor of a Palm Beach sheriff's office and do whatever he wanted after he committed these crimes and pled guilty to those things in a plea deal, is stunning. It is stunning, and this is not going to be a stain that is just going to be wiped away. This is problematic. Celine writes, hey, Candace, did you happen to see that Macron and his husband shaking hands with Qatar players, the way they were staring at him with their mouths open? Yes, we covered that, and we also put it on our social media channels. Obviously, everyone is now awake to the Brigitte Macron story, and there's so much more there, how it connects with the Epstein story. Like I've told you, we are working on a season 2, which is going to tell us a lot more about Epstein. Cuddle writes, we as the American people do not matter. We do not want war. We want to save the children. Bibi is terrible. Thanks, Candace and Tucker, for awesome journalism. Yeah, to me, as a mother, before I became a mother, but we just have to have a line in the sand, and pedophilia has got to be it. And it's crazy that I even have to say that. It is totally crazy that I even have to say that or to defend that position. Traitor. What? What are we talking about? Not a content creator writes, I'm confused because Trump was just mad at Bibi like 1 month ago when he skipped Israel on his Middle Eastern tour. What changed? I don't know what changed. Your theories are as good as my theories. I don't know. I have no insight to what's happening. All I know is that everyone who didn't support Trump is suddenly working in lockstep with him. The Never Trump movement has infiltrated, and they are, like I said, just pulling apart the MAGA movement. And it seems like Trump is none the wiser for it. An opinion writes, that's such a lie. Catholics know their Bible more than anyone. I figured that out when I started studying their writings, the catechism. Athey Creek Brett Meter is propaganda. Look, you don't even have to defend anything after you watch his sermon. Like we are in no position to have to defend ourselves after you listen to that man's sermon. Like the idea that we're engaging in propaganda after he gives that sermon is hilarious. So don't take any offense to it. RDS writes, I've always thought of you as a straight shooter. For some reason, I've never watched your show. Anyway, have you tried to get Whitney Webb on? She can be a fire hose of information, but she would be well worth your time. No, I haven't. We don't have that many guests on the show, but her name definitely keeps coming up. And I know that Ian Carroll, who I've had on because I think his videos are great, he has always credited a lot of his work with having read her book. And she kind of wrote... from what I understand, she's the author of the book One Nation Under Blackmail, and she went deep on speaking about the Epstein blackmail ring that controls our politicians. The answer is I would get her on the show. I'd like to have a conversation with anybody that knows more about this. I've already established, obviously, this connection with Xavier Poussard, and he's been working on a book about what's going on with Epstein and how it all connects. It connects the entire world. Very powerful man, Epstein, and very clear who he was working for. The Christian Mindset writes, dispensationalism does not teach unequivocal support for Israel. The attitude that Christians should have toward Jews is the same attitude that Paul had, that they would be saved by faith alone. Yeah, I think it's quite telling that that pastor is up there and he is in defense of Israel attacking Christians. He's up there attacking Catholics. And the reason for that, in case you haven't connected that dot, is because when Theodore Herzl, who was not a religious Jew at all and is credited with the founding of Israel, went around to the Vatican, and Pope Pius X met with him. And he said, look, we're just going to go into Palestine and make it a nation. Pope Pius X said, we won't support you. So it's got some long-standing beef with the Catholics, and it's deeper than that as well. Catholics know history, and you can't kind of rewrite history and rewrite the book and pretend that you were a victim on certain things that happened all throughout Europe. And I think that's also a reason why Catholics have been targeted. And in the classroom, there's this sort of quiet brainwashing that happens against Catholicism. And that's been my experience when I tried to realize why I was so trigger friendly when it came to Catholics. Before I became one, I realized that I was brainwashed in the classroom without even realizing it. Eric Klein writes, are we still talking about Donald's best friend who was swapped for a different dead body? Jeffrey? Yeah, I guess you're making fun of that. Yeah, it's totally crazy. Yeah, we are definitely still going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Alexander writes, don't stop revealing the truth, Candace. It's the most important thing we have. Best regards from Germany. Yeah, doing it for Germany and all of Europe, especially because these people got speech laws passed. Countries that are older, right, that didn't have a sense, like don't have the Americans, a very young country, obviously. And so I think it was sort of easier to kind of write history for Americans, say Americans have free speech. Now you see suddenly speech is being threatened. They're like, no, we got to pass speech laws on this one topic. We need to have like a special category. And yes, Trump administration has been behind that. What is happening on college campuses is the beginning. Bibi Netanyahu is on camera saying, you know, you come for Israel, there's going to be laws passed about you. We're working on laws, he says, in all 50 states to make sure that any person that criticizes Israel will be effectively ruined. He says this on camera. And like I said, smirking in the same way that Jeffrey Epstein was always smirking, because I think when you have that much power and you can just do whatever you want, it must be hard to get a thrill, you know? So you have to do these things like sit down and be like, I'm picking who I want to be the Nobel Peace Prize winner. I'm the decider of what peace is. Like, it's totally psychopathic. You could have just said nothing of no.
All right, my signal is acting crazy. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Give me 1 second.
Nobel Peace Prize, but that's not what he does. He's always doing that little smirk. He wants to be caught because anybody knows he can't. So he just does these things. Anyways, you guys, we've obviously covered a lot today, but I just wanted to make it clear that I will not support any candidate, movement, influencer, person, individual, left, right, center, that is not clear on the importance of what Jeffrey Epstein has done and the importance of revealing who was behind him. That should be very easy for all of us to agree on. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Shout outs to Candace Owens. That was pretty interesting. The diabolical one that needs to be stopped. She is going, man, we're going to definitely be on top of that. We're going to definitely be on top of that episode that's coming out on the 11th. Y'all remind me. We're going to head over to our website. We probably got to watch it on Rumble. But hey, we're halfway there. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Spawn, as promised. Yeah, I'll go over this, bro. Hey, it's a half an hour, but cool, you know. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. If you are enjoying the show, please hit the like button and support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Cammed up and everything. You said you just Googled linebacker too? Yep. He said, I just Googled linebacker too. War Master said, yep, Nixon wasn't playing. The media hated him for being a Republican that ended the war with the Dems started. Yeah. War Master knows his stuff, man. He knows exactly where to go to go find something, you know. This weekend also we're gonna be going over Chemical Ali. You know, because we're gonna kind of go back in time and check out what's really going on with some of the stuff that's been going on with Saddam Hussein. All right. So shout outs to everybody here. If y'all could please hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. Please support the show. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. The Black Cell Experience. Let's get it.
Hello, people. Welcome back to another video by your good
Follow
friend Chad Marco, the big Anarchy. Make sure you guys attack that like button like right now and check out
All right, let's get it.
my other social media. And so let's have a conversation. So someone had recently asked me to make a video talking about
Absolute,
or what it's
absolutely,
like being
Christine.
a black cell or a black incel, vocel, a black virgin, whatever the case may be, a black dude who don't got no.
Right, we got weapons we haven't even unleashed yet, War Master. That's the crazy part. We got a fuckload of weapons we haven't even gotten into yet. So,
And you guys know I never really identified with being an incel. I never saw myself as being like that goddamn decrepit, but still, I feel like I'm still in like a similar zone in terms of like lack of success with women, being unattractive to women and things like that. Just not completely without any sort of hope whatsoever. But when that guy asked me that, I started thinking like, is there really like unique differences between like, or unique experiences that black guys deal with that are different from other races? And the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, like there's actually a few things worth talking about here. And as I thought about it, I realized that, there are certain unique differences that adult virgins tend to face depending on their race, as far as like disadvantages and things like that. Like for Asian men, they have to deal with the perception of them being less masculine, or the assumption that they have small penises and the tendency for them to be shorter men. Got like Indian guys, I mean, God, Lord have mercy. The whole perception of them being like creepy and just generally unattractive and weird and smelling funny, stuff like that. And I think for black men, what we deal with, like the black cells, what we deal with, I think is when we diverge from black stereotypes, it makes dating a lot harder for us. And it's funny because in preparation for this video, I went to the perfect source for inspiration. I went back to those old TFL videos with Kent and Oreo Man and all those guys. I started watching some of their videos and just trying to figure out like, okay, what are the problems that guys like us kind of had to deal with uniquely as black men? Like what was different about our experience compared to like other races of men? But right now I'm gonna talk about what I noticed specifically about myself. And I've talked about this before, but I think the number one, or all right, one or two, depending on how you look at it. I think one of the biggest problems with me as a black man is that I'm goofy. And I think that black women really, really do not like goofy guys. And I know that that's how I'm perceived because of two stories in particular.
That's not true. Bro, I never get it. I never get it. Guys that can't get women telling you about women that they can't get. That's not true. War Master said a good black man is loved by everyone except the woman that looks just like him. Ugh. It all depends on where you go to. It all depends on where you go to, because some of these guys, if they leave outside of their cities or their country and stuff like that, they'll find what they're looking for. Nobody told half these guys to be incels or suffering and all this other, wild stuff that they're trying to convince everybody of, A lot of these guys are suffering behind their beliefs more so than their actual reality. You'll be surprised how much in your head you are when you get outside your head, you know? What's going on, Degenerate? Good to see you.
And I told one of them before, but I was coming out of a store and I was walking past a bench with a guy and a girl, and the guy happened to be like an old childhood friend of mine. And he called out to me, and we dapped each other up, started catching up. And he was sitting beside this girl who was kind of like an old friends with benefits he used to mess around with. And so he was introducing me to her, and she said something along the lines of, I can tell you guys have history. And I can tell like that's like your goofy friend, right? Like you're the goofy one. And I was like, yep, you got it. But it immediately, like within a minute of meeting me.
Right. That's exactly. They need a big bro, or they need like some good friends. And I'm not saying like their friends that they have aren't good. Some of the incel groups, they're cool. They'll teach you how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! They play Minecraft with you and Fortnite and Call of Duty and stuff like that, and yeah, they'll help you out, get you a level 30 elf in Skyrim and shit. They'll probably give you some dragon armor and Elden Scrolls and shit. They're cool, right? When it comes to women, shit.
She labeled me as being goofy.
I need some Keisha armor.
And another story, I was in the pawn shop and there's this woman that works in there. Now she's like white, but she's one of those like black acting white women. Like she's really ghetto. And I was kind of like joking with her. Like I forgot what we were talking about, but I said something like, can't you tell that I'm a badass? And she was like, no, you're a goofy guy. And I was like, yep, that's me. But those little moments.
There's nothing wrong with being a goofy guy, though. Women love to laugh. No, it's not hard to pull nowhere. I mean, it depends on what you're doing and what you're trying to do. You said they know about that sandwich in the back of the fridge.
It's like that. Just tell me how women tend to perceive me. They perceive me as being goofy. And
no, I'm not a lost cause, War Master. Don't do that. I'm trying to get back. The stream that I did earlier today, War Master, was on gaming. I did it right before I did this stream. I wasn't supposed to go live, but I did a stream on gaming. I was playing a little bit of King Shot. Let me see if I can. Well, no, I really can't pull it up because I'll have to use my HDMI. I was trying to pull it up on my I was using my YOLO box earlier. You dig? Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. You said they had a coupon for a Subway sandwich. He ate half, the other half back in the back of the fridge. He trying to get that sandwich cold as quick as possible.
And for you guys, it's not an issue. It's not a problem because my goofiness is entertaining. It's funny. It's endearing. But for women, at best, they can find it funny, but it's not the type of like demeanor that's going to make their pussy wet. It's not the type of like way you carry yourself that's going to make girls really like you. At best, you'll be like a jester or something like that. And you guys know I don't do that to make girls laugh or nothing like that. That's just my real personality. But I think that's one of the biggest issues that I have is that I'm goofy, and I think black women in particular really do not like goofy guys. Now, maybe some of you guys who are of other races, maybe you can confirm this or not, but whether or not like white women are more, receptive to it, or Asian women or Hispanic. But I just know for black women in particular, oh no, no. And another thing too is I don't have any drip. I don't have swag, as they used to say. But basically, I don't really dress in a way that's hip or popular or trendy. I wear what I want to wear or what's comfortable for me, but I don't dress in a way that girls really like. I don't wear Jordans. I wear New Balances. I don't wear like Gucci or name brand clothes. I get my clothes from Walmart. Like the closest I get to a name brand is like a polo shirt or something like that. So no drip. And I know this because I remember my sister told me this one time years ago. She said, she told me that her friend said that she would talk to me. Where I'm from, when they say talk to you, that means that they would talk to you in a romantic sense or wanting to fuck you or something. But she said, my sister told me that her friend said that she would talk to me if I knew how to dress. And I feel like that's confirmation of another one of the weaknesses that I have in regards to where I'm from as a black man, where that's more, I think that's definitely more important for black men than like someone like Asians or whites and whatnot, because I think that other races tend not to be as obsessed with name brands and stuff like that. Like, especially like white guys, they can get away with wearing Kmart clothes, cargo shorts. And
we've already heard this bullshit already, bro. Swag only exists for black men. We heard this already. As a matter of fact, other races are just as, if not more, into name brands and stuff like that. Who the hell you think buying all that Gucci? Who you think buying the Gucci? And fuck, just go to an Asian country or go to Mexico and all these other countries where they don't care about what you wear. If you can't dress, why do you care about what you wear if you don't know what to wear? You say he needs to leave Keisha alone. Shit, you got other races of people that'll get on you for your dressing. Shout outs to War Master. Look, War Master, we need to get you to play this. Oh, you can't even see it. Fuck. Hold on. We need to get War Master to play this. You need to play King Shot. This is the game right here. God damn it. Shout outs to War Master. Need to get you to play some video games, man. You said, I don't make black chicks kitty wet when they see me. Man, Chris G, you downplaying yourself, man. Don't downplay yourself, brother. It's called King Shot. Y'all download this game called King Shot. It's really good. War Master said, nope. All right, y'all please hit the like button. Please support the stream. So he getting us into this whole name brand, swag. We've already heard all of this stuff before. Black men are reading off the same scripts too.
And cargo shirts and oh, I mean, I said cargo shirts. Cargo shorts and a t-shirt, something like that, flip-flops, right? Dressing like Mark Zuckerberg or some shit. But in the black community, definitely like fashion is more important, and I don't have that whatsoever. Like no fashion sense at all. But yeah, I think that's another. And it's funny because, like I said, I went back and I watched some of those old TFL videos with Kent and all them, and Kent in particular. One thing that you notice about Kent was that he didn't know how to dress. At least in terms of like what people considered cool, because he was a short guy and really slim, but he would wear like big oversized like polo shirts, jean shorts, and those.
He said, if you don't want to be an incel, buy that Lucario Bad Boy members. Man, listen, that shit crazy, man. It's running out. The time is running out for incels. Y'all can go buy coochie now. They don't care about what y'all wear. Y'all can just go buy some coochie. You don't need to buy Gucci. You can buy coochie.
Big hats and shit. And he liked the way really Kent had his own little style the way that I do, but it wasn't cool. It wasn't the in way of dressing. And I think when I look at that aspect of him and myself, I think we have that in common, where we don't really dress in a way that's going to make girls like us, especially me, because I wear the same pair of shoes for like 2 years straight till they falling apart, and then I get another pair. And
y'all got to take off the dragon shirts. It's the dragon shirts that's killing y'all.
I think also
y'all are stuck in 2007.
It's probably because I will be considered somewhat of an Oreo. And, one of the other more popular TFL guys was Oreo Man. He was kind of crazy, ain't he gonna lie? He was funny as hell. He was crazy.
One thing about black females is that, and this is something that I've always knew from the time I was in middle school.
Why are you sitting in a room like that? No, they don't care about none of that stuff, King Picks. You can go buy some coochie. You don't have to worry what that woman cares about. As long as you got the money, you can get the honey.
If you not no street type nigga, most black females write you off as a square. If you a black man and you don't necessarily act hood, or you don't necessarily carry yourself like a nigga.
Yeah, it look like he's stuck in
black females, they don't even cut you.
Like he's stuck in an abandoned school.
No mercy. They don't even offer you no pity sex. They just write you off as a loser.
But when they call you Oreo, that's basically saying like you're a black guy, but you act white, you talk white and things like that. Your mindset, just you kind of just different in terms of like the way you live and things like that. Like it's funny because I was hanging out with Kayla yesterday, and she was talking about when she's at work, how she likes to smoke weed before work, on her break, after work. And I told her that, my little comfort when I'm at work is to eat some candy or something like that. And she just started she was really making fun of me, said it was soft and like what? Because again, it's one of those things where it's like, where I'm from, when you want to relax or take a load off.
Most of these dudes want hood chicks. They want the easy, or what they perceive to be easy hanging fruits. Most of these dudes that should be with square women want hood chicks.
You get high, you smoke weed or you drink or something like that, and I'm completely sober. So again, that's just one of those things where I'm kind of just seen as a square, because I come from an environment where people like to turn up, people like to get high and shit like that, and I kind of put most of that behind me. Even though at most I was just smoking weed and whatnot. But and I've even had girls say like, "Why you talk like that? You talk like a white guy or something." And again, I just think that it's one of those things where there aren't that many black women who are going to be receptive to the type of just the overall energy that I give off. Everything from the goofiness, the way I dress, the Oreo behavior, etc. Now, this is a big part of why I think I struggle, or shit, I'm not even gonna say struggle. I never really tried. Let's be honest. Other than the fact that I never really tried, let's take that and put that at the forefront of this conversation.
It's like you never really tried. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? You said, what's a viable option for square black men and square black women? Travel. Go to neighboring cities. Do stuff that you normally don't do. Go to wine and sip. You know, art. You know, you go to sip and paint. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, y'all. Y'all please hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. There's a lot of stuff you can do. You can go to paint and sips. Take up dancing, learn how to dance. Do martial arts. You know, become a little bit more, you know, energetic. You know, when I used to, you know, do Muay Thai and do, you know, go to the academy and stuff like that, it was cool walking around with my boxing gloves around my neck and my bag on and stuff like that. And you just walking somewhere to go get like a soda or something like that, or like something from the store and stuff like that, and women will check you out and stuff, and you ain't even in nothing too crazy. You just got your, you know, your gym stuff on. You know, there's a lot of stuff you can do. You know, being a square black man or square woman don't exclude you from shit. You know, to tell you the truth, squares have more of an exclusive life than players or whatever. They're just specific. These people are just woke and they're more specific about what they like and what they, you know, what they're going after. You know, it's just that these token type dudes, they like hood bitches. There's a lot of women that will give these guys a chance. Y'all got the whole anime sector, even though they go after hood niggas too. But you can go to Comic-Con and dress up as Goku and stuff like that, and be on some RDC World stuff, you know. You don't gotta, you know, just pick up certain different things that you like to do, you know. You said black chicken delivered to a white neighborhood. You said, I'm just being honest. What does one of them dragon shirts actually look like? Y'all know what them dragon shirts look like. Stop playing. Button up or regular. Y'all know what them. All right, don't go nude painting. Don't nude paint. But y'all know what I'm talking about. Nah, don't nude paint, y'all. That's the last thing you should be doing, you know? Yeah, if you're an Oreo or a token, you know. You said he not complaining. Yeah, hobbies. All right, man. Y'all, somebody time out War Master. That's enough. If you play Persona, you have to be excluded from gamers. No, if you play Persona, you are tip top, the epitome of what a gamer is. You dig? You are tip top, the epitome of what a gamer is. You dig? What's going on, Link? Shout outs to Link, man. We're gonna be covering The Donald Trump documentary that you sent this weekend. You did getting that body count down. Shout outs to Link or Wild Link appears. You said DJ Kuda face cam is a rare occasion. Not really. Everybody knows what I look like. You dig? Yeah, we gotta get War Master on the persona. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of that, let me see if I can get this GE Force thing to work, because I was trying to show y'all on the last show that I cammed up on how to play King Shot. We're gonna slowly. I'm just gonna play the game, and you know what? War Master gonna be like, "What's that?" And then that's when you got him. He gonna be like, "What's that?" And it's like, "Oh, nothing but a little bit of Persona, a little bit of Persona 4." Yeah, but this guy is complaining, and he hasn't even tried. He hasn't even tried. And you want to know what's the best? When's the best time to try, y'all? Even with a black eye. Even with a black eye. Shout outs to Warman. You said, what the fuck is a dragon shirt? Now y'all playing games. Now y'all playing games. Now y'all want to play like y'all don't know what the hell a dragon shirt is. Now y'all playing games, man. Okay, now y'all want to play dumb. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Now y'all want to play dumb. Y'all don't know what the fuck the dragon shirt is. All of this shit. Throw this shit away. Throw this shit away. This is what the dragon shirt is. If you have any shirt with some dragon print, just throw the shit away. This is not Ed Hardy. You're not playing Skyrim. This shit. Any dragon shirt, throw this shit away. You're not impressing no woman with your Draco shirt. Okay? Throw this shit away. Throw this shit away, bro. No dragon shirt looks good. What's going on, JR? You said Cisco was a thing when that was acceptable. Yeah, or Ed Hardy. Niggas is not impressing no woman with his Elder Scrolls Skyrim shirt, okay? War Master said that's a nice shirt. Oh my god. If you see this at TJ Maxx for $5, don't get it. Throw it away. All right?
We already know that. But still, for me to have made it this long as a virgin, it's, you know, a lot of it does have to do with other factors than that. Because there are plenty of guys who don't really go out of their way to get pussy and they still get pussy, you know. And but I think this is a big factor.
He's a virgin. Yeah, he been goofing off and giggling too much, man. You need to go handle that. Virgin. I'm not listening to no nigga tell me about no goddamn woman. He a virgin. What the Helen Keller? You said I'm being real cool. I don't know what the hell they do, even what they look like. You know what they look like. They do look like them tropical Hawaiian shirts. Button up or regular. Even if it's not a button up, throw it away. Shout outs to Gems. Shout outs to Truth Only. You said wear that Street Fire Ryu shirt. You're better off with a Ryu shirt than a Dragon shirt. If you know how to make if you that dude and you peacock with that shirt, you might be okay. But don't wear that damn shirt. Nah, man, Persona is the shit.
And it's my environment. And I think this is a similar case for other black men who are like me, is how the importance of environment. And so my friends, they will always tell me, man, you got to get out of this. You got to get out of here, bro. Like, you got to go somewhere else. Like, if you went somewhere else, like, you could get bitches, bro. Like, if you went here or you went there, like, you would. And I never understood what they were saying. Because in my mind, I'm thinking like, you know, women are women wherever you go. Women are the same wherever you go. So I didn't quite understand what they were talking about when they would tell me that. But now I understand it more. And really, you can say that I'm basically like an Oreo in the hood. Now, I don't live like deep in the hood, but where I live is basically like, it's like normal neighborhoods with hoods scattered everywhere, like projects and hoods scattered everywhere. So it's like, it's just a mix of hoods and projects and normal neighborhoods. And so what tends to happen because of that is,
and they be lying. They be lying about these hood girls, because hood girls do be sneaking off to go sleep with the nerdy guy every so often. They like a little project man they can tinker around with a little bit, like a little starter nigga project man they can tinker around with a little bit. So the fact that he in the hood and still ain't getting no coochie is crazy.
Is even when you meet girls,
just go get the sandwich, bro. Just go to get the sandwich.
Who might not be from the projects, they still have a lot of that project and hood influence, or they have a preference for guys from the hood or from the projects and things like that. And we all know black women in general tend to have the hardest preference for bad boys, which is a problem for me in of itself. But yeah, like being the way I am in an area like this is really a no-go in terms of like attracting women, because even though I'm not deep in the hood, that's still the prevailing influence of what's cool.
He's a 33-year-old virgin. He don't got no friends. He don't got no real friends. And he too giggly and laughy and shit. Like, bro, well, look, at this point, I can't even get mad at him. Just go get married, man. Just go get married. You the closest to going to heaven. Just even go fuck your life up a little bit. Just go fuck your life. Do something. He should just go get married right now. At least he made it to marriage as a virgin. Now, good luck on him finding a virgin woman. That's the shit.
Ooh. Even for the guys that aren't like gangsters or street guys, like some of those characteristics in terms of how they talk and how they dressed and things like that. So, and being so far removed from that image, from that way of life, from that way of carrying myself, this just really isn't the right environment for a guy like me. And looking at those other videos of black guys who are, you know, dope virgins, Oreo Man, Kent.
I told you, dudes don't know their place anymore. because he's an Oreo guy, but he wants a Krishan Rock or a Sexy Red. And I'm not even gonna lie, a lot of those dudes, they go after domineering women. Cause some dudes, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When it comes to women, some dudes need a woman to sit up there and tell them what to do. Real talk. Every move, tell them what to do.
Jaleel, those guys, I would imagine that they probably were dealing with the same thing. That they were in areas that were like hood adjacent at the least. And so that determined what was cool. And so I think for guys like us, we got to really go to like
He worried about the hood. He talking about the wrong things.
a different type of like more like, I don't know about to say upscale, but maybe like deep suburban, right? Somewhere like more like where our energy would be more appreciated. Because I think that
well, I can't take a lot of dudes need a starter chick. But I can't really take the credit for that, War Master. I have to give that one to Ron Wills. You know, Ron Wills, that's his concept. But a lot of these dudes need a starter chick.
Us and black women in particular, we're not gonna have a lot of common interests is the thing. And
geeks are the worst. Like they be wanting I understand opposites attract, but they be wanting the polar opposite and then mad. Like he couldn't find himself a nice wholesome chick before she got ruined by the hood or anything.
And it's double bad for me because I live in a small city in North Carolina. So it's like, it's just not a lot. Like when I did my Tinder experiment, I noticed like
still came out on the other side as a virgin.
Like when I set the range to what would be like my city, like 20, 30 miles, ran out of women quick. When I expanded to where I was hitting Raleigh and the more populated areas, endless girls, right? So that's another thing. Like my environment is terrible for a black cell. Now, one thing that was refreshing for me in like the last year was it was the first time I had met girls that I actually like vibed with. And you guys remember the whole Iris situation. That was one of the first times where I had ever interacted with a girl and I felt like a vibe beyond just, physical attraction. Again, I see girls I'm attracted to all the time, but whenever, as rare as it might be, whenever I do interact with them, I always feel like there's a disconnect. And it's like I said before, being a Oreo in the hood, my energy just tends to be so different from most of the women around here. But when I was talking with Iris, that was one of the first times where I felt like a click with a girl beyond physical attraction. Now it was one-sided, as we all know, but still, it was a great experience for me because it let me know that there is a level beyond just being physically attracted to a girl that you can actually like click with one. Like you can, like I can be myself and click with a girl. I can be myself and feel like I'm endearing myself to her, like she likes me and things like that. But again, now this was more one-sided, but but I also told you guys about the girl that I met at the gym. Now this one was really special because this was like real life. This wasn't just somebody I met online like Iris. This was like somebody that I was seeing at the gym that I was going to. She worked there. Now she wasn't very attractive. She wasn't, but the thing was, the more we talked, the more I started to kind of like her because I realized,
bro, just pick one and go sit down, man. Just pick one.
That we were actually like a personality
like
match.
Goofing off too much.
And so we were like talking about anime and video games and music. And so we had those type of things in common. And we had some really good conversations. Like there were times where we talked for like 2 or 3 hours straight in the gym. Not even
I'm 100% sure that he goofed himself out of some coochie. He laughed himself out of some coochie. Even goofy women that like a laugh and like goofy guys, after a while it's like, all right, be a little serious now. Yeah, Jeff, get you some game, Jack. Yeah. Shout outs to Sir Ism. You said I'm getting depressed by the second. Look, this Spawn. Spawn told me to go over this. This is Spawn generation right here. Even though I'll be fair, there's some millennials like this too now. Yeah, like just go pay for it. Condoms and motels, man. Yeah, his chuckling is a bit annoying. That's what I'm trying to say. Like he laughed him. I know he laughed himself out of some coochie. No, the goofy shit will get your foot in the door, but you gotta dial it up and dial it down.
Kidding, bro. And I swear, if she didn't have a boyfriend, I really feel like she probably would have became my first girlfriend. But you know, I'm destined to be a virgin, right? But one of the things that was interesting that we talked about was in line with the concept of this video, or like having a hard time finding somebody that you connect with when you're like a weird black person. Because she dealt with the same thing. Because she was telling me that she does have like options as far as like guys hitting on her and stuff like that. But she also said that she doesn't like normie guys. She doesn't like, she's not into like the street dudes and the scammers.
See, they listen to women and believe women and worship. They worship women.
And shit like that. Like she's into guys like my.
You said, nah, this nigga in his mid-30s, he's your gen. Nah, he probably tail end millennial or very early zillennial.
And she even said, you would have to get a girl like me, basically. And so
right, Christian.
She went through the same thing where I wouldn't say she struggled, but because she was a weird black girl into like anime and nerdy stuff, she found it hard to find guys she could click with. And
it's easy to find guys to click with.
She understood my situation more because of that. And just like what my friends would say, she said, you got to go somewhere else. You have to get out of this city. But like I said, she was cool as fuck, but unfortunately she already had a boyfriend. So, you know, that was a no-go, but still those experiences with Iris and the gym girl were amazing to me because again, it let me know that, okay, there are girls out there that I can have that where I can be myself and still feel like, okay, she likes me. I don't have to fake a personality. I don't have to act like a street dude or a thug. I would never do that anyway, but it's cool knowing that, okay, there are some girls that
not the top of your he said I'm gonna throw myself off the top of my what type? Yeah. I would throw myself off the top of my truck. Oh my God. Lord have mercy.
Can like me for me, or at the very least, I can feel like I click with somebody beyond the physical. And but overall, I just think like this is one of the problems with being a black cell is that it's going to be very difficult to find girls that you click with.
He tried to claim he wasn't a black cell at first. I knew he was gonna. When he said we, I'm like, okay, he claiming he a black cell.
Because, and I'm not saying this to man, there's so much about like bashing black women, and I'm trying to avoid that with this video. But I think black women do tend to be normie as fuck. In terms of just going with like popular
thinking of the wrong shit,
black culture and things like that. I think black women are the least receptive to weird, quirky, unusual type guys unless you have like some type of big plus. Like a guy like me, I have to be famous or rich or some shit like that, or just get rich.
And you still. It still will be a hassle for you. And money ain't gonna fix it.
Really, or be like super attractive or tall. Like I don't have any.
I'm not gonna lie. He just something may have to happen to him to like he just get a little bit serious and kind of shield this a little bit. You know what's going on, Gay Bay? Good to see you, man. I was here 4th of July weekend. Welcome to the show. You said this guy's a millennial. Hold on. He's 33 years old? Damn, he probably like the last year of millennial. He's a black cell. That's what he calls himself.
Big plus to make up for my behavior or their perception of maybe like being like a weird, goofy guy. Now, in terms of like family, because I'm not exactly sure about other races of guys. One thing that I just noticed about myself that differed from other guys' stories is like I
feel you, Gabe.
See guys who would say things like, you know, my mom is disappointed that I don't have a girlfriend, or she wants me to get married or wants me to have kids and things like that, or their dad wants them to get married and whatnot. Like they feel ashamed about being unsuccessful with women because they know that their parents want that for them. I haven't experienced that. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that my mom, she would love to see me having some success with women. I think most moms do not want their sons to be incels or lames or anything like that. I think most of them would like to see their sons be, you know, responsible, but also successful with women in some way, shape, or form. Like there's one moment that stands out to me. And there was this time where we had pizza delivered to our house, right? And it was just like pretty girl. And so I went out there to get the pizza. And I remember when I came back in the house, I caught my mom looking out the window. And I'm like, Mom, why are you looking out the fucking window at me getting the pizza? And I think it was because that was one of the few times she had ever seen me like interact with a girl. I think she just wanted to see it because he's like,
War Master said he needs the pum Ross Clyde. Oh, Bumba Clyde. Ross Clyde. No, y'all Gen Zs are in your late 20s and 30s. Gen Zs are coming into the 30s. Gen Zs are coming into the 30s. They're like 29, 30 years old now, Gen Zs. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are.
I never see you interact with me. So I think like on one hand, my mom is kind of starved of being able to see her son have any success with women. And but on the other hand, I think she also understands that it was a good decision for me not to, chase after women. And because where I'm from, we have so many examples of young men who go out and they get girls pregnant, or they end up with a lot of baby mama drama, relationship drama. We see that all the time. Like, that is the norm. And so I think that's why my mom doesn't care that much, because she recognizes that more than likely, if I was that type of guy, then I would be dealing with those same problems that she sees other moms' sons going through. And I think she's thankful for that in some sense. But like I say, I think it's a split feeling of, okay, well, I'm glad he's not out here chasing out the hoes and making babies and getting put on child support and shit like that. But I would like to see him, have some success with women. And, but that ain't gonna happen no time soon. Oh man. And as far as my friends, I never had anybody like cut me off or give me too much shit for it. I've told my friends I was a virgin since I was like 14. And yeah, like that was just something that they always kind of accepted about me, that I just was a virgin, and I'm a weird, goofy virgin, and I'm not gonna change who I am to try to get bitches. And they just accept that. They know, look, when it's time to get hoes, don't bring E-Man. But I never got shit for it from friends, from family. But I do think in terms of like when I was growing up, amongst my peers, yeah, they would make fun, like peers in terms of like guys I went to school with, like, yeah, they would make fun of you about shit like that. But the people that I was cool with, they never.
I don't know what this nigga is talking about. He done lost me about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, and then I had a dog, and then my dog was a little wiener dog and stuff. When them wiener dogs off the Taco Bell commercials. I don't even think that's a wiener dog. I think that's a Chihuahua. But then I had a dog. I used to go to Target, and I like the dogs that's in Target. What's the name of that dog that's from Target? Girls don't want to mess with me because they like dogs that's from Target. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? I couldn't have been his friend. I would have hauled off and hit this nigga in the chest at least once or twice or something. Like, get serious about something. What the fuck are you talking about? God damn. What is this man talking about? Yeah, then I had Trix Mix, and then but I like the little circle pretzels. I think circle pretzels taste better than the squiggly pretzels, because the circle pretzels just the Trix Mix, the Chex Mix. I mean, what is he talking about?
Care enough. If anything, they would just give me encouragement, like, bro, you could get hoes if you tried, or again, just you got to leave the city, you got to go somewhere where girls are gonna be feeling you. But that's basically like my unique experience as really me specifically, Volcel, but as like, let's say like a nerdy Oreo black guy virgin. That's my unique experience, and what I've noticed that's kind of different compared to what I see other races talk about.
Okay. Everyone should be. Thank God this is over. God damn. Yeah, y'all gotta be, man. Listen, man. Man, I got you, War Master. Hold on. Shout outs to Stoic. You put me back on to this. I forgot about this song. God damn. I gotta cleanse the show before I get up out of here. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you, everybody that supported the show and definitely enjoyed the show. I appreciate you guys. Please keep the likes coming. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. We on the way out. Yeah, he done made me mad. We got a video game stream coming very soon. You said, bro, go to the ATM, get that fast checks, cash, go upstairs to the Motel 6 and just grab somebody. You know? Yeah, drinking the hell out of his own Kool-Aid, man. Get off the internet and live a life. Yeah, right, man. Made me mad and shit. Like, god damn, when is this shit over? Shit. Bro got the mouthpiece in the wrong places. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, all this mouthpiece you got. Talk yourself into some coochie, please. He said, my friends gave me encouragement. Well, clearly that shit didn't work. Fuck. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Man, tune into the next show. We're going to have a great show. And this weekend is going fucking down. It is going down. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. We're going to be going over some presidential stuff, movie night. We're locked in. It's Player Talk Radio. Right. I don't know what he going where the talking resides. Like, be serious, man. Shout outs to War Master. I'm gonna throw this one on for. This is something that War Master wants him to know. So I'm gonna throw this on for War Master to this guy. Shout outs to Spawn dropping the huge $3 on the Cash App. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for some. And bro, yeah, anytime you find some videos, Spawn, let me know. So I can roast him. Cause he's 2 seconds away from this.
All right.
He's 2 seconds away from this.
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked what the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to be an overtly giggly nigga. War Master said he sounds like LL Cool J's song "I Need Love" when he needs to be like "I'm bad." Yeah. I kind of see the problem already. You know? You said maybe he'll do better in that team. Hey, man. We tried, man. We tried, all right? We absolutely tried. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Please hit the like button. Support the show. On air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. I'll see you guys on the next one. We out. Peace. Here's a song for the guy. Here's a song from War Master to the guy we just listened to. It's Player Talk Radio. Let
a man not get no boom boom tonight.
Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. As always, thank you, bro. He said I lost my phone just like lost his Xbox. Come on, man. We saving up. We're gonna get a new one.
More.
I got you,
Wendy?
man.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master. Warmaster, hold on. Don't go yet. Don't go just 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 yet. We got to run that one back. I don't think they heard you loud and clear. Let's go. A lot of man not getting no pum pum tonight.
Man not get no pum pum tonight.
You're a victim.